But racism is
I was scared back down here because I was like, this for nothing. There's no money.
Just some sort of
He's doing this for nothing.
position of
Health
power.
insurance. I was poor. And I was like, what am I doing? Like, this is
I saw
like,
that
I
movie.
could have easily got hit.
I'll never forget.
But I was better than him.
That movie was. I remember watching the movie in the movie theater. I didn't know what it was about.
Face down,
It was crazy. What a mean and deep movie.
people of the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That dude.
yeah, but I kind of
Is your biggest enemy really
I
somebody?
guess you kind of just get used to that. Where you're just like, but you're a professional. Yeah, that's your sport. That's your living. This is what you do.
Who's likely? And it's just like statistically, who's likely to
some sense of purpose? And then I was like, what the fuck? So how like so you didn't have like
who's likely to rob?
dreams to be like a taekwondo champ or anything? I had dreams to be an Olympic.
Find just Google. Sorry, I'm not making movements right now. Google that school in Colorado. School in Colorado. Play night for children of color.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
I wouldn't even take my daughter, and I hate Colorado.
You hate Colorado?
Altitude.
Oh yeah, that fucked me up. I got altitude sickness.
What about the people that did get there that night? Like, what type of people are they?
Denver elementary schools facing backlash for planning standards of color playground. Read the fucking sign. How crazy is
You
that?
put that. These are the same.
One guy put those letters up there on that sign.
These are the same people that would take their kids to a drag.
A drag run?
I remember
No.
hearing that. Yeah. They
Find
brought,
a drag
like,
day.
they brought like drag queens for the school for the kids.
I would not show up
Me, and I can do things they can't do. Like regular kickboxers, I was amazed at how many of them were just kind of boxers who learned a few shitty kicks, and they would stand on the outside, and they would take a step forward, and I just blast them, and they
Activists,
just had
pimps,
no idea
moms
what to
slash
do.
school board for promoting family-friendly Halloween brush.
And I was like, fuck, leg kicks. And so
Yeah, bro.
went from
I
American
just think the
kickboxing
pendulum's
above
gonna
the
swing
waist
on this
to
wacky
what I was
shit,
like,
man. I just think it's just gonna swing back.
and then I was doing
You saw
comedy
that
at the same time,
fucking
so there's like
non-binary person that works for Biden that's
Yes.
stealing
Oh
suitcases.
my god, bro. That was so fucking. That person is a very weird looking person.
That motherfucker at first said,
Then did it again.
because I was doing taekwondo at the same time.
They're just
Man, that
hiring.
dude looked
They're just
wild.
hiring people because they're like non-binary, or because they wear dresses.
his fucking, the black lady, the Haitian lady.
It was so
Lesbian?
just
She-
crowd goes silent was the
up.
wildest thing. I watched someone cry.
I saw this old clip of Joe Biden when he was a lot younger in politics. He like totally against.
Like it's good to know.
Oh yeah, he changed up his whole
He
thing.
switched
It's
like
not UFC,
totally
so
switched.
it's like
He said some fucked up shit about the war on drugs too. He said some fucked up shit about black
He
people.
was like totally
And his
the
daughters,
opposite.
right?
the disillusionment
Daughters
of going from
about
taekwondo to boxing and kickboxing.
Yeah, maybe it was in front of Congress. He like full on said the N word in front of Congress like decades ago.
Completely helpless. So I had this
They just change it up, bro.
Motherfuckers change their words, but they don't change
Yeah.
it.
I know how to
Yeah,
fight.
it's all
for the
Oh
money.
my God, I'm tapping out
Yeah,
constantly.
whatever the flavor of the
So I was
fucking
like,
year,
fuck, I learned how to
they
do
just go along with it.
jiu-jitsu.
If we do
But
it
was
right
this
in
thing
America,
where, I feel real
we
fortunate
elect Trump
to have grown up.
You think that's the right thing to
where
do?
No one knew
Really?
what was the
we
best
didn't
style.
elect
And then see the UFC emerge in '93.
Do you really think it'll be good if they elect Trump again?
Incredible transformation of martial arts, where martial arts advances more
You don't think
in
he's kind of
10,
fucking
20 years than it had in the last 30,000
He really
years.
does.
yeah,
He really
Yeah.
does.
he will shake shit.
Because that's such a cool question.
At the least, he shakes it.
Yeah, he makes you
At least it's
How
different than
much
what we
unity
got
was
going on now.
How much
So
unity was there?
Like I remember I used to do taekwondo with a friend of mine when we were kickboxing at the time.
I
And
feel
Yeah,
like
at
there's
least
more
you had
division
two.
on that.
Yeah, but you had two strong sides. Now it just seems like
Yeah, Trump.
nobody.
There might have been more unity, like with the right and the left might have each been unified together. But there was definitely
Now you just got a pawn, a dirty pawn with nuts.
now everybody hates Biden. I mean, nobody defends Biden.
Back when Trump was president, we only had anti-Trump.
Right.
Exactly.
You don't remember that.
Yeah.
How much is gas money?
4.
How much was it to you?
$2.50.
Yeah, 2 and change.
Has your wages increased that much?
No.
Plus the media, bro. The media was making so much money when Trump was president. There was kids, not kids, but there was people like on YouTube, independent journalists that were making their whole career off just talking shit about Trump. Like they were doing more numbers, more revenue than ever before because of Trump. Because he was just feeding them all that meat.
He's a beast.
He is pretty wild.
I'd go see a Trump one-man check.
Yeah.
100. 1,200 ticket, give it to me.
Right.
Have you ever been to one of his rallies?
No. I haven't been that. That's true. All, bro, if Trump meets me, he'll fall
They'll
in love.
put you on TV.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I'd be the biggest black nigga in the world.
Yes. You probably. Wow. You would.
All I gotta do is go and make Trump.
Yeah.
Bro, I'd be the biggest black comedian in the world.
For real.
If once the Republican Party gets a hold of me, find out they find out that I look like this and I'm a black Republican.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I'm a million.
You know how Trump always
We got to
puts-
be able to link you with DeSantis or something.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Florida is where woke comes to die.
Bro, I saw DeSanto at a hockey game, at the Tampa Lightning game.
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
came to
He was
a-
living.
We were in the suite right next door. He walked. There was like the biggest suite was next door to us. He fucking walked in, bro. The ladies, the moms, like the fucking cougars that were in our suite were climbing over the fucking window to get in to meet DeSantis.
He was amazing.
People were fucking. There was like more of a fucking crowd than I could imagine Justin fucking Bieber would have. Like people clawing to get to him and get pictures with him. There was a line of fucking like 40-year-old women going out the door and around the corner trying to get pictures. It was insane. And he's a governor. Like
No.
it was
He
like
held it down in Florida.
he was like a
Big time.
huge celebrity, bro. It was crazy. I would never have imagined that a fucking Florida governor would be like such a celebrity.
Who's up
Fucking what's his name? What's that
Rick?
weird looking guy? Rick Scott.
Scott. Super farmer.
He
dude.
looked like Baltimore from Harry
He
Potter.
was basically
Pull the picture of
pill
Rick Scott.
epidemic in Florida was Rick Scott. The pill epidemic. The pain pills.
Rick
I
Scott
mean, he was
took
like
money
big
from-
pharma pain
yeah,
pill. Like
took money-
he was the reason Florida was pill epidemic central.
Yeah, he took money from like big pharma. He took money from
His company had the single biggest fine in history as pharmaceutical.
roast this guy, bro. Look at this guy. Look at click on the
Yeah,
one next to
bro.
the pink one. Yeah, click on that one. Look.
Yeah.
Looks like a good walk.
He is straight up.
I'm looking crazy.
He looks like someone you look at that. Look at the one with him smiling. No, to the right of that, right there. He looks like someone I would not trust.
After this, I gotta go get sober. So
I know we killed half the bottle. What time you perform?
So,
Where at Tampa Improv?
no, I'm not saying that.
Size split.
Yeah, bro.
They treat me bad.
I don't know, man. I don't know about the whole Trump thing.
You doing one show or what? Or a couple? So 7 and 10.
Here, bro. So
Right?
Get right.
Take that
Salt,
salt,
take
baby.
Salt, take salt with you, man.
Woo! Back out here like Ric Flair, baby.
oh,
DeSantis is like that. Yeah, I'm gonna get in their place.
are you?
South.
South of here. Like where?
Like Miami, Fort Lauderdale?
Yes. Yes.
It's so much more expensive over there. It's crazy. You know what's
Miami's
crazy?
different.
You know what's weird about here?
It's
Like,
different than here.
yeah, Miami's like a different fucking country. It's not the same. It's like, it's I don't know,
But it
bro.
is a spot.
To me, like Miami's like Vegas. The best 2 days is the day you get there in the Vegas. I can't fucking stand being in Miami.
That's South Beach, bro. I
Yeah,
want to
true.
fuck with South
Yeah,
Beach.
South Beach and like Brickell and shit. That shit's so fucking busy, fast paced. It is insanely packed with people, bro. It's insane.
I like it.
But it's nice. Beautiful.
How often do you, if your kid's living in LA, how often do you get to see your kids?
Every day on FaceTime.
Every day.
But I go there like twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I go there.
Are you still good with your baby mama? Tight with
it? I'll be there Monday, actually. See my babies. I have them this week.
With holidays.
So what do they think about everything you're doing?
I remember one day I picked her up from school. She was like, Dad, one of my friends was sad, so I told him that him and his whole family would have tickets to the show.
Just melts your heart, right? It's so cool.
No, it cost me some money.
Yeah,
What? It burned a hole in my wallet, man.
No, that's cool. They recognize it though, man. They think like that.
It's rare. It's rare that I meet people. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Yeah, I'm 35, and it's so rare that I meet people that are my age that have kids. I feel like, yeah. 2, 3, and 3 months.
3 and
One's 3 years old, one's 3 months old. No, bro, the 3-month-old's the best. The first kid was like up every 3 hours from the night for the first year and a half. This baby only wakes up once a night. My wife is just I don't have to do shit for them, baby.
That's good.
Yeah, it's great. I just deal with the toddler. It's like man-on-man defense. I just take the toddler, and my wife takes the
2-year-old.
Both girls, right? I feel like girls are. Everyone says that girls are better because the guys just start chasing this. Yeah. Girls want.
I take it. My 8-year-old, I know some teachers.
Yeah. That's dope.
2-year-old,
You're lucky you got a girl. Isn't it weird how they're so fucking different, like right out of the oven? Just like baked in. It's so weird. And they're probably raised the same, right? They grew up together.
Kids. A 2-year-old knows she is.
Do they watch your stand-up?
She watched it.
Does she? Does she like?
She gets you. 8-year-old. She probably understand.
You think? Yeah.
She gets you.
So cool.
She got that fucking that gene, that funny gene.
She knows how to structure jokes. She tells me jokes all the time. All the time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
All the fucking time.
That's so cool.
She'll text me jokes. Yeah, funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
And then you roast her. You know, roast your daughter. When you do any given show, how much of it ends up being just crowd work, like roasting people in the crowd, and then like how much of it is like how often does your normal set, like go off the rails and you start fucking with the crowd?
So out of an hour, you gotta be careful.
What do you mean?
Try to shout me loud.
Really? You ever had anyone like try to get violent? Yeah. Johnny Mitchell's a take-two too. He had a guy like pull him right off the fucking stage. He's kind of a skinny guy. So. Yeah, that's true. He told the guy, he's like, you've been fucked in every hole, haven't you? And the guy didn't do anything. It's like, oh, you were a snitch. Then the guy jumped on stage and fucking grabbed it. I clipped my guy. Yeah, bro, it had like 5 million views or something.
Journalist, it's been my boy for a long time.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, you mentioned it briefly last time you were on the podcast. We were just talking about it. You mentioned that your grandfather was Frank Lucas. Oh, your great uncle was Frank Lucas. That's fucking crazy.
So,
How did you first learn about that? Your mom just tell you that one day, or like?
no, so Frank, my dad's from Cuba. Frank Lucas's brother.
Mm.
That's I mean, not Frank Lucas, but
Frank Lucas's brother adopted your dad. Okay.
oh shit, yeah. That's all I got to Lucas.
Oh, that's fucking
That's really
wild,
cool.
Bro. I met Frank like 2 times. He died in.
What did your dad say about growing up with him? Your dad grew up with his brother.
Yeah. But I have a cousin, Obi. Shout out to Obi Lucas. And he'll call me every few months and he'll be like, Dave, tell these niggas Frank Lucas our people. Yeah, Frank Lucas.
Just for some validation.
He'll
You know he's probably telling a wild ass story. He's telling them over there like, no fucking way. He's like, I'm gonna call somebody.
every few months I'll get a call from him. Be like, Dave, tell these niggas Frank Lucas our people. I'm like, yeah, that's how.
You know, there was a really extravagant background story to that, and he just needed that one confirmation to legitimize
He
it.
put on speakerphone.
Yeah.
I'm about to call him right now. Hold on.
Yeah, watch.
Oh man, that's great, bro.
That's a cool tie, though.
So how long until the that comedy club in Austin is ready? And you guys are like,
So I think the date of completion is mid-March, and training and everything. I think we should have shows. I mean, hold on. Damn, I'm drunk. Fuck.
how much is it? It only killed half the bottle, bro. I guess that's a
Oh,
lot.
that's just strong.
Yeah, it's strong.
And I haven't ate shit.
Buzzing.
I haven't ate shit.
Buzzing?
Yeah.
Woo! So completion should be mid.
Okay.
And then we should have shit.
And it's called the Mothership.
We gotta
so
go.
fucking sick, bro.
Come on now.
Yeah, we gotta go.
There's a strip club in Tampa called 2001, and they have a flying saucer on top of it. And the flying saucer is like, what is it?
Private room.
The private room, private lap dance.
Has a UFO in the
flying
roof.
in the flying saucer.
It's crazy. Yeah.
It's one of the most
Tampa got
famous
some of
ones.
the best.
Tampa's like
Oh,
famous
yeah.
strip club. Like strip club capital of the world.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been there, but I've seen videos. It look, it's different. Different.
I don't know about
Different women.
Atlanta, bro.
Different women.
I
Magic
have been to a strip club in
It's
Atlanta.
different.
Magic City.
I've never been to Magic City, but I've been to I went to one really nice strip club in Atlanta. Shit was like a shopping mall.
Tampa got a lot of white and Spanish women,
Okay.
but there's a lot of black
The
women.
food at Magic City.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Can you pull up a picture of Magic City wings?
Is it good?
They named them after a basketball player. You gotta find the Lou Williams
Oh, Lou.
No shit.
Yeah.
because he got like $100,000 fine to go get these wings.
Yeah. To go get their chicken wings. Yeah.
How funny is
A
that?
couple years ago.
Ooh. Fuck, that looks good.
Hey, let's go eat right here. I'm hungry.
Yeah, bro, we can go right next door and get some food. Bro, there's a strip club. What's it called? The Penthouse Club in Tampa. You got fire steaks. We got good food, man. Really good food. I recommend the Penthouse Club, or I've never been inside of 2001, but I've heard about the flying saucer.
There's no food.
I don't want to take you.
That's the Penthouse Club. They got fire food. Look, go scroll down. Look at their steaks. Dine at Prime.
I don't care about food.
Bro, it's weird. Some of at the Penthouse Club and like the Dollhouse, some of the like the bar girls, the girls that serve the drinks, the waitresses, they're like way finer than the strippers.
They don't have daddies.
Right.
They're just in it for the money.
I want to be happy.
Yeah.
They probably still make the same amount of money.
Sometimes
think?
more.
You think they make more?
Sometimes.
Bro, how
Yeah.
crazy is it that at the strip clubs in Tampa, these girls travel from like the East Coast to fucking work there? This girl will be like, I live in Orlando, I live in fucking Cocoa Beach. They drive 2 or 3 hours just to go strip.
I mean, if you come making like 6-7 grand a week, then why not?
Yeah.
They're probably making more. They got Tom Brady over here now. So.
And you can actually control your income. Like, who gonna say? Who said you can't?
You don't have to take that on all of it.
So what I found out, girls pay to dance.
Yes.
They pay
Yeah,
to
yeah.
dance.
Yeah, they give like a percentage of their money, right?
Well, they pay to dance for the night. The people they get.
I thought they just had to like do
DJ
like a revenue share.
I don't know. I know over here, like locally, they pay to dance.
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah, when Joe Redner run, I think he said that.
You go, you might pay a couple $100 or $150 to dance for the night. You get break off the DJ, bartender, door guy, whatever.
All right, let's do some food, bro. Thanks for coming on, man.
Oh, of course, man.
Shout out everybody where they can find more of your shit online.
Hey, man, DavidLucasComedy.com.
Oh yeah. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, good night, world. Johnny Mitchell, thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir, man. Thanks for fucking having me here, dude.
You're like a social media sensation right now. You're like blowing up all over YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and like you started all this shit less than 2 months ago. Is that what it is?
As soon as Andrew Tate got banned, I saw the void in the market, you know, and I stepped in. That's what they were calling me. My friends are fucking breaking my balls back in LA. They're like, "You're the Andrew Tate of comedy, man." I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want that, please.
How much time have you spent? Is this your first time in this like part of Florida?
Yeah. I've only been to Miami pretty much just to do comedy.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, this is a very different town than where you live.
Yeah. Well, LA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure.
It's so funny because you made a comment when you walked in here about like this town, this whole like bumfuck Florida town we're in right now.
Yeah, it looks like Cops. It looks everything in Florida looks like the show Cops. There's no sidewalks, right? It's like it looks like there should be a couple of people that escaped from an insane asylum walking down the street, a couple of crackheads, but no, we're in a nice area actually.
Yeah, there's a couple. It's a decent area. It's okay.
It changes quick. It changes quick. There's like one, it could be like a plantation style house, and then there's a gas station.
Yeah. It's funny that most people who make all the like the comments or that notice this kind of town where it sticks out to them, all those people from LA, they're always the ones to make the comments.
Yeah.
I think the only like the last person who was freaking out was Jamie Kennedy. He crawled in here. He was like looking over his shoulder. He's like, "Where's the fucking crackheads?"
He's a bit of a hypochondriac. I know Jamie quite well.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He's a bit of a hypochondriac.
Where's the crackheads, man?
He still won't touch my hand, like after COVID. Like
Really?
He still like elbow bumps me. I'm like, it's over. Forget it. Just give me a goddamn handshake, weirdo.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And your podcast is fucking fascinating. I just listen to every episode. So it's like the format of that. You just decided to tell your own story episodically of like your life in crime, and then trying to transition into interviewing people. Or?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would watch, in my YouTube feed, I see every different kind of like drug and prison show because they're fascinating, right? But it's either like some, big cholo dude that is like the craziest shit I've seen in prison, and it's fascinating, but you can't listen to it for more than like 5 minutes because it's just the quality is usually poor. There's no kind of production value to it, or it's like some Oxford educated guy from Vice News who's like, "Let me tell you about the Sinaloa cartel." It's like, no, motherfucker. I'll tell you about the Sinaloa cartel. I've been with those guys. So I was like, maybe that's what I could do. I could do like a prison and a drug and a crime show, but from the perspective of somebody that's been in the life, but who also can kind of, I don't know, articulate it, bring like a news element to it, like a news quality element. So that's where I got the idea from. But no, I didn't plan to make it episodic, like track it through from the beginnings. I just kind of started. I just kind of went, and it organically kind of became this like chronological thing, you know.
What gave you the idea to start it?
I think because I tell a lot of jokes on stage. You know, I do comedy, I do stand-up comedy for the fans that don't know, and I tell a lot of these prison stories just because it's such good humor. So it's such good fodder for comedy. And I wrote a book actually during the pandemic, Days of the Trap, and it was pretty well received. So I was like, well, what if I extrapolated these stories and made it like true crime documentary style? Like, what if I told you actually how drug trafficking works? Because we always hear about like you know, the drug cartels, drug routes. Well, what does that mean? What's a drug route? How do you actually make money selling cocaine? What is prison actually like day to day? What do these things mean? I didn't see a lot of people doing that, so I don't know. That's just kind of what motivated me to get going with it.
And how long ago did you get out of prison?
Oh, it's been years. It's been like over a decade.
Over a decade?
Yeah. I came home in 2012, beginning of 2012, and I was on parole at a 3-year tail, but I just blew parole and just moved to LA immediately. Like, I went home, lived with my parents, saved up some money, and moved to LA within like 5 months of being out of prison. And just started writing screenplays. I started doing stand-up comedy. Yeah.
So you were
Never
like
looked back.
hyper motivated.
Hyper motivated.
Your life around.
Fuck yeah. Oh my God. For anybody who's like loafing, I recommend prison. I recommend a little prison bit for everybody, because when you lose time, like when you see the days of your life just getting flushed down the toilet, nothing is a better motivator. Like you want to get that time back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like really. Also, I went too far with it. Like I was like manic when I got out. You know, I probably had PTSD from seeing shit in there or whatever. But yeah, it definitely changed my life for the better, I think. You know, I mean, I do regret like losing all this money I made, but I think it gave me direction. You know?
Yeah, man, I say it all the time because I've had quite a number of ex-cons in here, people that have been in prison for a long period of time.
Yeah.
For a long period of time, and they're the most interesting people I've ever talked to. They
Yeah.
always have the most character. They're just the most interesting people.
Yeah.
For some reason, something about spending lots of time staring at a wall, reflecting on your life and your previous experiences does something to you that is just unique.
Yeah. Well, also criminals. I don't know what comes first sometimes. I think the personality comes first. You know, I think that personality, that proclivity, whatever it is to, you know, like Roger Reeves, right? Pablo Escobar's main cocaine pilot. Like, what is it about? There's something in him, an angst, an energy that is just in him naturally that made him want to, like, you know, go be a bad boy, go, you know, step outside of like norms. That's what being in prison, that's what breaking the law is. It's like it's antisocial behavior. So that's kind of in all of us, I think. But prison either makes you worse, makes you really go further into the darkness, or it makes you channel that antisocial inclination into something positive. So it made me want to go into show business and become a stand-up comedian. That's definitely antisocial, you know. But like that's not normal either. You know what I mean? Like neither is podcasting, right?
Yeah,
like your parents are like, "What the fuck is this?" You know, this is a job. But so yeah, I think it comes first. I think that being interesting, prison doesn't make you interesting, gives you interesting stories, but you end up in there because you have something different about you.
Yeah. Roger's a very unique case. He's interesting. I mean, he's such a soft just fucking polite gentleman.
Yeah.
The guy's escaped prison like 8 times.
Yeah, he's been in Mexican jail getting tortured almost to death. Fucking wild.
Unbelievable. So, in your early years, how did you get into drug trafficking?
Well, I started out in drug dealing, right? Just like buddy, unless you're like, the son of a Mexican kingpin and you kind of just get handed it down to you. In America, everybody starts just with hand-to-hand sales. So, it was the early 2000s, and it was just kind of the culture in the Northwest and in California on the West Coast. That was where like the revolution happened, where, in the 90s, weed started to be grown en masse in Northern California, Southern Oregon, and it kind of started to replace the Mexican marijuana that dominated the U.S. market up until then, right? So we were on the precipice of that. So weed was abundant, it was cheap, and it was just a way for high school kids to make money. It was like I described the green rush of that era of the early 2000s as like the crack boom of the 80s for black people in the ghetto. Like everybody was involved with it somehow. I knew multiple people that went away for selling shit. So that's just kind of how it started. I wanted to smoke weed for free, and I always wanted to. I was fascinated with it, to be honest with you. I was always like, I think that's the show, The Connect, that I do now. I think that is my fascination with it. I've always been fascinated. I would see people, older people, older brothers of people I went to school with, like making a living from selling pot. I'm like, how do they do this? Like, how? I thought you had to be Scarface to make money selling drugs. So how do you get the money to buy? How do you find people to buy the drugs? How do you find people to sell you the drugs? It was like, it was fascinating. The underworld was fascinating. It's like drug dealing. It's like magic. I say that in one of my episodes. They used to call the Colombian cocaine kingpins in the 70s magicians. Like, how do you just take this thing and just turn it into money? How does the street bring you back money? It's like the invisible hand. So I was, so I just wanted to see like how far I could go with it. So I just started off just like buying ounces, dishing them off to my friends, losing money. I lost money for years, or I would make like almost no money. So it was like business. It was like it was having a small business, and it just kept growing very steadily. And we would have setbacks and robberies and police raids and all manner of crazy shit. And I didn't make, I didn't get rich until, my last 2 years before I got locked up.
That's what you're using for cocaine and stuff?
Yeah, but I didn't get rich selling coke. I got rich moving pot.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, the markup was, it's hard to make a lot of money selling coke. It's hard to make a lot of money selling coke.
I thought it was the opposite.
You can make good money selling small amounts of coke, but to get rich selling coke, I mean, think about it. If I can make $1,000 profit per pound, it's feasible. It's easy, not easy, but it's much easier to sell 20 pounds of weed a week than it is to sell, I don't know, 10 kilos of coke. Because way more people smoke pot than they use coke, right? So,
yeah, I mean, depending on where you're at, depending on the city you're in.
But I was moving it all over the country. So,
but you were based in Northern California?
I was based in Oregon. I was based in Portland, Oregon. So I was shipping it to New Jersey, upstate New York.
Oh, you were shipping it?
Yeah, Florida, Oklahoma, Philadelphia, right? So it was Chicago. And this is in the era, this was a very unique era where we could get wholesale weed cheap, and the markup, on the East Coast and the Midwest was insane. So, and we knew that was coming to an end. So that's why we were like, we gotta, before they start legalizing the shit, prices start to fall. Like we gotta make millions now. It felt like how the mob must have felt in the 20s, like the Chicago mob. They were like, they can't keep booze illegal forever. They can't even keep it illegal for a long time. Like, this is insane. Everybody needs to drink. Yeah. It's the only way ugly people fuck. It's the only way. It's the only way most people get together and procreate, get through their shitty jobs. We got to get rich now, and that's what they did. So that's kind of how I felt. I was like, this is a very unique historical moment where a guy like me, who's not, I was never part of the drug cartel. I would re-up from multiple sources. Some of them were cartel brokers. But I wasn't connected. I wasn't a killer. I never carried a gun usually, and I could just go. I was just a small businessman who could make $1 million a year plus just with this, like, I didn't feel like it was a huge trade, right? 80, 100 pounds a month could make me $1 million.
At how old?
22, 23 years
22,
old.
making $1 million a year.
Imagine making just 80, 90,000 a month. Just clean, man. You don't know what to do with that kind of money. You don't. You don't know where to hide it. You don't know how to act. I mean,
no, that's
just
a crazy
insane.
thing too. You have that much money at such a young age.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
fucks you up.
Yeah, totally. It hooked me for life, dude. It
What
hooked
did
me
you
for
do
life.
for fun with that kind of money at such a young age?
I would
Or
just.
were you just working 24/7?
I was working 24/7. I was working 24/7. I was flying to, but I would go everywhere, right? Like I would go to New York City for the weekend and just be walking around Midtown Manhattan, staying in like luxury hotels, luxury suites with like Chinese businessmen, and I was dressed in sweatpants and like a fucking a backwards hat, and I got 50 grand on me in cash, like. You know what I mean? It was a superpower.
Yeah.
Just shit like that. I could go to Colombia and whenever I wanted. I could go. I could just do anything, go anywhere. That's mainly it. Like I was never ostentatious with my money because I always, I saw the future. I'm like, this is a golden goose. Don't fuck this up. Like I need to stash this money and flip it into something legit after I get out of the game. The problem is I could never get out of the game. It just keeps bringing you back.
Keep luring you back.
I'm like, 1 million's cool, but 2's got such a nice ring to it.
What were you doing with all the cash?
Like, where was I putting it?
Yeah, what was your plan? Were you like buying real estate?
The plan was to start, because this was like the advent of Amazon really becoming, 2009, 2010. It was like the advent of like online commerce, so e-commerce. So the plan was to like just start buying shit in cash and then reselling it online and legitimizing it, right? Making a company around it, taking that profit, right? Declaring it, paying tax on it, and that's how you get the money in the system, okay? And then using that laundered money to buy real estate, buy other cash businesses, etc.
So here's the thing: like when you buy a house, for example, easiest example, and you have to fucking go to the bank or you go to a mortgage broker. You got to show them your bank account. You got to show them your record. Where does that money come from? How many people are paying you each month?
Right.
Where does that so? How do you justify
all
these cash deposits?
Well, that's exactly why I'd set up a company, right? And then I was buying goods, sneakers, right? This was the beginning so I would buy, a pair of Nikes. Portland is the Nike headquarters there. So I'd buy some Nike shoes, and then I would just resell them online on eBay to, some guys in Japan for like a 500% markup. And boom, you take that money's run through your company. So that's legit. That looks like legit money, and you pay taxes on it. So the only sketchy part is how did you get the money to buy the shoes in the first place?
Yes.
That's the rub. But that's what's the hardest to prove. Also, I feel like I'm giving your. I feel like
so what do you do about that?
A lesson on that. Well, there's nothing. There's no foolproof way to launder money. There's no foolproof way to do crime. But that's so. Yeah, in theory, they could go. If the IRS wanted to look deep enough, they could say, "Well, how'd you get the money to buy this and this and this?" And then you wouldn't really have an answer. But also, they don't really have an answer.
Right.
It's why they can never put people they convict of like tax fraud away for too long, because the burden of proof is on the state or the federal government to convict you. So most of that is circumstantial. So that's why I always try to keep the money and the drugs separate, because if you busted me with a bunch of money or I got audited by the IRS, and just like you said, they said, well, how did you get $10,000 to buy, all these like whatever designer purses that you were going to resell? Well, sure, maybe I don't have an answer, but you don't either, and it's your job to. And if you can't link drugs or illegal activity to that money, well, you're probably just going to give me a fine.
Right.
That's probably what it's going to be,
Right.
Or if it's an egregious amount of money that I haven't declared, then there might be some prison time. But it's not going to be like they can't make a RICO trial out of that. They can't link illegal activity to that money.
And I guess the example I made with like loans and mortgages, it doesn't really matter if you're just buying shit in cash. If you're going to somebody and buying their house just with a fucking bunch of cash,
right?
You don't have to worry about it.
Right. But how are you going to buy a $300,000 house with cash?
That's you might know that better than I do.
I'm asking you. I'd like to know. I'm in the market.
Well, you tried to buy a house in Colombia.
Yeah, but I know. But the scam there was you couldn't even do it in Colombia at this point. Like their money laundering laws, because they've been influenced by the U.S. for so long now, right? So they have relatively strict money laundering laws too. But my plan was, because I wanted to buy a hotel. At this time, this was 2010. Colombia is starting to blow up as like a tourist destination.
So is this like before you actually moved down there?
This is at the same time.
Okay, so this is the first time you moved down there.
Exactly. I would spend a lot of time down there. I would go back and forth.
I have a good friend who lived there for years and met his wife there.
Yeah.
So that's the best place. Lived in Medellin for like probably 15 years.
Oh wow, dude! He's a straight paisa at that point. That's insane, dude. I couldn't live there long term. I'm too tall. I stick out too much. I swear to God, that's the reason. I'm way too tall. You're just at 6'6". You're bopping around Colombia. I don't know. I just always felt like there just could be a bullet that could just fly out and fucking hit me. You know what I mean? Like I never feel totally. And maybe I just seen too many movies. Maybe I just met too many, gangsters. Right? That's probably what it is. But I don't feel, even though people are like, oh, it's so safe, it's Colombia, and everything's changed. I'm like, I know for a fact it hasn't. So I was always kind of paranoid. But yeah, I would go down there, and I had this idea to buy a hotel on the coast in Cartagena, and actually this town called Santa Marta, which is it's like an hour or so outside of Cartagena. And this was like the perfect, like getting in early on like a booming like tourist economy. So what I was going to do was I was going to buy
We bought hotels and shit before now? Like
No. This was going to be the first foray into it. But I had some guys who were going to run it for me who I'd met traveling. Actually, like a couple of Americans who wanted to live there. So I was like, perfect. I'll joint venture. Because I don't want to run this shit. You guys run it, live here. You know what I mean? Make sure everything's profitable. So the way we were going to do it was they wanted the guy who was going to help me buy it. He was a money launderer. He wanted to basically, this is how it was set up. The buy price of the hotel was $300,000, and he was going to charge me $100,000 on top of that to do the laundry, to do the washing. He had contact in the United States, right? He had a Colombian guy who worked with him on the East Coast. So he said, what you're going to do is just bring him cash. You're going to bring him the money, and then I'm going to buy with my own money in Colombia. I'm going to buy this hotel for you, and then once I know that my contact has your dollars in the States, I'm just going to transfer the deed of trust over to you. See what I mean? Super clean that way.
And he was charging $100,000 to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was going to say, because I don't think I caught that on your episode, so I was immediately like, what the fuck is this guy doing for nothing? I would have be so suspicious of that.
Yeah,
no. He's making $100,000.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what this guy does.
Okay.
So yeah, that's just like a very clean way, right? Like if you have, the Colombians have a diaspora in New York, in Queens, and so you just take, you take foreigners' cash.
What'd you call it?
Diaspora. So they have so they have a big Colombian community in New York and the East Coast. So a lot of drug traffickers coming over there originally from the 70s, a lot of them stayed. So they have a lot of communication back and forth. They got a lot of criminal activity going in and out, from Cali, Medellin to Queens. Yeah, they still smuggle drugs from Colombia directly to the States. They just don't do it en masse. Most of it goes through Mexico. You know, yeah, I met girls that were mules and swallow pellets of coke. You know, they braid them into their hair. They make the pellets like dark, and they fit them inside of these girls' weaves, and they walk through the airport that way. You know, people
Right through Miami.
No, or wherever, right? Whatever airport they're flying to. But you know, I heard of a guy that had little niece, you know, stuffed some cocaine in her teddy bear, wrapped it around her legs and shit. I mean, they're just throwing the book at it. It is a good idea, or old people too. They do that with like infirm people that are in wheelchairs, right? They build them inside of the wheelchair, so they're less likely to be searched. But you can't get weight in like that. That's really, it's difficult to scale a business doing stuff like that. Because how many kilos can you really fit around, you know, a little girl's legs? A couple of them, maybe.
I've heard some horror stories about people like putting them in like pellets and swallowing them.
Yeah. Oh God, dude, brutal, right? Brutal way to go.
Imagine.
The fuck no, dude. It will be great at first. When that shit first hits you, you're like, damn.
Yeah, the first 2 seconds.
Fuck. Uh-oh, a little too high. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, Maria Full of Grace. That's the classic movie about that. You seen that? Oh, it's a great movie, and it's about, you know, impoverished girls from the countryside of Colombia, and they get approached by a guy, right? And they're hard up. You know, one of them just found out she's pregnant. I mean, you know, obviously you're not going to swallow cocaine pellets unless you really are desperate. Right. Yeah, and it's just about their experience, you know, swallowing shit and flying into New York. And, yeah, it's a dirty, dirty game, man. It's a dirty game.
So when you met this guy who was helping you go to New York and pay the guy in New York cash, $3 grand cash, and then he was going to buy this hotel for you. Yeah. What happened when you went and met the guys in New York?
Well, I never even got around to it. Because that guy, the guy in Colombia, the guy who was laundering my money, ended up getting killed. So we never went through it. Yeah. Yeah, how wild was that? So I could have, and that was some totally like separate shit, but I could have, and I tried to call down to figure out what happened. They think that guy, that money launderer, was also either like a both sides. Because a lot of these money launderers, they deal with a bunch of different cartels' money. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so, you know, he might have been informing on a different cartel, playing both sides, giving up information. So, you know, who knows? But I dodged a huge figurative and literal bullet with that, I think.
And you were banging his wife?
Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Why you gotta bring that up, Danny? It wasn't his wife. It was
on your podcast.
It was his fiance. It was his fiance. It's different.
Oh, that's fair.
The guy was a scumbag. The guy was a real scumbag.
You don't have to justify.
He was and I fucked so good. So his fiance was, you know, all the criminals. It's passed down through the family. So the girl his fiance, the girl I was, you know, running around with. She, you know, her uncles are part of a big, you know, drug trafficking organization down there. You know, it's all very incestuous. So yeah, it was fucking surreal. I started out as a middle class kid from Portland, Oregon, selling dime sacks, little fucking gram bags of pot, and now here I am, like, running around with like kingpins. Right. It was. Yeah, dude, you get what you wish for. You really like become who you want to be, and I realized even negatively. I'm like, wow, I really like, in a certain way, I wanted this, and now I had it, and I was like, this is just a bad feeling. That's when I realized I wasn't a gangster. It was like when that happened.
When you talked about getting in the taxi cab and then agreeing to put a blindfold on, I was kind of like thinking, I think I would have turned around. I don't know if
Yeah, it was inertia. It was inertia.
yeah.
It was forward moving energy. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm actually going back to Columbia next month. I'm trying to get an interview with some of the people from La Oficina, that organization. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, and that's in a neighborhood called Envigado in Medellin, and it's a pretty nice neighborhood. But we were in a slum part of it. And I didn't know this at the time, but I looked into it further. I'm like, oh, that's where they took me. And that's just standard procedure. Like, Colombians are good business people.
Okay.
Like, they're not, these bloodthirsty. They have no reason to kill a tourist, right? Like, they brought me to a trap house, and they were like, yeah, how much money you got to spend? And I'm like, how much drugs you got to sell me? I got plenty of money.
Right.
So I wasn't. I
But
knew
you weren't planning on selling drugs though.
No. I was just having a good time. I was just having a good time, and I was like, "Oh, whoa! How much for a kilo of blow? Why not?"
How much was it per kilo?
It was there was two kinds. There was the perico, which is the stepped-on kind, and then there was the pure shit. And I think I paid 2,000. Like, I bought the perico, which is a little stepped-on.
Oh, perico means it's stepped on?
That's how they refer to it. Yeah,
Because here in Mexicans just call perico coke.
Yeah, exactly. It's that's just a across the board term for coke. But in Medellin, perico is shit that's like a little cut. So I was like, give me that, and it was $2,000 for a key. That's $2 a gram. 1,000 grams for $2,000.
It was 10 times better than anything we would find.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I was like, give me that, because I had so cold before, and I'm like, I don't want shit that's gonna I want shit that's a little. It's not gonna keep people up like it's meth. You know what I mean? Like, I want shit that's gonna really like give people like a smooth landing. So I was like, yeah, give me that. You know? Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's
wild,
hilarious.
bro. Yeah.
So how are the dealers there in Colombia different from in Mexico?
Great question. Well, they're much more customer service oriented. I'll tell you that much. Colombians are great business people, and they're very friendly people, and they really, unlike Mexicans, who, by the way, I love Mexico, I love Mexicans. They don't give a fuck about Americans, gringos. There's this like, it's almost an animosity. It's almost an animosity because, with so many different ways over the last 100, 150 years, since really the history of the state of Mexico, America's been more or less fucking them.
Yes.
From how we stole their land, Texas, to, the free trade agreements that fuck the farmers, right? There's some things.
Yeah.
There's some things that the U.S. has done to Mexico, and they just are very prideful people. They remember. They don't forget. So
Operation Fast and Furious.
Right. Yeah, under Obama, right?
Under Obama.
Yeah. But that just scratches the surface, dude. That's happening.
That's killed like that. Those guns killed like thousands.
Yeah,
of
tens of
Mexicans.
thousands of people, for sure.
Insane.
For sure. Well, dude, you know what's so crazy? When we were down there filming 2 weeks ago in Sinaloa.
Is that when I talked to you on the phone
Oh, maybe.
with Roger?
Yes, that's right. We were in Sinaloa.
You said you were like in a graveyard or something.
We were on our way to a narco graveyard.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and we were not supposed to be there, by the way. They were like, this is how wild Sinaloa is. Culiacan, Sinaloa is like how Cali, Colombia was in the 90s, in the way that the cartel has eyes on everybody. Like, as soon as we got off the plane, our escort, our guide, was like, yeah, they know you're here. They have people working at the airport. They have people working at the rental car company. They have people working at the hotel where we're staying, Hotel Lucerna, right? So every time you leave, probably what somebody does is they just pick the phone up and just give whoever that area manager is a call, be like, the gringos are on the move, right? So we were not supposed to go and film at this graveyard because it's supposed to be like, it's really off limits because it's a narco graveyard. It's where big drug cartel kingpins get killed, or whatever bosses, or
Yeah, they celebrate that. Like,
Yes.
The dead are like a very
Yes.
celebratory thing.
Totally. Absolutely. But we weren't supposed to go there, especially not without a Mexican escort with us. And so we were like, well, we're definitely involved still. And so we went there, filmed, and as soon as we got back, our guy Luis, who's been on this podcast, Luis
Oh,
Chabato.
you were with
I was
Luis?
with Luis from
No
Vice
way.
News. Yes, Luis was like, "Yeah, man, they knew you went to that graveyard." I was like, that gave me fucking chills. They're like, "Yeah, they know you went there. It's okay, but they knew you went there."
Oh my god.
I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, bro. They got so they called the Kali cartel the KGB cartel because they spied on their own people like the Soviet KGB would spy on citizens like under communist Russia. That's how it is in Kuliakan, right? So that shit's nuts. I don't know how I got on that subject. Oh yeah, so Mexicans, but basically the difference between the Colombian dealers is that they're actively trying to sell tourists high quality coke, high quality drugs, because they like the tourist dollars. They want you to come back. Whereas in Mexico, that's not the case. They just, because it's so firmly controlled by just a couple of cartels now, that they sell you. If you go to Puerto Vallarta, you can't find good coke because it's all stepped on. Because they're like, this is for the tourists. We keep the good shit for ourselves. Yeah, that's the difference. But Colombians are like, yeah, come on, we want you to, because we know if we sell you the best shit, you're going to come back. You can tell your friends in Australia, and they're going to come, you know?
Yeah, aren't the tourist areas like Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, Cabo,
Yeah.
those are like all
Vegas, right? That's kind of how it is. Yeah.
yeah. The way the culture thinks of Americans and Mexicans versus the way they think about Americans.
Right.
It's got to be so good. That's got to play a huge part in that.
Totally, because Colombians don't, Americans are new to Colombia, and they're new to places like Peru, relatively, right? So it's kind of like, we're kind of sexy to them. We're kind of cool to them. Mexicans are so familiar with, they just know what it is. So we would ask, Mexicans about, how do you feel about like fentanyl killing off Americans? They were like, well, it's, you guys asked for it. I'm like, well, Chapo we did ask for it, but he kind of started the thing that made everybody start asking for it. They invented the fentanyl market basically back in 2016. So, but that's kind of how they see us. I would ask people, what do you think of America?
Didn't the Chinese give them that? Didn't they introduce them to that?
They I don't know if they introduced them. That would be a question for Luis, but they are the ones who sell the precursor chemicals for sure.
Right. Chemists that taught them how to use them.
Right. Perhaps. Yeah. Could have. Dude. I mean, we can link this all. We can go back to China, and they haven't forgotten the Opium Wars.
Exactly.
From the 1830s, the 1850s.
Right.
So when Biden goes over there,
that was mainly the British, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you lump it in with you lump it in with America because Teddy Roosevelt's grandfather was an American. That's how he got rich. Was participating in the Opium Wars. So so they haven't forgotten either. So it's coming back to roost. But and Mexicans. I asked this one guy. He was a bodyguard for El Mayo Zambada. He was like,
"Oh, is that who you talked to when you were down there?"
That was one of the groups we talked to. Yeah, we talked to several different families.
How did you get in contact with the bodyguards of El Mayo Zambada?
Yeah, Luis
put you in touch with
Luis had a guy on the ground. I'll shout him out. His name's El Enfermo, and he's a trap rapper. He's like a trapeño, they call it. It's
Does he have an Instagram?
It's yes, of course. It's like trap music. It's like Mexican trap music. It's dope. He's really fucking good. Yeah. So he would bring us around, and he met some of these guys. Yeah. It was fucking cool. They didn't let us film them on camera though. That's what you got to have money. That's how that works down there. If you have enough money, you can get these guys to put masks on and carry their guns around and just do an interview with you. If you don't have the coin, it's pretty difficult because they're like, why? I don't need to. But for your stupid YouTube show, like I don't need to be on camera. Right. What does this do for me?
Right. So
unless they have a YouTube channel.
Was Luis right? Was Luis actually with you, or was he just like setting this all up on the phone?
No, he was with us.
Oh no,
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, we were down there filming. Like he was down there documenting how the Sinaloan cartel has moved in on like the legal weed market, more or less. Like weed's about to become legal down there, so they've opened all these dispensaries. I feel like I'm stealing Luis's scoop right now. What they've done is opened up dispensaries all throughout Culiacan, which is the capital of Sinaloa, and so it looks like LA. There's dispensaries everywhere. You walk in, and it's like different strains. You got pre-rolls, you got edibles. I mean, it looks legal. Of course, it's not.
And they're all cartel owned.
All cartel owned. Cartels own the grows, right? They're growing a bunch of indoor bud throughout the city and in the mountains. They still get outdoor weed too, and like so, it's vertically integrated. They control the grows. They control all of the dispensaries, and they get independent operators to do everything. But that's fascinating because that's how they've adjusted to losing profits when weed became legal in the States. They lost a big export market. So this is kind of what they've done to make some of their money back.
That's wild.
Wild.
So when you were talking to the bodyguards of El Mayo,
yeah.
First of all, people who don't know who El Mayo is, he's like the number one.
He's the boss of the boss. He's the old man. He's the guy that's never been caught. He's the only person.
He's the guy, one of the two guys who started the Sinaloa cartel.
He actually didn't start it. He was there's not a lot of history on him because he's so secretive. The guys who started it are all the guys from the original. If you go watch Narcos Mexico, it was Angel Feliz Gallardo, it was Rafael Caro Quintero, and the other dude, can't remember his fucking name, Fonseca maybe. But he was working for them, just like Chapo didn't start the cartel. He was working for the Guadalajara cartel that later became the Sinaloa cartel. So maybe he was one of the founders. Fuck, I don't know. But he's one of the originals, and the only guy who's never been caught. He's the most wanted drug trafficker. Right, totally, dude. Or if he's got an agreement,
right?
He's got an agreement because that's how a lot of these guys, according to Luis, that's how a lot of these dudes survive so long. Is they cut deals with either the DEA or the CIA or the Mexican government or both. And Chapo gave up information, right? All of these guys have given up info on their rivals in the past. So who knows what is keeping him out of prison? But I'll tell you what, he's got a huge security apparatus. That's for sure.
What did the security have to say?
Well, first of all, the guy's got 8 different layers of security. He lives in the mountains. Owns ranches all over Sinaloa, right? But when we went to visit his number one security team. There's 7 different security layers that we passed through on our way to meet them. So, and that means just guys who are posted up wherever he's at, and it's like a circumference, right? It's like you just keep going out and out and out, and these different security layers make a ring around, like a fucking military. It's not like a military. These guys are a military. In Culiacan, they are the law. They are the military. So every time if you're driving along like the highway out of the city. People are on radios like, yep, these guys are moving towards the boss, right? So, but his main guys, the guys we talked to, they're like fucking 25-year-old kids. It's crazy. It was wild. Like you think they'd be like, have baklavas on and big, you think they'd be like these tough like ex-Marine guys. They're not. They're just dudes that probably have parents or uncles in the cartel, and they just got these jobs guarding him. And it was very weird. It was like these are like normal dudes. The guys got acne. A few of them have braces on, right? Smoking weed, watching Instagram videos.
Yeah, that's
not what you think. It's like it's not what you think at all.
It's very easy for that. Well, I mean, think of how easy it is for them to recruit kids to the cartels. You're a young kid, and you're an idiot. You're going to see all the big flashy shit, and you're going to want to see the money, and then you're going to grab people. That's probably not a lot of older people, because I'm sure the life expectancy inside the cartel is not that high.
Yeah, it's either not that high, or move up to doing something more administrative. Because I'm not sure how many people are actually dying in the stronghold. If you're a soldier and you're going off to like a different state to fight like the Nuevo Jalisco cartel, which is like the rival down there, yes, your life expectancy is pretty low. But I think within the city and the area of Sinaloa itself, it was actually pretty safe because the cartels have such a stranglehold. Yeah, yeah, big time. I just think the kids, nobody wants to be like sitting around. You know, it's boring. When you're guarding this old man in the mountains, it's fucking boring. You just sit around. Probably nothing's gonna happen because there's so many other different security teams that are gonna let you know if like the Marines are on their way. Like once the fucking military makes it past the first couple of layers of security, they really were dumb enough to pull a raid. That old man, they would have that guy on the move so fast. And plus, they won't ever do that because I asked him that. I'm like, what if the fucking military does rush right now? And they're like, well, the same thing will happen, even worse than when they tried to arrest Ovidio, Chapo's son. Do you remember that? Yes. Back in 2019? They tried to arrest him, and they burnt that place to the ground, dude. We were staying right by there.
Bro, the video of them like pulling up on the house and pulling him out of the house is so crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
He's so fucking calm.
Yeah.
He's like,
exactly.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah. That's right. That's what they do. They say they're panicking. The military, like whoever, the sergeant, the lieutenant, he's handing him the phone, and he's like, call them off, because they're every little clan from the mountains descended on to Culiacan and just started going to war. It like that. And the guy who ordered that was Mayo Zambada.
Really?
Yep. He was the guy that said, do not let them take him. So you imagine what would happen if they tried to arrest Mayo? I mean, it would look like Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So that kind of threat of violence is so ingrained in the culture that you don't really have to worry about much when you're in the inner circle of the security apparatus inside the cartel. You know what I mean?
Pardon this brief interrupt. It's so fucking crazy to think about. I've asked this question to so many people, and it's always like a laugh for people when I ask them this. But I'm like, could you imagine if the U.S. I don't even know if they have motive to do it or not. Like, there's so many conspiracies about how the U.S. is like involved in the cartels, and like there's that documentary that I forget the name of it right now. So it's the documentary basically about the DEA agent who was murdered by the CIA agent.
Yes. Okay.
Felice Rodriguez.
Not Felice Rodriguez. His name is Come on. I know the name. Kiki Camarena.
He was the DEA agent.
That's right.
Felix Rodriguez was the CIA.
The CIA agent, the Cuban guy, right?
Yes.
So he was a CIA asset, right? We got to remember that. CIA doesn't have that many people.
I thought he was a legit officer of the CIA because he was working on the contract.
Who knows, right? Because
look up Felix Rodriguez. You gotta figure out.
Yeah. Who knows? Because it's very easy. It's all about deniability, right? Like this guy obviously wasn't like, educated in America and he didn't apply for a job at the CIA. They recruited him because he was a Cuban exile, who could help fight communism, right? This is post-Castro. This is when, that dude right there. Holy shit.
Cuban-American, former Central Intelligence
Paramilitary Operations Officer. Oh, wow. So maybe he was, on the payroll. Well, he's definitely on the payroll. Maybe he was a card-carrying member.
Right, he was involved in the Bay of
Pigs invasion. Oh, so this guy goes back to Kennedy, dude.
Yeah.
This is crazy. As his ties
keep going down. Early life. What was it? Early life. He came from a wealthy family in native Cuba. Blah 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 blah. Attended school in Pennsylvania. Dropped out. Joined the Anti-Communist League in the Caribbean. When did he join? Okay, wait. In September 1960, he joined a group of Cuban exiles in Guatemala, supported by the CIA to receive military training.
So that's probably when he got recruited, because the CIA organized a bunch of Cuban exiles to pull the Bay of Pigs invasion off. So that's probably when they recruited him. It was like 1960, because I think Bay of Pigs was 61.
Okay, in 1967, the CIA again recruited Rodriguez to train and head a team to hunt down Che Guevara.
Wow.
Holy
He was
fuck.
attempting to throw. So he was part of the, because Guevara got killed in Bolivia. So he was part of that. Oh, so this guy is deep in.
Deep, bro.
Holy shit. So he was the one in the house in Guadalajara
Yes.
when Kiki
He was
Camarena,
guy.
the DEA agent, was getting tortured to death.
Yep.
That documentary, can we pull up the name of that? Everybody who's interested in this subject needs to watch
It
this.
is the best documentary on this subject.
It's because and then if you watch Narcos, you see that they leave that part out. If you watch Narcos Mexico on Netflix,
Yes.
they talk about that whole thing, except the fact that the guy Jaime, who was the white guy, Jamie, he was leading in the show. He was like the head of the DEA office down there.
Right.
He actually, in real life, according to the documentary, I think he stonewalled the investigation
Yes.
to make sure it couldn't go any further.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was, oh, dude, my fucking nipples are hard. I got chills down my spine right now.
Search
Crazy.
Kiki Camarena. No. You gotta search Kiki Camarena documentary.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon.
Yes, it's on
yeah,
Amazon.
but it's incredible. Yes,
It is sad as fuck.
Yeah.
He was going on his way to lunch to have lunch with
Meet
his
his
wife,
wife.
and gets kidnapped
Yeah.
right out in front of the
Yep.
DEA office.
Yep. And that happened during the Cold War all the fucking time. So many times. It's like, supposedly trying to do the right thing or trying to fight drugs. It's been the CIA actually helping the criminals. They didn't. It's not just with, Rick Ross and the Nicaraguans and cocaine. It was with, the heroin kingpins in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Right? During the Vietnam War, they were allowing all of this heroin trafficking to go on because
The Last Narc.
the last narc.
That's it.
It was a docu-series about the 1985 death of the agent Kiki Camarena. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Amazing fucking documentary.
Yeah, but that guy, Felix, he's out
I
free.
think he lives in Miami. Right?
Yeah.
Which is wild. I wonder why they left that out of Narcos.
It's a little too deep because I think the powers that be were like, this is a little too wild.
I wonder what actually to leave that part out, because that is like one of the most intriguing parts of the story.
I think it's self-censorship because we all know about. I think it is. I don't think it's the CIA coming down to the offices and
No.
Netflix in Hollywood, and it's not that, because we all know about the Rick Ross story, right? They've made movies about that. We all know that the CIA was, assisting Nicaraguan drug traffickers who were supplying Ricky Ross, Freeway Rick, right? We all know that. So we know that the CIA is this shadowy, fucked up organization. So I don't think it's. I think it's. I think it's just a little too much. It's almost unbelievable. So I think maybe the showrunners were like, this is just, we want to make a Hollywood ending, and this is not a neat ending.
That's why I wonder what I was getting to originally is people like El Mayo, like, what really are his threats other than rival cartels? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think,
Which are barely a threat.
and is the Mexican government is not a threat, right? Like, they're bought and paid for by the cartel. The Mexican government is essentially a branch of the cartel.
Yeah. From what I gathered, and of course, like, I'm, a novice at this, but from speaking to, guys like Luis and reading, and there's like a tacit agreement between, the cartel kingpins and the Mexican government. When the Mexican government feels pressure, especially from the U.S., they will tell the kingpins, like, somebody's got to go. So the most powerful, yes, they're an arm of the cartel, but really the cartel is an arm of the government. That's how I see it. Because the most powerful, gang really is the high political class that's been around for generations in Mexico.
Right.
That's the only reason that the cartel could exist as it does. So I think it goes government cartel, not the other way around.
Right, and that's probably why we've got El Chapo. It probably just became
Totally, it was a PR nightmare. It was a PR nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah, it was this bad publicity. And I might be speaking out of pocket. I wish Luis was here because this is his scoop, but he's not. I am. So this is my clickbait. Sorry, Luis. I mean, we all know this. Mayo gave up Chapo.
He had to have, right?
We know he did. It was his son. So his son, one of Mayo's many children, but the son that was organizing cocaine transport through Mexico City, this is back, I can't remember, mid-2000s, he basically gets kidnapped by the DEA. They come to him and they say, we want to have a meet. We want to discuss a deal with you. He meets with them. They fucking kidnap him. They arrest him, but that's kidnapping, right? You're American agents on foreign soil. They take him back to Chicago, to the States, and they say, look, you're never going to see the light of day again. Around this time, Chapo is making a lot of bad publicity for Sinaloa, right? And Mayo never liked that. Mayo,
He was just like
Mayo
he was
was
like a
old
pusher,
school.
right? El Chapo was mainly like he grew up being a pusher, like from very young. He was just a killer.
I'm not sure. I'm sure he dropped a lot of bodies. He was a farmer. He tended to poppy fields, right? But you know, as these guys get more famous, they fall in love with the clout, you know. So yeah, he was making a lot of bad publicity for the Sinaloa cartel, and he was really a glorified manager too. I want to point out, like they have him on a wiretap talking to the Flores brothers, who were Sinaloa's main heroin distributor through Chicago,
Right.
and he's discussing a heroin deal.
I heard that.
Like, why would a kingpin ever be talking on the phone about a deal? That's what a manager does. So Chapo he was a glorified general manager,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So when Mayo's son gets popped, we've all got all of this going on, right? Mayo is he's on a recorded jail call. His son calls him from jail, and basically Mayo goes, "You do what you got to do," and so that was basically him telling his son, "You can go ahead and give up info on Chapo," and that's exactly what he did. So, and that got him out of a life sentence. So they gave Mayo's son 15 years, but the info that he gave up on Chapo led to his final arrest. Okay, so flash forward to 2019. Chapo's son, Ovidio, El Raton they call him, gets raided by the military in Culiacan, a block from where we were just staying. And Mayo, out of whatever sense of guilt for having been responsible for getting his dad incarcerated in the United States forever, says, "You're not taking his son." Yeah, wild. And so they come down and they stop the military from taking his son. So it's dude, the Mexican telenovelas, the soap operas, it's lived out in real life. And these stories, I mean, there's a million of these stories.
So many.
Yeah.
So many.
One of Chapo's brothers was shot to death in prison.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he was in a maximum security prison. He was shot to death. I don't know exactly. But it's just like that kind of shit, right? It's they live a very gaucho, machismo, dramatic lifestyle. It's like played out in real life.
Yeah.
That's where they get these stories from. Even though they seem corny to us, like you watch these like, these like I call them B movies, or these kind of like low budget shows on Netflix, right? But they're taking these stories from real life.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about the cartels is how much fucking money they make by trafficking people across the U.S. border.
Yeah, that's big too. That's big too.
Like $8,000 a head.
Yeah, and that's way better business because, like, there's no way those people are getting intercepted, like, coming from Colombia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's actually way better. I'd much rather smuggle people.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you always need people. Like, there's always, like, it's a never-ending supply of people that want to get across. And it's just, I don't know. It seems like a better gig.
Yeah, I had Ed Calderon in here a few weeks ago, and we were basically talking about how the cartels love Trump because he put on that whole border thing. That whole wall thing.
They love that. That
was
makes the
great
price
for
go up.
Yes.
That makes the price go up.
Exactly.
I'm like, dude, the cartels love the Republicans. Cartels are fiscal and social Republicans.
They really are.
You know?
That's so wild.
Yeah. Okay, so check this out. I'm trying to talk about money. This is in the episode that drops this Thursday. Connect. Check it out on YouTube. You've heard of YouTube. the fucking our guy, our trap rapper, the guy, our liaison. What was his name again? El Enfermo. Yeah. We may have to bleep that out. I'm considering bleeping it out because what I'm about to say.
Really?
What I'm about to say, I don't know. I don't know if we can get him in that much trouble. I think it's exaggerated. But anyways, he brought us to a little section, like a 3 or 4 block section in the downtown area of Culiacan, and we're driving by, and he points out all of these little stands. They're like almost like little outdoor. They're just little stands. They could be fucking lemonade stands, but they're money exchange places. So you can exchange dollars for pesos there. And what do you think is happening there? A lot of dollars, a lot of dirty narco good dollars getting exchanged for pesos. He goes, yeah, they say they wash about $7 million a day just in this little 4 block area. $7 million a day. That's $1.5 billion just in this one little neighborhood, in this one little city. $7 million, and he's like, yeah, they own they own the machines too, so they're laundering money at their own businesses, right? Yeah, so there's a lot of money in drugs still. They are to Medellin. Cocaine is to Medellin what all drugs are to Sinaloa, and specifically Culiacan. Like I say that, it's like Silicon Valley of drug trafficking. They're on the cutting edge of everything, and it's so ingrained in the culture.
And I think Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru are the number one countries that are actually making drugs, right?
For sure. Yeah.
I had a guy in here 2 days ago who lives in the Amazon rainforest.
I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
So he was telling me that there's literal factories and like pop-up shops in the jungle where they're making this shit.
Yeah.
And he says that like under the Amazon, under like the canopies of the trees, they will cut out like tunnels where planes can fly down and land underneath the forest.
Wow.
Just to reload their fucking plane.
Yeah. Everybody's getting in on it.
Why?
Everybody's getting it. Like, it's totally changed. Everybody is kind of an independent operator. You know, the cartels exist, but you know, I don't know how exactly it works in Colombia, but I know in Sinaloa in Mexico, the cartel is now just an armed paramilitary group that guards drugs coming in from whoever basically wants to import them. Isn't that wild? So there's no more salary, there's no more payroll. It all got flattened. It all got, after Chapo fell, the entire organization restructured. So nobody's on payroll. They used to have, everything used to be structured like a company, like a corporation, right? You know, the bodyguards, the people, you know, cooking the meth, all the way up to like the people that smuggled across the border. Everybody was just paid a salary. Now that's all completely changed. Everything is independent. So it's just groups, families of different drug traffickers smuggling drugs, cooking drugs, growing drugs. Nobody tells them what to buy, who to sell it to, how much to pay for it, how much they can earn, where to sell it. What they do, the only thing they have to do is pay protection money to the cartels because they're the ones who have the drug routes to America. And they're also the ones who pay off the cops, the military, politicians, etc. So it's a way different time, and it probably operates much that way in South America too, I would imagine, right? Because there's just too much technology. You can't have a Pablo Escobar style Medellin cartel anymore. It's too easy to take something like that down. But you cannot take down the Sinaloa cartel. You just can't. Exactly.
Now, you said something about Australia being the biggest market.
Oh, the best place to sell drugs is 1,000% Australia. Dude, a gram of coke is like $400 there.
That's
1 gram of coke.
Dude.
I bought coke for $2 a gram in Medellin. $2 a gram. At 1,000 grams a shot. So imagine you get 2 of those to Australia, 2 keys to Australia, and just sell it out gram for gram. You got a fucking house on Sydney Harbor. What are you doing, dude?
Insane.
It's mind blowing. Yeah.
And it's obviously because it's so far away. And it's so hard to get to. But I mean, you're paying all these expenses. So that's all cost to get there. So how does that equate to more profit?
Because
You know what I mean? Like if it costs you that much to get it there, like
yeah, but it's not that much. It's you deal in volume, right? That's how you make money in the drug trade. You deal in volume, and yeah, you just buy the most for the cheapest, and you sell it for the highest. Yeah, yeah.
Are there a lot of like in where you visited in Colombia? Are there a lot of Australians and Europeans?
Yeah,
down
definitely,
there?
definitely. There's a lot of Europeans, a lot of Canadians, a lot of Australians, a lot of Black Americans, which is crazy, right? And I was like, why is that? And I was like, oh, is there like a nice, Black guy's like a nice fat ass. We all know this.
Oh,
Nothing wrong with
yeah.
that. And you'll find a nice fat ass in Colombia. So, but yeah, but they don't do coke as much as like. Yeah, the people, like the tourists that live there, I mean, bro, I sold a kilo just out in grams and 8 balls to them. It took me less than a week to get 1,000 grams off, just to the tourists staying in these hostels where I was staying. I mean, it was insane. These motherfuckers.
And the majority of them are European, right?
Yes, and Australian, and they're so used to paying so much for coke that they go there and they just lose their fucking mind. They were like, what? What? $20 for a gram? Yeah, it's not.
I've heard a lot about like the women. The women are like no other.
Yeah, the women are really beautiful.
Very beautiful, very outgoing, love to party, love to have fun. They're not like women here.
Yeah, right. Well, Florida's got some pretty great women. Florida
We got a
chicks.
lot of prostitutes.
Oh yeah, but none of those in Colombia. Yeah, no.
Prostitutes are probably on a whole nother level.
Yeah,
Here you got lot lizards.
yeah. So a lot lizards. Yeah, Colombia's. I don't know. I'm jaded by it. Everybody loves going there. I'm like, this place is like gross now because it's become like Cancun of South America. It's become like you name it.
Really?
Like, yeah, it's gross. Like you see these like retarded. Can I say that? Cool. Yeah, we're in fucking Florida. Dude.
Florida, dude.
Get out your fucking gun. Let's play some Russian roulette before we go into the ad read. Yeah, dude, we can just see these brain dead fucking junkie, because that's what they are, junkie tourists who are like, in the tourist sections, like the red light districts, just, like stumbling down the street, like looking for fucking coke and whores. It's just kind of a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, I miss the days when it was just a little more dangerous because people kind of acted right,
Yeah.
But what's starting to happen is these people are getting robbed and killed. And I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying these people that act out of pocket like that, these people that go there just like looking for hookers, like they're just so obviously like
You're saying
there for yes. Like I even had a buddy. He met some girls on Tinder down there, and he went out and met them at a bar and was drinking with them, and he's like, man, I feel fucked up. And they go back to his place, he passes out, they rob him for all his shit, they drug him. That happens all the time. That's like a business. That's a straight up like industry now, is drugging and robbing tourists in Medellin. They use that thing, Vice News did a piece on it years ago, scopolamine it's called, and that's the devil's breath. And that's like, they take it out of a piece of flower that grows indigenous down there. It's, you take like just a little, like some seeds out of the middle of this flower, and you can just like blow it on somebody or make it into powder and put it in somebody's drink, and it will make the person completely black out, but they'll have all of their motor skills. They'll have all full physical mobility. So people will get drugged with scopolamine, and they will be walking around, and so I could say, hey, take me up to your apartment and give me your TV and all your money and all your furniture, and you'll just do it.
Really?
Yeah, and then you wake up the next day, you won't have anything in your apartment. You're like, what the fuck happened?
What is this shit called again?
Scopolamine. Scopolamine. You look that up?
Yeah, we gotta look that up. Austin.
But it's
Hands on this.
yeah, right? Yeah, dude, fucking, it sounds rad. You just black the fuck out. So it would be like a Quaalude. It would be like, Lou.
Podcast.
Yeah, like it would be like how Quaaludes were back in the day. You would have full physical function, but you black out. Yeah.
Pull up the.
Also known as the devil's breath. Yeah.
There you go. Oh. hyoscine, or the devil's breath, naturally or synthetically produced tropane alkaloid and anticholinergic drug that is formerly used as a medication for treating motion sickness and post-operative nausea.
Yeah.
When used by injection, effects begin about 20 minutes and last for up to 8 hours. Maybe also used orally or with a transdermal patch.
Yeah, so everybody thinks he got maybe drugged with this. And but yeah, it's wild. Like, just look up scopolamine Colombia, and you'll hear all of these horror stories about guys that can't get laid in their own country going there, and this is kind of what happens. But I don't want to shit on it. I mean, there's tons of great things about it. But yeah, drugs are they're a corrupting influence on society.
Well, it's only because they're illegal, though, right? I mean, if drugs were illegal, it wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. But it depends how you do it. Because in America, we try to make drugs legal in San Francisco, and Portland, and Seattle, and all of these places that are decriminalized, and it's made things like 5 times as bad. So if you're going to make...
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. The Tenderloin in San Francisco, dude, oh my God, they ruined that city. Because you let people basically... There's no consequences for getting caught with drugs. People are openly fucking shooting up and having fentanyl overdoses and all this crazy shit. And it fucks up ordinary people's lives, right?
Yeah, but if it was legal, wouldn't it eliminate the fentanyl because it has to be regulated? Like if you could buy an ounce or a gram of coke and know,
from a pharmacy,
and know indefinitely that there's fucking fentanyl.
Right. I guess you're right. I guess the government would have to oversee it and basically make it, right? And the U.S. just doesn't do that kind of shit well. We don't do medical, because what that is like a public health revolutionary thing. The U.S. doesn't do that well. We make money.
Exactly.
That's all we do. So you have to really it has to be paired with law enforcement and mental health treatment and housing and all this shit that we just don't do good.
Yeah.
So you have to, I just learned, we thought the cartels were going to go out of business when we became legal in the U.S. And look, it's just making them stronger. It's made Sinaloa stronger. So it's how you do it.
Right.
And I don't think we're far behind Europe in the way that they treat drug addiction.
Do you think the whole scare about coke intentionally being laced with fentanyl is real?
I'm glad you brought that up. We cover it in this week's episode.
Oh, really?
Yes. Dude, can I just break this?
Yes.
Nobody's talking about this on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've talked about it multiple times in this podcast, but it doesn't fucking make sense.
Oh, well, fuck me. But this response. The cartels are almost without a doubt not spiking the blow. Their cocaine with fentanyl. In fact, they're taking measures now to prevent people from using cocaine that's laced with fentanyl. All right? Do you remember when I told you earlier that the drug cartels have become completely decentralized? When they move drugs, they move them to the border, right, with the U.S., and usually sell them wholesale to Americans or, Mexican Americans, Latino Americans, who then smuggle them across the border. After that, the cartel's out of it. They're like, there's no more cartel members that come to the States, basically, that sell drugs for their bosses back home. They're selling it wholesale and then retreating into the safety of Mexico. So the people that are spiking the coke with fentanyl are stupid dealers in the U.S. that are trying to stretch the brick, trying to stretch the coke.
But are they trying to stretch the coke with fentanyl? Because if I'm a coke dealer, I want people to keep buying my coke,
not dying from using my product.
So is it? Here's what I've kind of assimilated from the whole thing. I read an article about, I think it might have been a Vice article, where a guy went to every big city across the U.S. and tried the coke.
Sounds like a Vice article.
Yeah. And basically, what he found out was that the cheap dealers who are selling to people on the streets, like
Yeah.
low level
Yeah.
drug dealers. Those drug dealers are also selling shit like heroin.
Yeah.
So they're selling coke and heroin.
Yeah.
The high level drug dealers who are dealing with like rich people or whatever, they're not selling heroin.
Right.
Most likely.
Right.
So the people we know for a fact that they cut heroin with fentanyl.
Right.
Because almost the same effect.
Right.
One's just more stronger.
Well, but they is not the cartel. Cartel doesn't.
It's dealers in the U.S.
Yes.
Dealers in the
So yes, low level guys buying ounces. They are using fentanyl to stretch coke because if there's an overdose, this is crazy, but fiends want it more, especially with heroin, but also I think with cocaine a little. If there's an OD, whether it results in the death or not, the junkies find out about that and they're like, oh, he's got the bomb shit. I think that's one of the reasons. I think the other reason is a little bit of fentanyl goes a long way. So, and if you built up a tolerance to it, I think it's a different high. I don't exactly know the mindset behind a dealer that would do that, but we can say for a fact that the cartels are not spiking their wholesale coke with fentanyl, because what we found out when we were down there from Luis is that in order to prevent that, the cartel is starting pressing the heroin they make, the fentanyl they cook. They've started pressing it into pink pills and exporting the pills. So that way, if a dealer is chopping up fentanyl with coke, that coke is going to have a pinkish, reddish hue to it.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys stay away from that. If you use cocaine and you see that it's got a red hue to it, that means it's got fentanyl.
So the cartels are doing us a favor.
Trying to, yeah.
Yeah, because what I assumed is that the low-level dealers were selling coke on one hand and heroin on the other hand, could be mixing it up on the same table.
There's cross-contamination too, for sure. Yeah, that absolutely
But
happens.
what you're saying is it would be a case where having fentanyl in coke would make somebody more dangerous.
Yes, exactly.
Huh.
Yeah. There's no way, after spending time with these guys, I'm like, they're way too shrewd. They're way too on point. They would never be intentionally killing off, their clientele. They would never be. And in fact, the penalty within the cartel for selling fentanyl in Culiacan is death. No questions asked. There's a mandate from on high. The man himself, he's like, there is Zambada.
Oh, from Zambada.
Yeah, and whoever leads, Ovidio, who leads the Chapitos, right? That's the other wing of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah.
There is to be no selling of fentanyl in Sinaloa State. That is for export only. So it's like, they know how dangerous it is. They know how bad it is. They're like, we would never taint a wholesale load of Colombian coke with fentanyl.
Right.
Like, we keep that shit. These markets are different,
Yeah.
So, and I believe it. It makes sense. These guys are smart.
The China thing is really weird. How they have really sunk their teeth in Mexico so much.
Yes.
The lithium mining.
Yeah.
And the fentanyl and all the other things. They've been balls deep in Mexico for a long time.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And they just keep shipping more and more precursor chemicals over there.
It reminds me of the Russia-Ukraine thing right now, because Ukraine is a tug of war between the United States and Russia.
That's right.
And Mexico is in a tug of war between the United States and
China. Yeah.
But the U.S. doesn't really. The U.S. doesn't a little bit of business in Mexico, I guess.
Yeah.
But China is really fucking sinking their teeth.
They're playing Cold War with Mexico.
And it makes me wonder if the U.S. would ever just fucking invade Mexico.
Yeah,
but we're just we don't really invade because we already have so many people in Mexico.
Yeah.
The DEA, CIA.
Yeah. I think Mexico is going to become like China in their manufacturing capabilities. That's what I think. I think Mexico's on the come up. I think
there's a lot of natural resources.
Totally, and there's cheap labor, and it might not be as cheap as China, but who gives a fuck? It's going to be better, and it's our southern neighbor. So what China's proven is we cannot depend on them to manufacture our goods, because the next crisis that comes up, that's just more power that they have. They love choking off, products to us. right? That's like part of the war that they make,
Yeah.
part of that subtle war that they're always making with the U.S. And they're still locking people down. So it's like you can't depend on them
Right.
to be your main manufacturer of your import goods. So why not make it Mexico?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I think it was Apple. I saw a written article recently that Apple was like diversifying a huge portion of its manufacturing of the iPhone and the MacBook out of China to I think Bangladesh maybe.
Right.
Somewhat crazy, but they're already starting to diversify away from China.
Yeah. People are getting away from it. They're like, if the cost is it's not worth it anymore. Like when you factor in all of that bullshit and the fact that they're going to steal your idea, like if you're an inventor and you have a product and you want to go over and manufacture it in China, they're going to take it from you. So it's just not worth it. It's cheaper. You might as well just manufacture it here in the U.S. You know?
Yeah. I think if you get caught, Apple explores moving some, they're exploring moving some iPad production to India. So when is this published?
It's a bunch of companies.
Oh, this is not just published. Yeah, there's a ton of companies doing it. I had this guy on here multiple times who was a former mortgage fraudster, and one time we did like a whole episode about China. He's a genius. He knows everything. He's an encyclopedia on China, and it's funny when you look into the laws in China and like how many laws are punishable by death.
Yeah.
Fraud, any kind of financial fraud is death.
That's wild. So you run a Ponzi scheme, they're cutting your head off.
Or mortgage fraud, or you fucking
write a bad check.
You write out and change your fucking income on a mortgage application or something.
Wow.
Death.
Can we look up all of the death punishable things in China?
Yeah, find a list of all of the crimes that are punishable by death in China. It's pretty wild. And
what's so funny is though, like obviously, like the biggest fraudster is the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah,
they can just take all your shit. It doesn't matter. You have to. You can't do business in China. Like kind of how you can't do business in Sinaloa without the cartel's blessing. You can't do business in China without the government.
Right.
You have to go to them first. You know.
Betrayal of the country, number one. Can you zoom in on that a little bit? Rebellion and rioting. Collaborating with
the enemy and betrayal. I love these words they use. Spying or espionage.
Does that say flooding?
Yes, flooding. What the fuck does that mean?
Explosion. Spreading hazardous. Keep going down.
Spreading hazardous substances.
Hijacking an aircraft. Trafficking in women and children. Robbery. These are all things that like you would not be surprised about. This is all things that
gathering crowds to raid a prison with weapons.
Defying orders. Okay, defying orders in wartime is punishable. Well, think about that. Like it's bad, but we're looking at a list of things that are punishable by death.
Yeah, right.
Surrender, punishable by death.
Unreal. That's some old school Soviet shit. Retreaters will be shot.
Google like fraud and drug crimes punishable by death in China.
I think China actually executes like way more people than any other country.
Yeah, they have mobile death squads. They'll come to your house and kill you.
Right. That's very convenient. They got an app for it. It's like Uber Eats.
It's just like Uber Gallows.
Yo, that could be. It literally covers almost everything. That could be anything. Like rioting, you could call the people that are protesting against the lockdowns rioters.
Yeah, 100%.
Ooh, I'm terrified. I will never go to China. Not until things change. I'm terrified, dude.
It's fucking scary.
Surrender.
So,
yeah.
How old were you, and at what point did you get busted and actually go to prison?
I was 24 when I got locked in. I was 24, and I had made my $1 million. You know, I achieved what I had set out to, and I just got popped. I never got caught with any drugs. Actually, I got caught with a bunch of money. I got caught with money. Yeah, it was the people that were shipping my money back from the East Coast. It got picked up by either like a drug sniffing dog probably in like a sorting facility, and they put a little tracking device in it, and it brought them to me. Yeah, that's simple, right?
The
Was it?
dog, I didn't even know the dogs could sniff money.
Oh, dude, it's like one of the main ways that cops go after drug dealers is their money. Because I can lose all the drugs in the world. I could just go to my guy, my grower, and be like, hey, I need you to front me 50 pieces, right? And he can always do that pretty much. But, dude, if I lose $500,000, that's gone. So these guys were not the brightest. Some of these guys were they got a little loose at the end. They would send me over packages of 30, 40, 50 grand, and it would just reek of fucking weed smoke. It was like they were smoking blunts as they were counting my money up and like blowing it on the money. I'm like, are you doing this on purpose? Do you want me to go to prison? Are you the fucking feds? I would tell them you gotta wrap my money with the same care that I wrap your dough.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
Vacuum seal my cash.
Yeah, you have to. So, but no, these drugs are. Think about how drugs are on money all the time. Coke, weed, everything. So those dogs must have hit on it, and it brought them to me. So, yeah. That's simple. It wasn't a wiretap. It wasn't all these fucking cartel members that I was dealing with in Colombia or the Sinaloans that I was picking up, massive 100-pound orders at a time from in Northern California. It was something as dumb, as simple as them intercepting a package of money. Yeah, but that's how it goes in the game, dude.
How did it go down? Like, what was that day? Like, did they
knock
on your door?
No. I went down. I had different locations where I would get my money packages sent to. I would get them either FedEx or UPS, right? The next day air. Yeah. And I went to pick up one of the packages at a PO box where I would receive. It was under a fake name, right? But I picked the package up and I walked out and I got in my car and I see these two Suburbans following me and I'm like, oh shit, this is it. So I was like, well, I'm definitely not going home now, right? I'm not going back to where I live now. So I fucking hit it. I took them on a little high-speed chase through the neighborhood. I actually got away. I talked about this on an episode. I talked to my lawyer. I was going like 90 through school zones, right? I talked to my lawyer. He was like, the reason they didn't follow you because they kind of backed off when they saw that I was like revving it. I had a Dodge Magnum at the time. That was the hot car in 2010. And that thing, it's got a fucking Hemi. That thing bolts, moves. Yeah. So that's what the cops drive usually. So I had a better car than the cops. And my lawyer was like, yeah, they didn't give chase because most local pigs, most local cops don't speed through neighborhoods because if they hit somebody and get killed, that person can sue. They're liable. So it's kind of a safety thing. So, if any of you are considering a high-speed chase,
do it through a school zone.
A little pro tip. Yeah, be responsible and do it through a school zone. So I was daytime. The school wasn't out yet. So yeah, but then I made it back safely. So I parked the car in a tiny little residential area, and it's dark. It's almost dark now. I make it back to my place. I don't have any bills in my name or anything. I've never sold drugs in my place. I don't think anybody knows my parents didn't even know where I lived. Only one person knew where I lived. Okay? One person that I dealt with. He was another drug dealer, but I didn't sell drugs to him. I didn't deal with him at all. He was just an old friend from the neighborhood. And he would come over and he would smoke weed every now and then, catch up. So, anyways, I get back to my place. I'm like, nobody knows where I live. I should be fine. I didn't see anything. So I get into my house, fucking lock the door, get under my covers. I'm fucking shaky. I'm traumatized. I lay my head back, fucking take a nap, and then I just wake up to just pounding on the fucking door. Police, police, police. So I go down there and I'm like, guys, relax. It's just me. There's no guns in here, right? I'm a fucking rich guy. I'm not selling meth. Do you know what I mean? So they run up in there, fucking search the place, find some keys to some safe deposit boxes, find a bunch of cash right there. End of the day, I think they must have confiscated like $750,000, $800,000. Yeah. So that one hurt. But I kept thinking, how the fuck do they know where I live? My lawyer looked into it later. I gave him the name of this guy, the only person that ever been in my house. I'm like, this he's a drug dealer. There's no way. I didn't sell drugs. There's just no way he was involved. And he goes, I think that guy might be ratted, working for the cops, and they're letting him operate on the streets, right? And I looked into it further. I talked to some guys also who knew this kid from the neighborhood, and they were like, yeah, that dude's been caught before, never done a day of jail time. That guy is working for the Portland police. They're letting him sell drugs, and just like the cartel members, just like Mayo fed Chapo to the cops, right? To the fucking feds, Mexican military. This guy had quotas. He would have to feed different guys to, the cops. So to basically to stay out of prison. So,
Did they
that's
offer
how
you the same deal?
they wanted to give me the snitch right away. Yeah. They thought they saw all this money and they were like, oh, you are definitely working with the cartels. There's no question. They were like, give us your suppliers right now. We'll kick you out right now. We won't even put the handcuffs on you. But what would they do if you're like, oh, okay, my supplier's fucking in the Medellin cartel in the fucking the Sinaloa cartel? Like, what are they gonna do? They can't do it. But remember, I'm buying my pot from Sinaloan cartel members that are operating in the U.S. Yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore because weed's basically legal. They stay in Mexico now. But I was buying from a guy in a little town on the border of Northern California. And they had these huge pot grows up in the forest. They would hike on federal land hours away from everything. They would run irrigation through it. I mean, only Mexican guys have that kind of work ethic to be able to find enough sunlight and enough water. And I mean, it's amazing. And they would have thousands and thousands of plants every year. And so what the cops wanted to do, they would have been like, dude, we'll give you marked money, right? To use the money we just found. We can use your money, and yeah, we'll wire you up. We'll mark the money, and you go start making buys for us, right? Like that's probably how they would have done. I imagine if I had decided to cooperate,
Yeah.
But I'm like, you guys don't have any fucking drugs. Like I'm fighting this, you know what I mean?
Right.
I can't say. Dude, if I was facing 30 years in prison for drugs, I can't sit here with a straight face and say I wouldn't cooperate. Like, who fucking knows?
Right.
Yeah,
that's one of the biggest wives' tales about prison. I feel like.
Yeah.
At least from what I've heard is that the whole snitching is the worst thing you can do. How dare you?
Yeah.
Consider being a snitch.
Most people in federal prison probably have cooperated in some way because the drug laws are so harsh that, especially back in the day with crack, that just because a guy's doing 10 years doesn't mean he didn't snitch. He was just keeping himself from doing 30 in life, taking deals, cooperating. So yeah, it is it's such a cruel thing that the law does. They take your life and they just dangle it in front of your face. Do you like your life? I got a way out. It's evil, bro. And they act like they're your savior. Like, we're gonna help you out. So, but yeah, it's
you knew because they didn't find any drugs, just cash.
Yeah. I would never cooperate on the spot, anyways. Like if you're, you never talk to the cops. You get your lawyer, and there's deals that are made behind closed doors. But you would never sign anything. You would never, you don't have to talk to them. You can just clam up, because you're not going to talk your way out of it. I'll tell you that much. I mean, I tried. I was like, look, I tried to bribe them because there was only 4 guys over at the house. Okay, so and these were guys in tracksuits. They hadn't made a big commotion. They didn't come in there. These were undercover. They didn't come in with the SWAT gear. I didn't even think the neighbors, because I lived in a nice area, I didn't think the neighbors knew what was going on. They didn't kick the door down. I let them in, because they had the warrant. I was like, dude, look at all this cash. Your boss isn't here yet. Your supervisor's not here. Take this money. I will go get you another $200,000. Just give me a day. Just give me a day, and I'll come back. I'll be around. I'll work for you, and I'll give you this money. Just let me get out of here. What I was going to do was go get the rest of my cash. They had gone for it, and I was going to flee. I was going to go to Columbia.
They consider it all.
Nope.
What was their reaction?
Nope. These fucking dorks. They got pissed. These fucking nerds. I was like, this is such Northwest white boy bullshit. If these were Italians from fucking, you know, the South Bronx
Right.
or you know, Boston,
Yep.
some Irish cops, they would have been on their fishing boats already.
Yep.
They would have been retired. But anyways, you know, the guy, one of the guys got pissed. He was like, "You motherfucker!" Like they took it as an insult. You know, I'm like, "Hey, dude, just offering, you dorks."
That's stupid.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening? You ended up.
So they brought me in.
fighting
They
it,
couldn't.
fighting
They couldn't get anything out of me. So they arrested me. They brought me in. They booked me. I was denied bail. Like I didn't have. I had bail money. They were like, "No, you don't have." The judge was like, "I will not set bail for you because you're clearly a high level. You know, you seem to be a high flight risk because of the amount of cash we got with you. We think you have international criminal connections. So yeah, you got to fight your case from jail, from county jail, and that's the hardest time. That is the hardest. Every day feels like a week.
county jail.
Yeah, every week feels like a year. It is brutal. The deprivation.
Where was the jail at?
This was important.
In Portland.
Yeah, and you think Portland's like this nice, you know, you associate it with like, you know, vegan donuts, but man, there's gangbang going on. And in county jail, dude, the first thing you do, you walk in, you have to fight. One of the first things I did on my first morning, walked out, they were like, "Hey, skinny kid, who are you fighting? You got to fade. You're gonna fade now, or we're gonna beat you up. You're gonna have to go to protective custody and hang out with child molesters." And I'm like, "All right, well, I guess we're gonna fucking fight."
So you got into a bunch of fights.
Yep, dude. I got into like 5 or 6 fights in my 8 months that I was in county fighting my case, and that's what kicked my security level up to like you know, the highest level it could be, and that's why I got sent to a maximum security prison. So how fucked up is that? Like a guy who doesn't even. I shouldn't be in a cell with a guy doing 500 years who was a shot caller for the Hells Angels. Like, why am I, as nonviolent kid, you know, stepping over bodies in a maximum security prison? Because I had to fight when I was in jail. So they make it so you can't prevent it, you know? Yeah. Yep.
So what was it like finally getting transferred out of the county jail to the supermax?
No. It was just a max. It was just a maximum security. Two Rivers Correctional Facility. There's a medium and a maximum. It's like 2 different facilities on the same you know, piece of land. But you know, you're begging to go to prison after being in county for that long. You're just like wrapped up. You know, like whatever my fate's gonna be, let's go. So you know, they put you on. First of all, they send you to like a sorting facility, sorting prison.
You didn't go to the prison until you got sentenced, right?
That's right. You get sentenced. So we agreed. We took a plea deal finally. So the longer you wait, the longer you fight your case. If you've got a good case, right? Meaning it's not a slam dunk for the prosecution, the more willing they're going to be to make a good deal with you. So my lawyer would tell me, just hang on, buddy, because the longer you can wait, the more the prosecutor wants to get your case off the books, right? Because it's all about statistics. They want as much incarceration time as possible because it justifies, you know, budgets every year and all this stuff, and just keeping the apparatus going in their job.
And I'm sure you didn't have a public defender.
No, I had a good lawyer.
Yeah.
I had a very good lawyer. He was an obese, fat. We called him the Fat Man. We called him the Fat Man. Gorski. That's his real name. Shout out Gorski, one of the best defense lawyers in the Portland metropolitan area. And I hired him because I'm like, a guy with this much money to eat has got to be winning some cases. So he was like, the longer you stay in here, the more they're willing to play ball. So signed a plea deal for 36 months, money laundering, conspiracy. And then they ship you out of jail that night. They wake you up and say, roll up. And you put all your belongings in a sack, and they put you on a bus. They put you on the chain, and then they sent us to a prison, like a holding facility, where you wait, right, until they find a bed space for you in whatever prison you're going to go to, right? So I was there, and that's like being in like solitary confinement. They keep you locked up basically 24 hours a day in a little cell. So that was torturous too. And yeah, then the day they say, hey, you're going off to Two Rivers. Fuck, it's the last place I wanted to go to. It's such a rough prison. It's 8 hours from Portland, really nowhere, right? Eastern Oregon. And so they put us on a chain, right? We call it the Gray Goose. You're locked up. You got your ankles and your wrists are bound, and you're on the bus for 8 hours. They take you off, right? You step off the bus. You're chained up side by side, and you're like, wow, this is your new home. It's an out of body experience. You've never been through the prison system before. Nobody tells you what's going on either. So you're like, I'm just being brought through this gigantic bureaucracy, and I don't even know why half of the things are as they are. And so we're lined up. They get us off the bus, off the Grey Goose, in front of Two Rivers. We're lined up, chained up together, and this big Samoan dude, he's maybe like 3 or 4 men down from me on the chain. Fucking, as soon as they uncuff him, he turns and fucking punches this guy next to him and drops him. Like hard as fuck, just drops him. That dude ended up dying. Killed that dude. And the guy who punched him.
The punch?
Yes. And that guy was a Samoan guy. And he was a lifer. And so he was trying to prove his stripes right away. Yeah, and I was like, oh my, over some marijuana, over some fucking weed. And now 11 years later, my fucking, my mom smokes it, takes gummies to go to bed. Yeah. So that's, and there's been far worse stories of guys, getting locked up behind weed and drugs specifically.
Yeah. How many of the guys that you met that were in that prison were in that prison? It's like non-violent drugs.
I was pretty unique in that way because in that prison, that was mostly, violent criminals and a lot of sex offenders and a lot of people doing life. Most guys at my level of the drug game would have been in a federal prison or they would have been in a lower security prison. So I was pretty unique.
Oh, so you were a state prison?
I was in a state prison. Yeah. I didn't catch a fed charge. Yeah. I didn't catch a fed charge. The feds confiscated my money, so at the day I got arrested, they sent the DEA and Homeland Security down to investigate. And they originally did charge me with a federal crime, and they couldn't link. They didn't have any links to drug sources. They were like, this is, I guess they thought it wasn't worth their time, so they just seized the money and then gave the case back to the state. Yeah. Not a maximum security federal prison. Those are that's a niche. The lower security, and I have a lot of these guys on my podcast. We hear their stories, and it's like, it makes my time look pretty tame, considering. Yes, the low-level federal securities, like the camps, that's cake, right? That's where, they send the Wolf of Wall Street. He's playing tennis and shit. So I don't know. It depends where I would have got sent to. But no, those max federal prisons are as tough. Usually a lot more violent than an average state. People are doing so much time. There's people everywhere. Gangbangers, drug dealers, Chicago, New York, LA. It's wild. Go listen to my podcast. I got some stories coming up from these guys. Just like, this is some third world shit. You would hear stories about this. Like my friend who was on my show, Big Perk. He's got I'm familiar with him. He's got a great YouTube channel. He would be like, people get stabbed, and if the guy didn't die, if the guy who's doing the stabbing, if the guy who stabbed didn't die, they would just send him to do the perpetrator the hole for 30 days. Especially if you're just and then bring him back out. Sitting there dealing with so much that got going on. Yeah. So they would send the guy who got stabbed to the hole. My friend Matt,
I started switching stances one because I really
like. The guy was in China, dude.
Exactly. He went to the Big Perk podcast, and when he was doing the podcast, he explained to me that
also
he basically
dislocated my elbow really bad for like a week and a half to train and just landed on it, posted, dislocated it.
He even found people in prison, one old guy who went consciously,
so for like 6
walking
months,
in the yard with him every day, and just gave it. The guy ended up only getting like an extra year and a half on a sentence.
Yeah,
But Matt got like 5 years off his
just
sentence
constantly
for
being
basically
in
snitching on
position
this guy.
because
So he was telling Big Herc about like
especially if
casualty.
you're trying to be competitive, it's hard,
So
right?
anybody's
That's
going
why
to
that's what's so important.
And I guess Big Herc
He's always talking about keeping things
Right,
alive.
for
he
sure.
wanted to like he was like started sweating and he was about to like stop recording and like kick him out of the shower and everything.
Wow. Yeah, I would have. That's despicable.
Matt said it was too much uncomfortable compensation.
Oh yeah, I believe it, dude. That kind of shit is despicable. Like there's one thing. It's one thing to like give up info, and this is what a guy was explaining to me too. Like there's a difference between snitching and ratting. Snitching when you're in jail means like you're cooperating with authorities about something outside of the prison, right? Whether it's your case or whatever. And you might just get beat down. You know, you might just get beat down or exiled or whatever. That's kind of like nobody's business, you know? Right. But fucking ratting like that in prison where everybody's supposed to be like, we're like in this together, that's despicable. But a guy who's getting worried from you can't expect like that. You know, that's a gigantic lie. At least he doesn't lie. Right. At least he doesn't lie about the snitching. Right. You know what? That's fine with that. I guess that's we can get mad. You gotta get this guy. Does he live in LA? Oh, we'll get him. It's like an hour from me. You and him and me together, I could listen to that for a fucking hour. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you know, people do a lot of things to save their skin. But man, that guy's lucky he didn't get a fucking bone crusher. You know, he didn't get stabbed up. He is 5 foot. 5'5". Wow, he's a tiny little twin. Tiny little guy. And that's what he said. That's what pretty much what motivated him. Yeah, his stature. He had things like boxing and right. Every single thing.
It's not like that's I know it's called button smashing when you're playing a game. Like no, it's very systematic. And TJ, I think in that Hannibal fight was the greatest expression of what Dwayne
Short man syndrome.
Who is that honest about? Wow,
it's
crazy. He's gone as far. I mean, he's got just like how coordinated you are. That's like a big piece of strategy. And then he's looked into having just overwhelm you with information. That's like a strategy to run.
God,
Some
dude.
people choose like
Wow, dude. Just driven. What about some therapy? What about just being okay with yourself? You know? What's he do now?
That's true too. He has like a way good guard. He rolls with
He's
stuff
like
like the jump.
He's successful.
Oh, he's so successful. He's one of the most like the first podcast I did with him on here was when he was still in Africa. He had never done an interview
intellectually. He's doing that
saw
stuff.
Yeah.
some of the documentaries.
The strategy.
And he emailed me and he's like, hey, I was jump on motor truck and having a TV show. And I'm like, I don't think I'll be on my podcast and
His power
we'll
is
see if
fucking
anyone
crazy.
likes it.
Yeah,
That was like the jump off for the podcast.
Oh, no shit.
So I did that and within a week I had a
Wow.
So
I'll definitely. I might be able to get a TV show made. I'm not in LA, you know.
well, he's already now that he's like made all the success. Now he's got like production company that was possible.
That's the way to do it. Oh wow. Matthew Cox. Oh yeah. People have reached out to me telling me to get this guy on the show.
Oh man, I've been like, he's like taking that. Like ever since he did that first podcast, I've never seen anybody take an opportunity. So far.
Yeah.
Spokesperson. He's like the Ronald McDonald of home title line.
Oh really?
So like he is on all these internet, like these nationwide TV commercials, like doing all this stuff. People flying to like talk at conferences.
Right.
now,
So he's
like,
basically become like the Jordan Belfort.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Wolf of Wall Street. He talks about how you get away with it. Probably talks to law enforcement. Yeah. Guys go full. That's hilarious. Guys go full rat.
Guys go full rat. He looks like a rat, doesn't he?
Dude, he looks like a fucking rat. Oh my fucking god, he looks like a.
You couldn't
cheesy
trust him
rat.
as far as you could
No,
go.
no, dude, with that grin, with that fucking teeth, they're just shining out of his mouth.
Tom Kaidala has a fucking dedicated web page on the website for him.
Cox falsified documents to make it appear that he owned property and fraudulently obtained several mortgages on them for 5 to 6 times their house price.
Now we're trying to get like some serious leverage on stuff because
And this is between 5 and 25 years.
find these really good wrestlers that can get to the point where it's like it just gets murky and just like a little
Central
bitchy.
Florida.
I don't really want to like.
So he was forging documents.
Yes, lots of them. He would go and rent a house and somehow get his hands on like deeds,
Yeah,
paperwork.
yeah.
He would Photoshop it.
Unbelievable.
And then go to the bank and say, I forget exactly the fucking mechanics of it. He would somehow get a hold of that, those documents, Photoshop them, get a fucking loan on the house he was renting, and put like a family with kids.
Yeah.
This one family had like a special needs child, and he basically put them, like, stole their house by like forging the documents.
It's kind of genius though. Like
Really
I could
is.
just never. I don't know the first thing about any of that. It takes a certain kind of mind. I met a guy getting ready to go do bedtime. If he had a piece of perfect, and the guy, it wasn't like and it wasn't no like amateur shit either. Like he was printing millions of dollars, and the way he's describing like how he got his hands on a money printing machine, like from like some Chinese guy. It was just fascinating. So you get a lot of these guys in federal prison that are like geniuses, like masterminds. This guy probably didn't go to a prison where there was a whole lot of stabbing. Maybe
He was in a meeting.
he was in a medium. Okay, so if you go to a medium, shit kicks off every now and then, but like if you kind of keep to yourself, I don't know. If people found out he was ratting, did anybody know he was ratting in jail?
I think a couple people actually did find out, but he found a way to get leverage. Right. Like, hey, bro, I heard that this has been going around. I don't think you want everybody to know about this, dude.
Right.
He would use his dagger tongue.
Oh my god, I'm scared to have this guy on my podcast. Is he gonna dig shit up on
He's a
me?
very nice guy.
Wow, so we can talk about like the Lord. Did you
No,
found like
he
Jesus?
looks like a cult leader.
Absolutely, it looks like he gives it up to Jesus before every average.
No, not at all.
Thank God. Michael Franchese does that. Franchese, he's like, I give it up to Jesus Christ. And he's like the best. Absolutely crazy.
Anyways, his podcast is big, fucking nailed by it.
Oh wow, that's so funny, dude. Oh yeah. Big Herc was he was a lot of fun. But you talk. I mean, these federal prison stories, dude. Yeah, talking about as soon as you get there, you go get a shank. You get strapped up, and the guy who was making them was like. The guy who worked in the kitchen. You saw fights with literal knives, not shanks, butcher knives. You saw like riots kicking off where people were stabbing each other with knives. So it's like clearly, the guards are all in on it. Yeah, all kinds of shit. Definitely go listen to the story of her. But yeah, I mean, some of that happens.
How did you get sold up with the guy who was like the leader?
So I asked him about that, and he was like, probably it's because we're the opposite.
Oh, you got
I was like, why the fuck did we sell up together? And I was like, I don't gang bang, obviously. And he was like, probably because you're the opposite of me, right? They don't want to put two gangbangers in a cell together because that's just too much time for them to conspire. So, and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But Jimmy protected me. My cellmate Jimmy,
He's there for life.
he was in there for life. He ended up killing a guy. And he was on death row, and I think he beat his face. It was a self-defense thing. But if you kill somebody in your life, you kill somebody in prison, you usually say so. But he's the one that basically told the other gangs, the white gangs, because I refuse to kill. I was like, I'm not
decision.
I'm not a follower. You know what I mean? Like I'm me. I'm not going to join your gang. Or what? And then I got to go put in work for you and kill somebody, and then I end up doing life. So my logic was like, give me a strap, give me a burner, give me a shank, and if you feel froggish and you want to come at me, I would rather defend myself, you know, and stab one of you guys in self-defense, and at least maybe be able to beat the case, than me having to go put in work for you and then I never got it. That's crazy. So I refused to do that. So, but before they could put like a green light on me, Jimmy like intervened. He was like, "This is a good kid." Yeah, he was dude. I owe him my life. And he, yeah, you know, to this day, I mean, it's like, I think about him all the time.
Is he still alive?
He is. He's kind of lost his mind because he's been on death row for so long, for the last decade. Because he got sent to death row right after I got classed down to minimum. And yeah, and why did they send him down? Because that's when he killed him. Yeah, but it took almost a decade to like adjudicate that. And so, you know, because he doesn't have any money, he's paying public defender, you know, so it's in isolation for decades, away from everybody. So that, and you know, he was already in his 50s when that happened. So now he would be in his mid-60s. So, you know, he's deteriorating. And his mind is probably mush. Very sad.
They don't have a death row in California.
They do. They don't. The governor put like a stay of execution on anybody, on everybody that's on death row. Yeah. So it's still on the books. They have executed people before, but they don't really do it. California is kind of the same way. Like, as long as Newsom's in power, nobody will ever be executed. But they keep people on death row. So they keep you in death row conditions, even though you'll never be executed. Which is like torture. People that have been on death row for decades appeal the courts all the time to like let them be killed. Think about that. How fucked is that? And the courts are like, no. That's true too. That's true too. Right. So we have at least two. I went to the one in Stark, where I have a lawyer who represents some people who end up on death row. He represents really. He gets flown like private to fucking Colombia. Oh wow! He explained to me. Yeah, I'm on a plane. I get off. I go to the hotel. I wait in the lobby. Yeah. Wow. So he's getting paid a nice.
These things.
And I guess he believed this guy was innocent. But apparently this guy had like raped his truck driver with a raped his truck driver.
Yeah. It takes like a week or so to fall asleep in the morning.
So he was there across the street from the prison, starting from like 9 p.m. to like 1 a.m. And there was across the street so humid, dark, foggy, and cold. And there was one big group sectioned off of people who were protesting the death.
Right.
Because everybody knew he was making coffee.
Right.
And they were protesting somebody who was felon. So there was a whole group of people protesting the execution, and then 50 yards away is a whole other group of people who were the victims of people who had been raped, who had family members or fathers that killed, who knew some of the actual victims that were there.
Yeah.
They were there to like get their sort of justice. And we were going back and forth like interviews with people on both sides. Wow.
Yeah.
Because like the people that were there who had family members who were victims or knew the victim, you could understand why they were there. You could justify their pain and why they wanted to be there to see the guy die. But the people on the other side, the only reason they were there is because they knew people who were innocent who got exonerated on that row.
Right.
So they're like, we can't fucking prove this. There's no DNA evidence. Like, in the trial, it wasn't done right.
Yeah.
It was botched with the prosecutor.
Right.
So like, they both had a very good point.
Right.
Because I guess in this specific case, I think the guy's name, but there was not enough evidence to execute this guy. And no matter what you believe about fucking death penalty, I think the one thing that absolutely is true is you should not fucking kill people when you don't have all the solid DNA. Of course,
That's also
look at that.
who's got
And they denied it.
really
This
get away with anything.
Very
The
valid.
worst thing you can do is to just be hungover, rolling in.
This is an actual guy.
Oh, this is
This is the
So this is the guy, but the guy you're talking about, they ended up putting him to death.
The other thing is
I
like,
believe so. That night they didn't. They stayed in.
Stay of execution. The governor.
They had the guy fucking strapped to the lethal injection thing, right? The people were in the room in the fucking movie theater,
Right.
curtains open,
Watching,
watching. The last man is closed the curtains.
are you serious about
Wow.
this?
They gave him
Like,
like
what are you
another
doing?
couple
You're fucking 6 hours in the gym and you're eating pizza? That's crazy. I see people fuck up their weight cuts all the time just because after they cut weight, they want to eat.
Google the lawyer Bjorn Grunbaum represents serial killer, or not killer, put to death in Stark, Florida. Bjorn BJORNDRUNGA.
Which
one?
Yeah,
And then like 30 minutes before he executed all of the news stations.
They'll put you to death in Florida, man. Yeah, Florida and Texas, you do not want to fuck around. Utah too. They will fucking kill you, man. Yeah. It's if you think about the people on the right politically would look at a country like clearly their values are not aligned. I would say most American values are not aligned with those authoritarian communist dictators.
I guess that's like close to 4 months ago.
That's what they do, how they execute people. That's you're practicing the same
Do
thing.
stand up, have a couple drinks.
Like you're practicing, you claim you don't want communism or big government, but you're practicing the most big government thing when you let the state, the government, take somebody's life. Like that's kind of how I look at it. It's like I don't want to be like China. I don't want to be like Saudi Arabia. I don't want to be like these awful, savage places. So we constantly need to like be it's not enough to be like, well, China executes thousands of people a year. We can execute one or two innocent black guys in Texas a year. I'm like, what kind of standard is that you're holding yourself to, comparing yourself to China? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's gives you the chill.
It's gotta be so different.
Unless you were me in college.
Yeah.
Dealing with people who are
I think a big piece of me that drinking was fun
Yeah.
is because
Sometimes.
I would just do
Sometimes. Again,
really
it's
stupid
state to
crazy
state.
shit, and so would my friends, and then we just talk about it. the next
Oscar
day,
Ray
like,
Boland,
so
that's
stupid
him.
crazy, you know?
Convicted of murder in the slams of 3 women in Florida. So was he actually killed? When was this published?
Yeah, it's punishing yourself. Yeah, at this age, unfortunately.
So if you go to the bottom, it's probably upload.
Well, it's just becoming wiser too. You know, that's why like I when you see that John Jones thing, so I can trace all the police cam. Did you see that? Recently, I didn't know if it was old or
He's
He's still alive. Well, it doesn't say anything.
If you just Google Oscar Ray Boland, what comes up?
The appeals court denied the motion. Oh, so he hasn't even appealed this
Yeah, I don't know the details of it. Was he driving?
Yeah, that was all
Yeah.
happening. Wow. That's fascinating. Humans, I would like to talk to family members of victims whose, killers or alleged killers were executed. Like, should they feel better I think they do, actually.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of them, and it was sad talking to like
I hope he gets whatever that is. I hope that he's there. I hope so too.
He goes to every execution. I was like, what are you doing? Every time somebody dies for everyone's executed or they're late, he's like, I'm here to support the
because he was so wild. It was just a wild dude. And I just genuinely didn't give a fuck.
Dead. January 7th, 2016.
Oh, wow. And so skillful. And so smart. But eventually,
We're just going, they're just stereotyping the look.
He was in prison basically his whole life. He got locked up in 20. In 87, he got locked up in 87, bro. And he was,
that's how long it takes.
I forget which interview
That's how long it
recently, but
takes.
John was pretty honest in it. He was like, look, man, like,
That's
I don't
why.
want to fight.
That's why it's taken my boy Jimmy
He was like, I
so
want to
long
fight
to
guys
finally
with
to
seasoned
get his game.
champions that have names.
So
And I was like,
wild.
that could also
Yeah,
be
yeah.
interpreted
It's
as
important.
you don't really want to fight kind of the best guys that there
Not
are. You want to fight
Indiana's
a
a sketchy
certain
state.
category of fighter.
I've always said Indiana's one of the worst
You're
places.
comfortable fighting.
Because it's in the
that's
north,
where
the
the two
guys
predators
that
are.
Tough.
in Indiana.
They're
Yeah.
sitting there.
Oh wow, I
And
didn't
that's
know that.
okay.
For
But
shooting
that's
the guy who's
essentially
trying to rob him.
how I
No,
interpreted what he was saying in different words, which I appreciate.
He actually didn't go to prison for that. He got off.
Oh, he beat that. I thought he got the
He beat that for
charge.
self-defense.
Because I
No,
think
he
as
was
an
in prison for something else, like gun charges.
and I think he's saying he was no one. As
You can't push a bitch
opposed
out of a moving car in Indiana.
people ask
I mean, no, he did
questions
it. He did it.
all the
He did
time
it.
when casuals on the street. Is John Jones going to fight Tom Aspinall? It's constant. That's like the constant question.
That's a fuck state.
I love how
Real fight would have been
so
John Jones
listening
versus
to your
Francis.
podcast reminded me so much of some of the
If I,
guys
clearly,
talking about
I'm not
chickens.
Yeah. We get that. That's West Coast slang. We call it chicken tequila.
Chickens,
Yeah.
So it's when I was listening to it, I was like having flashbacks.
That guy's a star. Francis is the fucking scariest heavyweight of
Oh,
all
really?
time. Yeah, that's a star.
Yeah.
You know, like, that
Yeah,
guy
that comes
as
from the
heavyweight
West Coast.
champion
That
is
comes
so
from the 40s.
fucking
And,
marketable.
there's a lot of southern,
Yeah.
West Coast underground like crossover. So yeah, cooking a chicken is from the Bay Area. But why slang is from
Like
the Bay Area.
that's the
A lot of those
heavyweight
guys talk
champion.
about how they
And
have
for that guy to walk away from the belt
crack
and then almost beat Tyson Fury. And then
Yeah,
get
yeah,
knocked
that's a
out by
big.
Anthony Joshua,
Oh,
and
I
then
think it's
come
a
back
huge.
and
There's
destroy
no reason. I don't think there's no reason. I guess because they can't steal your shit. But why would you want to trust a woman? Anybody, doesn't have to be gender specific, but why would you want to trust a naked chick to hook up a kilo of coke, something that valuable, into crack? You would. No, you'd have a chemist, you'd have a special. I knew guys from the hood. That's what they did. Like Mexican guys, they specifically they wouldn't sell drugs, they wouldn't buy them. They would be paid on consignment, or they would be paid a fee to mix the drugs, to whip up to stretch a kilo of coke, right? They would know how to do that. They would know how to pick up crack. You know, you give it to a specialist. You wouldn't just give it to a naked chick. Yeah, it's crazy. God damn it! I know. So I just bust your fantasy. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I don't know who started that. I think that was like New Jack City, the movie back in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
You know, yeah. But yeah, I don't think much of that happens. I think it's much less glamorous. You know, there are it's crazy. There's people in the Bronx right now, Dominican, Puerto Rican women that are in like a room like this, and they're all sitting at a big table and they're just cutting up heroin, milking it, checking it, and they're getting paid. And it just becomes, they're just getting paid like a salary. They're just getting paid like $60 an hour. Just like people are trimming up buds somewhere. And it just becomes normal. Like these guys, these kids, these sicarios that are guarding El Mayo, you know, they're just sitting around like bullshitting like any group of friends with. They don't consider it what they're doing is criminal. They really don't. It gets like that. It gets so normal, especially in a culture like that, where you're like, this is the family business.
Speaking in terms of what I kind of see in other people, I think John Jones also has
Oh yeah,
They
they
have
had
like huge TikTok shows, like flash all the fucking drugs.
Now, how can you do that on TikTok? But I say tons once, and I get flat.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, doing a bit, like a comedy bit.
How can you do that? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Is that because it's in Mexico and like the laws are different, like the TikTok laws are?
Are they different?
I can't imagine. Well,
Well,
they're
TikTok
definitely
laws
different
might be
instead of in China, obviously, because they're the ones that own TikTok. They're pushing that on us.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's
So they have like rules for their kids.
Yeah.
Right? There's like an off time.
Yeah, there's a time, there's a limit to the amount you can use, and like what they show you in feed is like smart shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I can't imagine Mexico if they allow people to wave guns. I don't know. That's fucking crazy. And a lot of prisoners have TikTok.
In prison?
Yeah, some of the biggest TikTok accounts are prisoners. Talk about that. How do you smuggle a gigantic iPhone? You don't. Nobody's shoving that. I don't care how gay you are. You're not fitting that in your ass. You're not keystering an iPhone 14. You're getting that brought in from a guard. Let's talk about that. How do all these inmates have the latest technology? You know how much? This is the going rate for this. $1,500. Yeah, that's about what you got to pay a guard. It's like a going rate. It's like a market price.
How does the guard get paid?
By somebody on the outside. That's how drugs get sold. Let's talk about that. How do drugs get sold in prison? The same way cell phones get smuggled and purchased in prison. Somebody on the outside, one of your people will bring money to a guard right on his day off. Or if you're selling me drugs in prison and you're also a prisoner, my person on the outside will bring your person money, or they'll put it on your books, right? They'll put money, and when they see exactly, and when they see that, boom, now we're straight. Now we even see that's one of the ways it happens. Yeah,
If I was in prison, I would
yeah, there's that, but they made stupidly, right? They made cigarettes illegal, so you think that's it. But it made a huge market, made a huge fucking market for it. You know? Of course it did, right?
That's the
gangs
most
loved it.
obvious thing I want to do when I go to prison.
Yeah,
The first thing,
yeah.
I'll be outside working out and smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. Like old, like men, like
Yeah.
real men. Yeah, we're gonna fucking get jacked, but we're also gonna be damaging our lungs. Yeah.
So I always kind of like joked that if I am in prison, I would have podcasts. Because true crime is such a like philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, the biggest podcast in the world.
Yeah. And the inmates are hilarious. Hilarious.
And there's no shortage of content. You live in a content machine.
It's one of the funniest places. That's why, like, I'm trying to get this show made. I wrote a script with a pilot based around these guys in prison. Because it's so funny. There's so much funny shit that happens. That's why I started doing comedy. We got these talent show nights in a maximum security prison.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even have talent show.
Yeah, if you're well behaved, every now and then, like monthly, they had these like talent nights, and you go down and, dude, I've had some rough shows on the outside, but it's nothing compared to bombing in prison. Like, you had to get, if your talent, if you didn't hook the crowd in like the first 10 seconds, they'd start booing, they would throw oranges, fights would break out. Like, that's what taught me to like get to the punchline quickly. So if you watch my comedy, like, I'm at the joke immediately. Like, there's not a lot of big setup, and that comes from prison. That comes from doing comedy in prison. Yeah.
So when you first got out of, actually, let's come back to start.
Okay, yeah. So his uncle was Frank Lucas.
Some of those kids play. I was like, oh, this is.
David gets mad.
You didn't think it'd be very
Yeah, David Lucas, one of like the best up and coming.
You can just tell that that's like what they do with their entire lives. They kind of didn't choose that sport because I just.
I love when
He's an ingenious coach.
I love when he's
Yeah, and then the competitiveness of
Yeah.
the soccer over there, the football over there. Is so
His
much
schoolyard, like, brilliant.
Yeah.
Hilarious. It's all off the top of the dome. You know what I mean? Like, he's the real deal. He's the real deal.
That's a talent.
Yeah,
I feel like I don't know shit about comedy, but I feel like having comedy, like perfecting a bit, is completely a separate world.
Yeah. Totally. And it's art versus being natural. Yeah, we call it like back in the butt fun, right? And I'm not just saying that 'cause he's black. Like he reminds me a lot of the guys in prison, like how just naturally funny they would be at the table, certain dominoes or whatever. And people would just be snapping on motherfuckers, you know? And it was like hot potato. You didn't want to, if the hot potato came to you, you wanted to get it off of you as fast as you could, right? So you would just, as it was coming around the circle to me, like people just getting roasted, I would be like rapidly fucking coming up with insults for somebody else just to push it off of me, you know what I mean? So that was like training. That was training, and then during the talent show nights, that's when I would write jokes. And I didn't really know there were jokes at the time. It was just like I would observe things in the prison that were funny. Yeah. And I didn't realize these were comedy bits. I would just write them down, and I would get up there, and I would be like, "Have you guys fucking noticed this?" Right? So one of my first bits was about how, like, when a riot is about to break out in prison, you can tell because everybody will bring their boots. They're like work boots to the shower. Because if a riot kicks off on the yard, that means everybody in the prison has to start fighting. It doesn't matter if you don't have to be on the yard. People will break out the walls everywhere. In the day room, in the chow hall, in the showers. So you don't want to be caught fighting butt naked without the proper footwear. That's for real. That's the thing. So you will see motherfuckers butt ass naked, we'd be showering off naked, but with our boots on still. And so my first punchline was, it looks like we're all about to do black porn. Right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that got like a huge okay. So that's kind of how I got into it. I would just be like roasting like the Mexican gangs. I'm like, Ernesto's been locked up for 5 years, but his baby mama's 5 months pregnant. How the fuck did that happen? You better talk to your cousin, Ernesto. You know, shit like that. Yeah. But David Lucas reminds me a lot of that. Just incredibly, like, that level of funny just comes from not getting. And I don't have that. Like, I'm not that quick. But it's just like it's a brand.
Yeah, he has that thing about him. He's like, he's not fun. He's not trying that hard.
No.
Some people try very hard, and they're still very good, and they're not. But he doesn't seem like he doesn't have to put it on.
And that's when you go from being a good comic to great.
We still got all especially today.
Oh, of course. Dude, never. I wish I would have comic.
That's the thing I feel like sometimes doesn't. I feel like a lot of people who are just naturally good at shit, talented, David, a lot of them, they can't figure out the discipline and the relentless work it takes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's why these guys I would watch wrestling dream of us going to Hollywood. It takes too much discipline. That's why most comedians aren't ready for this new age. They don't have like all the shit I do. I'm like talking about brand deals, and then
You have like 11 podcasts.
and I'm going over talking about like, oh, do this on the thumbnail. So I'm being a graphic designer, and I'm talking about titling it. I'm a marketing team, and then you know what I mean. And then also I'm over here like trying to write about my breakup. You know, so it's like you have to wear so many hats now. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah, and then I'm fucking talking to hitmen in Mexico. So you just like you have to be so dynamic now. It's unfair. Like, you can't expect people to be able to wear that. So that's why it's like I wanna train this. I wanna train this YouTube shit. It's gonna transition into comedy. I know it but it just takes a lot of time. You gotta break out somehow. So let me tell my story. Let me get hot this way, and I'll bring people in.
So what was like the spark that was like I want to put all this stuff on YouTube, these like serialized podcast episodes out there. How did that all happen?
Oh, best
Desperation? Nothing.
Desperation?
No, it was like he was like, I want to tell this story.
Because
it was the book. It was the book. The book I was like, yeah. The book is. I thought you were going to
What's the book
called?
called?
Days of the Trap. Days of the Trap. Yeah, you should go check it out. But I was like, there's so much more to this. Like it was literally thinking like a businessman, like a drug. I looked at the market and I was like, this is being understood. Like there's people that are with crime and drug and prison shows, but they're not.
Oh, I love the fucking title.
Yeah.
I love the cover of it.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
Simple.
Yeah, that's it right there. And I think it's only available on Kindle right now. We're reprinting it. We took the rights back from the publishing company, and now we're going to relaunch it. So you might only be able to buy it on Kindle. So that'll be relaunching it with an audio book. But basically, I looked at YouTube and the algorithm, and like I was saying, it's either one or the other. It's either dorks from the BBC that are like interviewing cartel members. They're like, what would you do? Like, guy from the Sinaloa cartel.
And that's what people have to realize when it's so easy when, like, especially in this country, all tech is primarily left. And they have a very strong
What the fuck did you get this guy? You didn't ask me that on camera? You didn't make me answer that? What do you think? So it's like that shit, and then it was, you know, like, for lack of a better word, like hood dudes, ghetto dudes that are super entertaining. They have a terrible, they're filming it on iPhone. So it was just a market piece. I'm like, nobody's doing this. Let me try to do this. I think I can do it. I think it can work. So so far it's been working out. But that was really it. Like, it was just opportunity. You know what I mean?
Have you seen some of the old like documentary I think that a lot of people talked about
oh yes. Yeah.
How basically it's all like whole like drug scene
Yes.
ways of being hard to destroy your ego
Yeah.
and yourself. Be
Yeah.
like this
Yeah. Vice was really good.
And then start to identify with the watcher.
Yeah, they're a little watered down now.
You think that you really
it's
are.
completely
And once you spend enough time doing it,
sold it.
realizing that everyone else has that watcher inside them, then maybe they don't realize it yet, but they're still really connected to their egos that are really just a bunch of ideas that were
I knew because of the nature of the material that it was clickbaity. I was like, we're going to get some eyeballs. But no, I didn't expect it to pop this quick. Trust me. I told my producer, the guy who films it, sets it up, he's now involved in creative decisions, the guy who does all the editing, my right-hand man, I told him, let's just give this a year. Just give me a year. I'm going to underpay you for how much work you're going to do. Just give it to me and then we'll reevaluate. 3 episodes later, we had like 200,000 subscribers. I mean, it was, yeah. 4 months ago, I was working on the rest of it. You have like short videos on YouTube that have like 100 million views. Oh yeah. There's one of them. I think the first one I saw, because you tell how to like evade you. Yeah. Talking about getting pulled over. Yeah. So we have a lot of those. And it pops, it ebbs and flows, right? Like, you know how the numbers are. But I'm just focused on like growing the show, taking it to the next level that nobody's doing. I don't want to be the answer board game. Like, once you spend time disconnecting, no one to travel to all these different places. Yeah, exactly. But make it entertaining, make it a little funny, and make it fucking different.
Yeah.
Like nobody's talking about the shit that we always talking about. Like people are just like drug rappers. Cartel is stronger than ever. Well, what is the cartel? The cartel's coming to your city. No, the fuck they're not. Like nobody's really covering this. So that's kind of I really want to like dig.
You're wasting it. You're wasting life, and you're wasting your potential. Because you're thinking only in terms of negative. Negative is never constructive. You don't have to. You don't have to think like that to be successful or to be competitive.
He's like, I'll fly down that bar. I know exactly where his face is. I'll walk up to his phone.
That's a great Roger Reeves. So the Ochoas apparently were, they say, according to Cocaine, what do they call it? Cocaine Cowboys, that documentary. That guy, Billy Corbin, Florida boy. Oh, yeah, that's right. He was saying the Ochoas were really the number one guys. You know, and Pablo was kind of like Chapo. Maybe not a glorified manager, but kind of he wasn't like the main guy. The main guy was the Ochoa, old man Ochoa.
You would think that, right? Because they fucking got Pablo and killed him.
Yeah.
And they fucking traded him like he was fucking
Like a deer.
like a deer. Yeah, exactly. So you would think that he had to have been part of some PR thing, just like Ochoa.
Yeah. So they said old man Ochoa, just like Elmayo Zambada, never did a day in prison. That old school patriarch, he's a horse breeder, he's part of the oligarch, the oligarchy kind of circle in Colombia. But they say he was the biggest out of the whole Medellin Federation. So yeah, his son George Ochoa. I guess he's living his life.
Yeah, he said, Robin said that he breeds horses.
Yeah, well, they all, exactly. That was legitimate. Yeah, they've always been always. Well, I might have to take a trip to Roger down to his Cessna Airport. Yeah, that'd be sick.
Have control over when I was
And
first
now
out.
he's not
I think it's
sent
Angela Simmers, who's actually in the UFC now, but it was pretty much just like shit that the choke. I got signed to the UFC.
Yeah.
Choked and lost.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I was
And I don't want to be like
and based off of
I
whatever
don't necessarily want to be a journalist. You know, I want to incorporate like politics, culture, and all of these different elements of wherever I'm documenting. Like I want to bring something, like the way the Board Game show really became about the culture and politics of the country itself, not really about food. Like that's kind of where I'd like to take the show. Like I don't want to be a journalist. I want to be a drug dealer, former drug dealer who is just kind of like living out his fantasy, like getting to interview like members of the fucking Sinaloa cartel. I'm like, this is so serendipitous. Like I used to buy drugs from this place, and now here we are, a generation later. I'm talking to him.
How much of your work is how much time do you
just a decision, dude. It wasn't even like, no, it was just like,
I'm a stand-up comedian at the end of the day.
So that's your number one.
Yeah, of course. And I still do probably 5 or 6 shows a week when I'm in Los Angeles. Yeah, and then I'm still on the road every now and then, So we're trying to sell tickets. We're going to make a big push going through do all that kind of stuff. But this is the first step to like really like get out of people.
You were one of the first people I actually
Yes, that was my first viral video. Dude, we have a video of us showing that to, this is just me talking about it. We have a video of us in a trap house showing that video to cartel members. Really? Yes, and then just laughing their fucking ass off. They're like, show us some of your YouTube videos. And we're all sitting around smoking.
No, find the one where the guy actually attacked.
Yeah. What's that? No, that's comedian described being attacked.
Go back.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like a really benevolent leader that really is an actual real guru, and it makes sense, and no one's fucking everybody. He's gonna say, that's well, it's not a leader. The leader gets to fuck everybody. The leader gets to fuck everybody and what's wrong. But if that could be avoided, but it would just make things easier. But you're better off without a real belief system and sort of entertaining a lot of belief systems.
Oh my God!
This idea so I've been trying to write a comic book for the last couple of years.
How long ago was that? That was right. That was around the same time that Will Smith. The Will Smith Chris Rock happened. Yes, it was like the end of February or early March. Exactly.
Chappelle.
Happened to Chappelle. Exactly. And dude, that's been happening to comedians, non-famous comedians, forever. By the way.
Oh, has it really?
People hate when they fuck up and you make a fool of them. Like I was shredding them. Like they were. I had the crowd like doubled over. It was a black show too, so they were slapping the table. We were like, that guy's been fucked fucked in every hole. Exactly, yeah. And I called the guy a snitch finally.
Oh,
And
shit.
in perfect snitch mode, he rushed the stage. So, but after we go off camera right there, you don't see it, but I had the crowd so on my side. I took the guy by the nape of his neck. He's like 5'7", and I'm 6'6".
Yeah.
So I just like WWE like power slammed through a fucking table. And these dude, a couple of these fucking audience members were actually run over. So they wrestling on the ground, trying to like punch him and shit. Pull the video of his head. These guys run over and
No.
shit out of him.
Oh my god.
Dude, yes, dude, it was wild. So that happened, and then literally, and then a week or two later, the Will Smith shot happened. And that was on my Kim Kardashian section. I'm like, send me that fucking video, dude. And I posted it, and within a month it had 3, 4, 5 million views. Now it's like over 10. This is the full one. If you find the short kind of sums it up.
You can see if you hover over the timeline, Austin, it'll show you where like. So go like a minute before that. Like right there.
I'm not gonna do anything with the comic book, so it's really fun. Like to know that I just had fun doing it. Like you don't plan on publishing? Maybe, but I think honestly.
Oh yeah, the guy's bragging about how he got into the show on a roof.
Where was it? This is outside?
This was like an outdoor on a patio in Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to meet him at the company.
So I had 2 hecklers. One of them left.
Pretty recently. Yeah, he's really cool. Pretty much it takes place where this guy goes to the Garden of Eden that's being protected by these tribes people. And inside of the Garden of Eden are these trees called kalis, where when you eat the fruit of them or you eat the crystals of them, you get teleported to a place where the
You got
sixth
caught?
lives. And the sixth is like the God of our universe. The world takes place in densities, which are pretty much genres. So there's 7 of them. The first density.
I was so high off an edible, I should have just dropped it right there. But I was so high too. That's what you don't know about that. So I was like, it is surreal. I was like, is he really coming up here?
Doing the venue? What
Yeah.
is he doing the parking lot?
Yeah, exactly. No, it was like a hookah lounge. Or something.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. So, and dude, if you go read the comments, everybody's like, that guy definitely snitched.
This like psychedelic
Yeah. If you got that mad when you called him a snitch, that was what, like the fucking run all the holes. That didn't piss him off.
Calling him a snitch. That was just trigger work, you know? Yeah. So I chopped that up into like multiple different clips. But yeah, so that was like the first like that made my channel pop, my personal channel. And then that one, the short original one is like over 10 million.
That's 3 million on this one.
Yeah, just on that for long video. And then there's another one with like 6 million. It's got like a B-side. So yeah, so I still get paid off of this. So I want to thank this guy who's watching. You got me paid, motherfucker. Yeah. So yeah, dude. But then the Connect just hit. Those shorts just hit. And I was talking about getting pulled over with a bunch of blood in the trunk and like the different throw-off methods that we would use. Can I talk about some of those? Yeah. So a big thing we did, we took so many trips up I-5, man, with that trunk loaded. By the end, I would have somebody go pick up the product for me, right? I would have a spotter car, right? But for forever, we just went up that we just threw it in the trunk and fucking crossed our finger, right? So, but sometimes we would put like police or military stickers on the back of our cars, you know, because cops love the military, right? Just kind of the same thing, so law enforcement. So that would be like a throw off. One time I got pulled over by a cop, and I told him I was on my way from Portland to the list, and he fucking saluted me. He was like, "Just be safe, just easy." Like that's the way I got out of it. And where you going, buddy? Meanwhile, I get 20 pounds in the trunk. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I pulled out once. I had different little tips for getting pulled over. Like, I would immediately cop to, like, if I got pulled over, I learned to immediately, like, confess to the fact that I was speeding or like a turn. Because then you put the officer at ease immediately. Like this guy, I clearly like I was going down like the side of a mountain. Like, it's really like rural. So I'm just speeding down this like stretch of highway, just straight down. You can't not speed, right? And it was a speed trap, so I got pulled over going like 15 over the speed limit. And I immediately was like, dude, I know I hit that way too fast. I'm sorry. So immediately, like you cop to like the smaller infraction. So it puts the cop at ease, and he's like, "Well, this is just a big guy. This is a citizen, you know." And so just immediately drops his any kind of suspicion of that, you know. Yeah. So I clipped that, threw it up there, and people seem to take it.
Dude, when I was back in like the mid 2000s, I used to make a lot of East Coast trips, like surfing, like traveling from here to like South Florida, and I would go across Alligator Valley. And there was probably 3 different times where I just randomly got pulled over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Really?
Not smuggling drugs, nothing like that. But there was a time when they would just pick off random cars.
Yeah.
Like a huge percentage of them and just search them for some reason.
And you let him search?
Like, yeah, I was like 17.
Of course. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you don't know you have rights.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
Why
never,
would
they
they
never got
you
any
were?
planted on it.
Yeah, I don't think cops really have a reason to plant right? I mean, they of course huge scandals, the Rampart scandal, literally working for the gangs that would hire like gang affiliated people to work on the police force and then plant shit. Enemies and shit. Yeah, the Rampart scandal is wild, but yeah, cops nowadays usually aren't going to plant shit on them for 17-year-old kid. Right? It's crazy to think that it's search your car. Were you smoking weed? No. Did you look like a pothead? Maybe surfers? You probably looked like a pothead. You were a surfer kid.
Yeah.
For sure.
A little parallel universe where we are.
Yeah. Dude, speaking of surfers, there is this, you gotta look up this drug test. They need to make a movie about this. There were, when I was in college, you heard about these college kids, these frat guys that went to like San Diego State, and they were surfing. So what they would do, and they're also coke dealers. So what they would do is they would drive down to Mexico to re-up. They would pick up, like, I'm talking real weight, like significant multi-kilo re-ups. Yeah. And they would build them. They would have like the cartel guys or somebody down on the Mexico side, like open up the surfboard, hollow the surfboards out, and stuff the kilos into the surfboards, and then they would put them on the top of their Winnebagos or whatever, and they would come in through customs, and they'd be like, yeah, we're just down there surfing. Yeah, fucking shredding down here in Sonata, man. And bro, they were fucking getting away with it. They're making millions of dollars.
Roof of their car,
plain sight. Yeah. So that was, and they were making millions of dollars as like high school juniors. In their frat. Yeah, no shit. So I always like found that so crazy that like, these white boys, probably from like rich families, would take risks like that. That's cowboy shit. We never had sympathy for like guys like that. They didn't really need to sell drugs. I mean, I didn't need to either. They just did it. They were so crazy with it. It's like,
Yeah, that's a funny thing too about like some of the biggest narcos. Their kids don't know that, right? They like move to the
It depends. Or they take it over. Like Mayo's kids, his sons are going to take the business. Are they really? Oh yeah, definitely.
Luis was telling me that his kids are like big on Instagram.
Well, they may be, but they're also
like freely walking around the U.S.
Well, those are the guys. One of them is the guy who got caught on shopping. He's not going to go back. Although there's reports, again, I'm telling all these business, but there's reports that he actually sneaks back to Mexico and visits his father. But yes, those 2 kids are out of the game, or maybe one of them was never in the game. But there's 2, the guy's got like 7 or 8 kids. So 2 of his sons in Mexico still are definitely in it. Happens. That's how it happens with the Calabrian mob, the Ndrangheta in Calabria, Italy. It's all lineage. It's all passed down. That's how it happens. That's how they monopolize trade is that you can't just join it like you can in the U.S. There's no free market. It's all passed down through lineage. So I think a huge part of the game is passing on legit. But in the U.S., that their kids go legit. That's the American dream. Like that's the reason that the mob in New York has to go to the other side. They have to go to Sicily now to recruit their members because their kids generally, for the most part, are like going into the legitimate world. And I think they want to. So it's much less of a cultural thing. It's more just like starts out in the U.S. is just a way to survive, and hopefully your kids become legit. That's what's cool. That's what I always loved about the criminal's dream was being able to go straight.
Yes.
Like that's what I say on my podcast. The criminal's dream is to no longer be a criminal. So that's I was living proof of that. Like I was gonna get out of the game and have millions and just funnel it into legit businesses. It would have set me up for the rest of my life if I could have pulled it off. I just didn't get out in time. I got too rude.
That's what we just feel each other's feelings. Yeah, or that would be good, maybe. Yeah, that would be good if it's like.
Yeah.
He talks about he bought all of his friends' fucking houses.
And it was just. I cannot wait to ask him about that. I'll ask him on the Patreon episode where's money, how much money he's got to still have.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, what's buying other people's gifts, technically, you don't own them anymore.
Yeah, but how much money he got away with? Yeah, how much money he still has access to? Yeah, right. Well, he's so connected. He'll probably get back in the game. But yeah, I mean, he made hundreds of millions. And this is back in the 70s, right? But was he active after the 70s? Yeah, he was. I think he was active. Yeah, he fell and he originally got arrested.
When did Barry Seal get killed?
Early 80s.
Early 80s?
Well, we could probably look that up.
Yeah, find out when Barry Seal got last.
It might have been the late 80s.
I think Roger.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that would have been the 80s. So he was in prison the whole time from, Roger was in prison from the 80s to 2016. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, so he died in 86.
Yeah. So Roger was locked up.
Roger was already locked up. He got locked up, yeah, I think 82. Does Roger Reeves have a case?
No, so it's a funny thing too, talking about like the lineage of some of these drug dealers. Have you ever seen Pablo's son?
Yes. He's fat like Pablo.
Super fat, super ghetto.
Oh, interesting. I thought he was a dork. Maybe he had multiple sons. Because one of them was a nerd. They moved to Argentina, right? After Pablo got killed, the family relocated to Argentina. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's not safe for them. Everybody from the dead. Yeah. But look at him. Look at old Roger. He's on a podcast right there.
Super intelligence gets achieved, and then you're attaching that to quantum computing. Right, quantum computing right now is only able to just like do integers.
That Seal paid millions in bribes.
Yes. Oh, I know. Wait to ask him about that. I'm scared for Roger. I'm scared when he's open with this information. It makes me worried for him.
You know, he talks about it. He doesn't like, he's like,
yeah.
Well, if you scale that up,
Right. That's what makes me believe it. It's very matter of fact.
you keep going,
You know what
you get a
I
god.
mean?
I mean,
Millions of lives.
quantum imagine too. I mean, that was
Is
like
that
real
in
sci-fi
order
with the idea like
to let
quantum
them use meaning, right?
particles.
So, like
he was in the airport, right?
So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they'll be
he was
able
so
to
Barry would have
communicate
dinner
with
with
other
things
dimensions.
like
That's how we're able to communicate with other dimensions.
yeah.
So the Clintons, if we're to believe that would mean that the Clintons would then take millions of dollars, but then who would they? I'm fascinated. How would corruption at that level work? They would then tell the people that worked at Nina, like, hey, some planes don't you touch these guys?
I guess because Barry said that
This is why quantum computing is so powerful. Because Mark Andreessen said this is fucking crazy to whatever, that quantum computing, you can solve an equation that if you converted the entire universe, like every molecule, every atom of the universe into a supercomputer, it would take so long for the universe as a supercomputer solve this this problem.
drives
That
and
the
probably
universe
paying
would
off
die of heat death before it solved it.
whoever
And
is
quantum
running,
computing can solve
whoever's
it.
in charge of
Yeah,
like
I've seen that. That's
make
true.
decisions for
The
the
fuck is
military
that?
department.
Essentially, what
Right?
we would
Yep.
be
Like
doing.
that was kind of
Yes,
I bet you
yeah.
when they
I
were
mean,
I
trying
don't
to
know.
invent
I
electricity,
don't know.
they
The
didn't
Clintons
know
can't
that
just
it
take
would
money
be this.
and then
Because
call
we're in the
down.
middle.
Bill Clinton's not
Except
going to call
like
the airport
times
meeting.
a thousand.
Right.
Where it's
Hey,
like,
we got some.
because I always think of like,
Right. Something
we
new.
got, we're only
No,
looking
I
through
guess
the
there
lens
was
of the
some
future
sort of
through all of
protection
the
that was
inventions that we have now.
Right.
If we invented
People
something
And
that
that's
was
for
like
yeah. So everybody's getting paid out.
Everybody.
Yeah. Everybody's getting paid out.
You know who's like the foremost
like if
authority
you can
on
change
this
things that
whole
once in a while,
fucking topic who actually wrote a
maybe
book
I
on
can
it?
turn this thing into the hardest steel metal
Yes.
in the entire
Bald dude in the UK. He
And
wrote
that
he
just
wrote like a
completely changes
series
the
of books
board
all
game that we're
about
even
this
playing.
time.
Right? We're not
Wow.
even playing the same
And
board
all
game.
about the Clinton.
So
It's
it's
called
like,
like yeah. The
anytime
title of the
anyone
book
says
is like
possible, I'm like,
find out the name
sure,
of his. Okay,
if we just
That's
change
not
the board
beyond
game,
he wrote a ton of
it can get
books.
pretty crazy. You can't
Click
say
on like the
what's
list of his
possible, 'cause
books.
everything that we have
It's
today
called
is
like The
impossible
Boys
200
on the
years ago.
Tracks.
Yeah, you're a sorcerer
like
if you go
that.
back to the 1400s and show them an iPhone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of his
just
first
none
books.
of it makes
There
any
it is,
sense.
with
The
the
fact that you
Clinton,
could FaceTime someone in New Zealand
right
right now,
Clinton
that's
Bush and
bananas. All that stuff
CIA.
is fucking completely insane.
But
And
there's
it's
yeah,
real,
so
and
he
it's
has
happening right
multiple
now.
books on the
And the
Clintons
other thing
and
about
Bushes,
AI
basically
being, if
all
artificial
of
super
the quote
intelligence
unquote suicides
creates
the
something
Clintons have
that
been
we
involved
can't
in.
Right.
even
The first ones
imagine.
were
Like, we're just
boys
dealing
that
with
were
this
tied up to
Just
the
some
railroad
railroad
tracks.
tracks.
Yep.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Suicide.
Right. And they were the guys who stumbled on. They were just playing in the woods. You
Yep.
know,
It's gonna have
and they, I
solutions
think
to
they
things
stumbled
that we can't
upon like one of the
comprehend.
planes
Yep.
being unloaded. Yeah, that's interesting.
So okay, that was in it. We're gonna look at from it's like blah 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 something from the boys on the track to Jeffrey Epstein. He ties everything from the beginning, from the boys on the track, all the way to Jeffrey Epstein. Everything about wow, this dude.
One of the things that he
So
said
it's
is
pretty
there's no
investigative.
controls.
Super investigative.
There's no control.
Wow.
They
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah.
what
God
is
damn it.
happening
That's
between
so
these beings
fucking crazy.
and this craft that
Yeah,
they power,
they've
but
been
they're
dirty since
probably
the beginning.
completely
I
connected
just
to
saw
us.
an ad on YouTube
What you're
yesterday.
seeing
Have you ever
with
seen
those
ads for
little
that
rays is
thing called
probably
Master
us in the
Class?
future.
Yes, of
Probably
course.
what
Yeah.
every
They got one with fucking
primate
Bill Clinton.
eventually
Yes,
becomes
right.
once it
To
integrates
teach
with
about
technology.
politics.
It would be
I'm
really
like,
cool.
Who better to teach about
Like you said,
politics?
what
That's really what politics
or,
are.
like, to
Yeah,
me, the
politics
science
are
shit is
corrupt
all
and
cool and
dirty
stuff, but
and
I also
murderous
like the idea of,
sometimes.
like,
I want to buy that
entertaining
master
myself.
class.
Yeah,
Fucking
no
real fucking
shit,
ill
dude.
shit.
No
It would be
shit.
super cool if it
Look
was
at
something
this
where it's
shit,
like, hey,
bro.
On
once we
leadership.
reach this certain
On
technological
leadership,
advancement,
By
of
the way-
all things.
by the way,
spiritual,
do they really need
religious
money?
side
Play
to
Do
this
they
it,
need
where
more
we
money?
also make
Like,
decisions
why are they
to-
doing this?
that would be
This is
cool
insane.
to have a belief.
Start by saying,
Well,
this is what I
you
have.
know, if
$1
artificial
million bucks a week.
$1
$1 million bucks landed.
systems get thrown into the wood chipper, we're not gonna know what the fuck is what. Unless it tells us. Yeah, I mean, but I have a feeling that a lot of these stories, like these ancient religious stories, they're based on truth. It's just truth that was a spoken word.
Oh my god, look at this. All the bushes.
They were illiterate and that they had these tales that were then told for 1,000 years before anybody wrote them down. They're writing them down in these ancient languages that even when you take those ancient languages and try to translate to like modern English, a lot is lost in the translation. I think there's something to read. There's something they're trying. They're not telling stories for no reason. I think they're telling these stories because they're trying to document something. I just don't think we get a full picture of it. But there's so much truth in those stories. There's so many lessons in those stories that are
Jeffrey Epstein on Fuck Island.
that resonate today. I think
You
it'd be
ever
foolish to
banged
dismiss
a, you ever banged a woman with a cigar?
I mean, Carl Jung harps on that.
You ever fucked with a cigar? It's not technically cheap.
Do you know
And
Joseph
you don't have to
Campbell?
wash your dick.
I know Joseph Campbell. Oh, it's amazing. I got super into Joseph Campbell around that time when I was kind of, you know, doing the whole figuring myself out part after losing. But I mean,
This
the
is
idea that
psychotic.
there's pretty much a blueprint to all of the stories that
That's
are across civilization. It's crazy. It's like the pyramids being everywhere. Like
how
it's just
fucking wild
I mean, how much could he even making? Like they're worth hundreds of millions already. Like, what do they need? They're just real, like, it's just real,
I think it just goes underneath the rug because we're just
What kind of
used to
people?
all the
Like, think
stories
about it.
being like
Think about it. Could you put yourself in the shoes of somebody who was gonna be fucking sold on this?
oh yeah, MSNBC and the people that work in for the major news outlets. They're like, yeah, what an American. What did he do for America? He raised the minimum wage by $1 by the time he's out of office. Sure, he wrote the super federal bill. Sure, he took millions of dollars for bribes for cocaine. You know, sure, he locked up more black people than like all Republicans combined. You know that, by the way? It wasn't Reagan. Reagan's blamed in the mass media for like the war on drugs and all these like policies that targeted like black crack dealers and shit. He didn't give a fuck originally. He was like he had that old school racism where like the animals, whatever. He didn't care what was going on. Whatever. Like he didn't give a shit at all. Yeah. It wasn't until he was kind of like forced by like pressure, public pressure to come in and like start getting tough on crime and shit like that. It wasn't until the Clintons that the prison population started exploding, and Biden was involved in all that shit too. Yeah, exploded. Yeah. Yeah. They're coming after. They're coming after. If you're selling drugs to my mother, you do not deserve to be walking around. Why is your fucking mother buying crack? Your mother's buying crack cocaine? Wow. Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
I feel like we're living in the twilight zone.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's like it feels like society. When you watch the Bushes now, who probably also have an Instagram. When you watch George W. Bush, who killed more people like than all of like cartel members combined in all of history, like you see him giving a master class and everybody being like, isn't that like politely clapping? You're just like, this is some 1984 Big Brother type shit. How quickly we forget, Yeah. Like we're applauding Dick Cheney for coming out against Trump. We're applauding this guy for doing the right thing. Who's literally the biggest war criminal, like since Slobodan Milosevic, you name it, the Khmer Rouge, fucking any kind of dictator, millions of people dead. ISIS, all that shit, all goes back to those guys conscientiously coming up with that propaganda.
It's crazy too how more and more of these things that we always thought were like conspiracy cover-ups are like being declassified.
Yeah. It all comes out. It all comes out. But
shit,
it's
like when you see, I don't know if to see shit be declassified, like Operation Northwoods.
Oh, tell me about that. That was
Operation Northwoods was under Kennedy, the head of the CIA, Alan Dulles. They had a plan to, in order to justify invading Cuba, they were going to fly empty airline and blow it up.
That's right. Yep.
That was their plan to invade Cuba.
Sounds like something that happened under the Bushes, right?
Yeah.
So this is not like anything new. This is something that's, these are CIA deep state tactics that have grown and evolved and been passed down since World War II, since the beginning of what became the CIA. Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes out, but it's always after they're dead. It's always so nobody has to take responsibility. Right. So we'll know who killed Kennedy maybe in our lifetimes, right? It's also something about that. Well, but did Biden push it back? Biden didn't try it. I think Biden gave an order to not let that come out.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
I didn't know
that might be a Google. Google it,
Here's
Jerry.
my thing. What the fuck?
You can't control your unconscious. You just have to watch what's
Right.
there.
What would you do?
Okay, there was a CIA plot. Yeah, the CIA
Now I get
plot.
to be
The guy
like
was
you. It was like a really cool thing that just like
Patsy.
Yeah.
and I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
What
shit,
would
that's
change in
Who
America?
would really? I mean, think of how many people would fucking pay attention.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't be like, okay, whatever. We all have
where it's good.
I think what would change is that we certainly wouldn't
after
be
this,
Biden official
like trying to
sued
find
for
yourself.
labor.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why. Like they
gonna
didn't
fight this guy.
really talk about why they were Why
4
they
weeks
do
notice for an LFA. And
But it's
taking into account
absolutely a fucking conspiracy cover up by the government.
still, I
Yeah,
think
to
it's
pay
going pretty
attention.
well. But
Yep.
literally every
Yep.
YouTube video.
So I don't know what would change. That's a great question. I think enough people would notice. I mean, people already think so.
And I was like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Thanks to the power of the
I
internet.
just lost
But if it came out that the government whacked Kennedy, I think it would hurt Democrats more. It would hurt Republicans too, but it would hurt Democrats more because right now most of the mainstream media is an arm, is a mouthpiece of the corporate Democratic Party. That's what I think. So yeah, so I think it would change. I think it would sway voting. But still, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no good candidates on either side. So I don't know how it would change like the future of America. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you could get a guy like Bernie Sanders, right? Whether you agree with all of his policies or not, he's a guy that wanted to change the status quo. So maybe a guy like that could get it because enough people, there would be enough pressure to get like a third party candidate. Yeah, they may be something like that.
Have you seen the video of Trump being asked about Rabbi?
No.
And he's like, well, there's a lot we don't know about 9/11.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that we don't know about 9/11. We don't have the full story.
He's just keeping it real, dude. He's saying what we're all thinking and talking about on podcasts. So he's back. This is the phrase that he's saying that. If this were the 60s, he probably would have been assassinated. They probably would have tried to hit him. This was the 60s. They don't do that anymore. But what he's saying what Kennedy essentially said, like after he made the switch, like in 63, early 63, late 62, he made that speech where he was like, we're not going to pursue this Cold War thing against the Russians. We're going a different way. We're taking society to a peaceful route. We're not going to prop up a military industrial complex. Like, he made that switch, and that's what got him killed. And amongst other things with like the mafia and his brother, investigating cases on the mob and got him elected. All that shit fueled it. But it was really when he said, "Hey, we're going to take society in a different direction." That's what got him killed. So Trump was kind of saying it. Yeah. And that's why they came after him with Russia.
So any thought can be distracting.
I don't know.
Have you thought about that at all?
I haven't. I don't have the bandwidth. I can't even think about it. I can't think about what Twitter is going to look like. All these fucking talking heads.
Yeah, I forgot. Elon put him back on Twitter.
He's back on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. I love that though. This is everybody who's talking shit about Elon. He's like, he was on his knees crying, getting out of my hands. Dude, he's so funny. He's so fucking funny, bro. Yeah. So he's really going to run again. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. It could be cataclysmic, or he might just not. He might not pull well at all. That might not even make the. It could be one of the. It could go both ways, or it could go the other way, where they're calling for mass emergencies, rights away. That's where the South steps up. Right. When you guys stepped up, I don't like the fact that everybody walks around with guns down here, but I'll tell you what, that kept us from going full China during the lockdowns. It was Texas and Florida and all these places that have so many guns that you just couldn't attempt to mandate anything like that because people will rebel. Yeah. So that really does keep the government. That's when it dawned on me. A good little kid from Oregon, I saw that. Especially in this country, the population is far
not to walk out with maybe at an 8 or a 9 right now.
Like that saved that fight.
Right. He came out. For sure. They should probably run him. But yeah, it is kind of all backed up because the feds could now we're just talking crazy right now. Seriously? Is that
true. Most people here, I think 99% of people that live here and that are here in this area right in Florida right now, they're not from Florida. They're from the fucking north.
Yeah,
Northeast. They come retired. They're retired. They come down here. They're snowbirds, or they move down here. Like this is such a transient area.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and there's so many progressive, liberal type people, or older people that are from these liberal states that come down here. There's a very small group of people down here.
First of all, have they given you a date?
Oh wow! No, I don't think it's like I don't really know much about
Texas, I think there's more. Texas is way bigger, and there's so many big cities, and so everybody's across everything, except for now Austin, but most people there. So everybody's identical. I do think it is. I just think if the federal government ever gets so crazy, okay, they define our whatever emergency orders the state governors are. We're going to send the feds to the Capitol building. I think they just wouldn't do that because they're more strapped than us. You know? It's the same reason that the military won't go in and try to arrest old Miles Zabata down there in Sinaloa, you know? Because it's going to be held upon. Like a lot of people who get killed. Yes. Oh no, I can't. That'll be the end. I don't know. Maybe it's inevitable in the United States somehow. But I hope it's not. But I don't see how else it could be because, like, say Texas wants to split away from the feds want that revenue. Like the federal government is not in the business of like getting smaller. Like the government is not in the business of getting smaller. It's just these gigantic monoliths. Right? Because everybody's got to get paid. That's what I'm trying to grow. It's like the prison population, right? So against their interest to let it reduce.
Yeah.
So I just think if Texas or whoever, California tried to break away, the feds would send armed people in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of like doing it in Boston is huge because like the TD Garden because that was like where I grew up. That's where I started doing stand up.
Of course.
There's something about Madison Square Garden.
We live in a sick fucking society. They've been through it all. That's what it is. We just haven't evolved. We just haven't been around. You know? Yeah. Colin Quinn is a great joke, though, making that one of the greatest comedians, Colin Quinn. He's talking about the fact that it's crazy that this country is this big. When you look at Europe, that's why it's cut off in so many different countries. Because its culture is different. Like he's like, and then his joke is, you can't tell me that Bulgaria and Spain have less in common than New Jersey and Utah. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally true. Like there's a reason the borders and mountains are used as like these natural barriers. Because like we're not meant to have this community. It's impossible. Right. You're meant to focus on what's going on in your own community.
It makes it better.
Yeah.
It makes it better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only question, the only big concern is that once we're split up into 5, 6, 7, 8 countries, who's the big superpower? Who's that going to be? Right. I don't know. It's not going to be China. China's fun. Everybody thinks China's about to be the next thing. They're not. That's the only thing. I don't know. Maybe it's better than maybe there is no. That's what it is. It's better than everything gets decentralized. You know what I mean? No. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it makes for good clickbait.
Yeah. We're gonna get about a fucking 5 million epic viral shorts from this podcast.
We'll get a nice pop. Hopefully your channel gets a nice little pop.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for coming, bro. Thanks for coming, bro. I really appreciate it. Tell people where they can follow your shit and subscribe.
Yes, please go watch The Connect on YouTube and on Spotify, iTunes. You can listen to it as well. And we're putting up 2 episodes a week. Just go to type in The Connect with Johnny Mitchell. I'll pop right up on YouTube. We have a documentary episode every week where we travel to all these different kind of interesting cartel places and do crazy shit like that. And then I have a podcast where I interview people once a week as well. What's that one called? That's just called The Connect as well. We're just dropping interviews. Yeah. We're not even. What's your other podcast with do with the long hair? Oh, we don't do that anymore. That was called The Fuck That. That was the comedy's coming. Right now, I want people to go check The Connect out. Okay. But you can follow if you like stand-up comedy. Go to my page, Johnny Mitchell on YouTube. Follow me on Instagram. That's a big one. At Mr. Johnny Mitchell. That's where I'm posting all my alerts and my show dates when I'm out on the road doing comedy or when I'm in Los Angeles. So, yeah, those are big ones. YouTube and Instagram.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'll link it all below.
That's it. Thanks for having me on, buddy.
Bye, world.
All right.
Immediately, which I know that I can do because I fought Umar, who's easily one of the best wrestlers in the UFC, and I was able to do that whenever I wanted. So that brings me a lot of confidence about that. So I get to fight Rob with a lot of confidence going into it about that. On the striking end of things, I'm obviously, I think, a way better striker than Rob is, even though he does make his shit work the way he makes his shit work.
Thanks for coming, man.
But I'm honestly not going to read too much
Life
into
story
it.
you
We're
got.
going to keep
It's a weird
getting
path
better
that
every
you
single day.
How old were you when you decided to officially move to the Amazon rainforest?
I was 17 years old when I made the decision. I hated school. I was never good. I was getting into fights with gym teachers. I was getting suspended. I was just failing my classes. And just my parents are awesome. My parents said, "Look, just forget it. Just forget the last 2 years of high school. Go to college. Save up money. Do whatever you want." So do whatever I want. So I'll do whatever I want. So I'm getting plane tickets to the Amazon.
So
Let's spark that idea.
Read books about people following their dreams and doing all this shit. And it's like, you're just a kid.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want that. I want to go out and find something amazing. And to me, it was like the Amazon is the place that has more terrestrial biodiversity than anywhere else on Earth. Not just now, but at any point in the fossil record. And so I was just like, get me on a one-way ticket to there. And then it took like 6 months of emailing people and calling professors and trying to find a research position there. So they didn't want to go as a tourist. They didn't want to go as like the way people go to like Costa Rica. I don't want to go on like a rainforest vacation. I wanted to go and authentically be in the Amazon rainforest. And so I found a research position with one of the local indigenous guys. This guy's name is Juan Julio Duran, and everybody calls him JJ. And he had a small plot of land that he was protecting, and he was doing that in collaboration with a PhD candidate who was doing research on bird populations in the region. And I said, look, if you come and you do like 4 hours of bird research every day, you can stay for as long as you want. Sure. And so I went there, and it's like, the first scene in Jurassic Park when they're like, they pull up to the park and they have no idea what they're about to see, and then Dr. Grant sees the Brachiosaurus for the first time, and he grabs her head and he turns her head, and the music swells, and you get chills all over your body. And you're like, oh my god, dinosaurs! That's what it was like going on Amazon for the first time. It's like you can't just see this, but there are these millennium trees that are thicker than this room at the base that go up 150, 160 feet that have entire ecosystems living in them. These are things that were like, these were trees that were alive. These were saplings when Pizarro hit Peru. When Columbus was still stumbling across the ocean, these things were growing in the Amazon. It's like monster trees, leafcutter ants, jaguars, anacondas, all this crazy stuff. It was just like, this is a dream come true. It felt like I literally felt like I unplugged from the Matrix, and suddenly I got into the real world.
How long did you have to spend down there before did it actually change you in any way?
Oh, it physically changes you. Because we are, well, let's take it like this. You look at wildlife. Wildlife, you have sharp teeth and claws and feathers and camouflage and all this different things that they have, all these different attributes that they have that make them good at their lifestyle. We are soft. Like, most of us have vitamin D deficiencies where our skin is soft. We don't have sharp teeth. We're not fast. You go to the Amazon and the jungle starts working on you. And the sun bakes your skin, and then you're cold in the rain. And if you're going with local guys the way I was, they were saying, let's go out and track some animals. And they're like, get the shoes off. They're like, way too much noise with the shoes. And so you take your pathetic little, gringo feet and start walking around the Amazon rainforest. You have 12-inch spikes coming out of the ground. You have venomous snakes, scorpions, all this stuff. But you start to develop harder calluses on your feet. Your skin tightens and becomes tan. You start getting stronger. You start losing weight. Your strength to weight ratio skyrockets. You literally start changing. The jungle molds you, and then of course you're under constant assault from the mosquitoes, the ticks, all the other things that are after you. You're part of that ecosystem. So yeah, it changes you physically, and then it also changes you mentally in the fact that all these things that are dormant in us while we're living in society turn on. We don't need a lot of the alarm receptors that we're born with, that come standard in our bodies. We don't even know about them. It's like, the ability to know when rain is coming, the ability to sense the tempo of a forest. The birds, you don't realize it, but when you walk through a forest, the birds will tell you what the tempo of the forest is. And so, there's happy chattering. We're all just, chilling, and the sun is out, it's the afternoon, and then there's that weird quiet right before a thunderstorm. And then there's other shades of it. Like if there's like a large predator or like a snake going on, you'll have birds alarm calling in that direction. And you start to wake up to these little things. And sometimes it's not even a conscious thing. Sometimes you start going, why do I feel like this is about to happen? And then it does. And you go, what am I learning? It's sort of so vast that you can't quite put your finger on it. So mentally, physically, spiritually, just the jungle became everything to me.
So when you first moved down there and you were working on that research stuff with that guy, JJ, where were you living? What was it? Did you have a car? Like, what was life like when you got down there?
I hope that my local team gets to hear this. I'm going to play it for them because it's so fun. Because I was just over in Africa, and they were asking the same thing. They were like, "So how do you guys get to the store?" And I was like, "So the only way to get to so JJ had a research station way out in the jungle. And so this is a guy that grew up without shoes. He was like out in the jungle. They were like supplementing. I think like 70% of their food came from like bush meat they hunted. And so to get to his research station that he chose from far out in the jungle, we used to have to leave town with 2 weeks of supplies. The first day, you'd be going on a boat upriver, all day long, no matter what. And then you camp on the side of the beaches on the edges of the rivers and the drier months of the year. So you camp on a beach, and then the next day you keep going upriver. And then finally you arrive at the research station at the bank of the river. And then you have to carry 2 weeks worth of eggs, 2 weeks worth of rice, 2 weeks worth of everything up into the jungle, over the staircase, up to the research station. And so it's a totally different type of lifestyle. So we don't have a car. You're out there, and then when you run out of supplies, especially at that time, we had like little radio. We could radio for town, and they could send a shipment of food, but that would come in like 4 or 5 days. So like completely isolated.
So and then how did you transition from moving to the rainforest and working down there in the Amazon to making TV shows?
That's an interesting story. So the thing is, as I started learning from JJ, he started basically what it is. This guy knows so there's saps running through the trees of the Amazon that are medicinal. And these are not like you have to believe in it for it to work. This is like heavy chemical compounds that are recognized by Western medicine. Like this is real powerful stuff. And he was teaching me about that, he's teaching me about birds, he's teaching me how to track jaguars, how to track game species, all this stuff that I downloading constantly from him. How did he learn this stuff? He grew up in the forest, so he grew up going on hunting expeditions. He grew up with his brothers who were loggers. He was the only conservationist out of the crew. He has like 17 brothers. And when you say he grew up in the forest, like I'm trying to picture it, like an indigenous, he grew up like thatched huts, like a tribe. Yeah, the indigenous community. Yeah, wow. So he came from that background. So when you have an ear infection, he's like, oh, we need to go get de los muertos. He's like, we need to go get dead men fingers. We go get the fungus, and they mix it up, and they mix a few other things, and they pour it in your ear, and your ear infection goes away. If you have a botfly, they know how to remove the botfly. It's all these different things. If you have a broken bone, they have very unique ways of healing a broken bone. And so I was learning so much from this guy, and then the only thing that he didn't know, because they hunt, they log, they use medicines, they have all these things that they interact with the forest. The thing that he didn't know was snakes. And I'd grown up watching Steve Irwin. And so I had always been catching snakes. I've always loved snakes. And, in New York, black rat snakes, garter snakes, whatever. And I had set a goal for myself where I said I had to catch 100 non-venomous snakes before I ever would catch a venomous snake. had to successfully catch 100 non-venomous snakes, and that didn't work out because at some point, I think it was Harriman State Park, I saw some old guy, he saw a copperhead, and he told his wife, "Back up, honey, I got this," and he picks up a stick and he's gonna go hit the thing. And at like 16 years old, I ran up behind this guy and like grabbed the stick, and I was like, "No, you're not." And I pushed him back, and then I just like took a little twig and got the snake by the tail and like moved it, and I was like, "That was my first venomous snake." Like, there we go. But when I got to the Amazon, I caught hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of snakes, and so I was like catching bushmasters and vine snakes and all this amazing, beautiful snake life. And JJ was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "How do you know these?" And I was like, "Snakes is what I do." And he's like, "Have you ever thought about seeing an anaconda?" And I was like, "I'd love to see that." And he was like, "Well, we go on this one hunting trip every year." He's like, "It's a bit of a ceremony." He's like, "Me and my brothers and my dad, we get in a boat, and we pack like 2 weeks of supplies, and we go way up this river to the point where there's like, there's no, past the point where the features of the land have meanings, like really wild." And he was like, "But every time we go there," he's like, "as you're going up the river, he's like, we see anacondas on the side." So he's like, "Do you want to come?" So I went to his parents' house to meet his brothers, and at this time he was introducing me to them. He was become my life friends, but we had a meeting, and they said, "Yeah, you join us." We went on this expedition, and like the first thing we found was this like 13-foot huge female anaconda, and I just jumped out of the boat, grabbed it by the head, wrapped it around my arms, and that was the start of something. And we were saying, let's start measuring the anacondas on these rivers. Let's see how many anacondas are on these rivers, and like let's start putting together something that could become a study at some point. And pretty quickly we got into trouble with that, because then there was like a 15-foot anaconda one day, and she was sleeping on this log. And so what happened was they dropped me down upriver. They took the boat downriver, and they said, "Okay, we're going to come from either side, and we're going to surprise me." So this anaconda's asleep as thick as a basketball, right? A pretty decent sized snake. And she's dead asleep, and I'm crouching in and coming in, and we're like wearing like just boxers. And where is she laying on? She's laying on this tree outside of the river. And as I'm getting close to her, all of a sudden she just breaks. I see like the muscles flex, and she's getting ready. And boom, she goes into the water, and she's gonna just run away. So I run forward, I grab her, pull her back. She strikes at me, and as she strikes at me, I just grab her head right before it hits my face. So I have this snake, I get another hand on. So once you control the head, they shouldn't be able to bite you. So good, got control of the head. I start screaming for the guys. I'm holding on to the snake. Here's the thing I didn't anticipate. She wraps a coil around my hands. Suddenly my forearms are tied together. And then all of a sudden the next coil comes around over my neck. And so now my shoulders and my arms are out of my control. The snake owns it. And this is like a 150-pound, 200-pound snake. So I get pulled to my knees, and then she starts constricting. Because as far as she knows, I'm a predator attacking her. Snake starts constricting. My collarbones were inches from touching. Like my shoulders were just coming together until my shoulders were like, I felt everything about to break. Right at that minute, the rest of the guys got there. They started unwrapping. Wrapping that anaconda from his tail. So they start unwrapping it. I just got this breath, and it was like the closest I ever came to being crushed to death by an anaconda, and that was one of the first experiences I had with them. But we returned from that expedition with these photos that made even the local people, what did you guys do? Like, are you insane? And then that's where Gringo Loco comes from. They all started calling me Gringo Loco. And but yeah, that's the long-winded way of answering your question. But then when I went home back to New York, eventually I had to do like a college semester. I'd like show up for a college semester with like full of ant stings on me and like thorns sticking out of my skin, and I'd be like, "Yeah, I know I'm 10 days late, but I was taking care of a giant anteater." But eventually, somebody interviewed me. The guys at MountainBay.com actually, I think, were the first ones to do an interview, and it was anacondas and floating forests, secrets of the Amazon. It was just like this thing, and then ever since then, it's just been this. People were just, kind of just like, "You're the anaconda," and then that started that. And it was like that was just, at the time we were just barefoot dipshits with, a machete in the jungle. We didn't know we didn't know what we were doing. I was just trying to like make up for all the time I felt like school had stolen from me. I just wanted to go live a life and have fun and have adventure. do. It wasn't until later that the whole protecting the forest thing.
When you went down there, I find it fascinating that they thought you were a psycho for being so obsessed with snakes. Because I don't think, are those guys, how do they feel? They're not trying to touch or catch snakes. They don't want anything to do with snakes, right?
Oh God, no.
I feel like it's something that's ingrained in human DNA that we are just inherently terrified of fucking snakes.
So that's a weird question. I've always wondered about it because so many people are so scared of snakes. But two things. One, if you take a child and you show them a snake, and I'm talking, I've done this. I've done this with like nieces, nephews, my friends' kids. We'll be out on a hike and we'll find like a big black rat snake. The snake cannot hurt you if you try, but it's big. It's scary. Pick up the snake, and a lot of times you don't even need to hold them by the head. So you can touch the tail. Kids and there's no fear. And the same thing with when you take, I've had, a 65-year-old woman come with me on the tours I do to the Amazon and just say, if I think about a snake, I'll start crying. And I've done that thing where I catch a snake, go sit on, at the research station, I'll go sit on a couch, and I'll say, look, what I want you to do is sit next to me. I want you to sit next to me, and sometimes they can't, but then eventually I'm like, look, the goal is you gotta sit next to me. Sit next to me. I'm just handling the snake nice and calm. And I calm them down. And then eventually it's, okay, let one bit of the snake go over your hand. And then it's, okay, maybe let your hand on the back end of the snake. And then eventually they're holding the snake, and then a few things happen. First of all, they go, this is an amazingly beautiful animal, which it is. And then next, they feel really accomplished. They overcame their fear, and they realize, oh my God, this is nothing to worry about. Because most snakes that aren't venomous, like a garter snake, it's a blue jay can kill it. Like a bird can eat that. They're helpless. So unless it's a spinning cobra, a bushmaster, or a rattlesnake, snakes for the most part are just little animals that live in your ponds and eat frogs and rats and help us to not have diseases because they control pests.
Is that how you explain it to the indigenous people down there?
Yeah, that, and then, they would get pissed because we've had a few things where, like, a snake will come into someone's farm and eat a goat. And the farmer's pissed. And so we have to go deal with that. Hopefully rescue the snake before he kills it. There was a really sad instance where some people had come from they came from a different part of Peru, and this family settled in the jungle, and they let their kid go out fishing in a swamp. And he was like a 9-year-old kid, and he was sitting there fishing in the swamp, which, an anaconda grabbed him by the leg, wrapped him up, and killed him, and then started to eat him, and it was almost over his knees, with the head over the knees, and then the family showed up and saw it, and they started feeding the snake and trying to think they could rescue the kid, but by the time the snake is swallowed, he was dead. They crushed most of the bones in the body. So that was very sad, because they didn't understand that there's dangerous things out there. And so, like, anacondas are not man-eaters, but, once in a while. Deer are vegetarians, but in the thick of winter, they have been known to eat a baby bird in the spring. Whatever calories you can find. What is an anaconda's preferred food? Capybara, canine, birds, fish. And so, really, crocodiles? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so in the Amazon, anaconda need you guys to look more scared. It's like, train wreck, and like, I got trounced, and like, Opie and Anthony were ripping me apart. Jimmy Kimmel told me to have sex with a hippo.
So where did you film it, and where did you find the anaconda?
JJ and his brother Pico, and we got some of our best and brightest of the young scientists that we work with, and we did a 6-week expedition through the Amazon looking for the largest anacondas on Earth. And and I had producers calling me. At one point, I had a producer call on a sat phone, like sitting by the side of the river in the middle of the Amazon, sat phone. And the guy calls me and he goes, "Listen," he goes, "we need a danger booth. We need to lead out to the commercial." And I was like, "The day before, we just caught like a 15-foot anaconda." And he's like, "Bro, that wasn't exciting enough for you?" And he goes, "No, I need something else." And I went, "Well, I don't know, we got work to do, He's like, "You're gonna get me." Okay, so what do you want? The next day he calls me and goes, "Look, we sat around the board. There's a bunch of people sitting in a fucking air conditioned room, right? And they go, you're going to be going upriver, and he goes, don't worry, you're going to look like the hero." Thanks, bro. He goes, "You're going to look like the hero." He goes, "Because you're going upriver, and you're going to notice that there's black piranha in the river." He goes, "You're going to tell everyone to pull the boat over, and then you're going to take a bucket of blood, pour it into the river, and then you're going to safely bring your people around the threat." And I went, "How would a piranha hurt us in the boat? Huh? We swim in the river every day. Next, where am I going to get a bucket of blood from?" And next, and then he just went, "Listen, kid, so what? In the end, what they made us do is they made us get in the street and pretend that we were having an encounter with an electric eel." Electric eel? And we had encounters with electric eels, but we had to fake it. None of us were actors. And so, like, I had my friends like up to their chests in the stream, and I had to be like, "Whoa, guys, hold on," and like, "Let's get out and let them see the world." Right. It looks stupid, but that's what TV does. They hold the gun to your head and they're like, do what we ask. Yeah. And so that was a huge, and it ended up costing me a lot. When you hear people talk about, like I lost, like, a lot of scientists didn't want to deal with me. PETA came out after me because they said I was trying to hurt snakes, and then America didn't like it because I didn't actually get eaten. So like I got it from all ends, and then, but what I say now though is like, look, to people who criticize me for it, like, and I just missed out on a big environmental award like 6 years later because somebody Googled it and they're like, "Aren't you that guy that did that thing?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "All right, disqualified." I was gonna win this like big award, $60,000. Disqualified. And I was like, for a show that hurt no animals, that tried to protect the forest, no, crimes were committed, and it's just like what happens when I took a swing. You know what I mean? I took a swing and it missed, but you gotta try. And like that's the thing, and that's what I would say to anybody. Because I'm still, every now and then someone will still be, "You're a guy," and it's like, yeah. How much forest do you protect? What's the biggest thing you ever did? What's the biggest thing you ever sacrificed to try and protect something you love?
That's the thing with TV, man. It's so dramatized. Like anything you watch on any of those, I don't care if it's History Channel or the Science Channel or whatever. Every single one of those shows, like, here's the big problem. Most of the time, for example, like on the History Channel, they will talk about something legit. Like they'll go and study something legit. Like my best example of it is that Skinwalker Ranch show. There's this crazy ranch up in the middle of the Midwest that's supposedly had like a lot of UFO sightings and weird shit happening there. And there's like actual documented science of that place. Yeah. But then they go make this TV show and they fucking script it to death. And they have all these people, they bring them in, they turn it into this big fucking dog and pony show. And it just ruins it, and it discredits the whole entire area, the whole entire topic. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah, no, so that was a learning experience. So that was like by 24, 25, 26 or something. Yeah, I've been through that, and then so I pretty much had to like compel myself and go to another country. I went and stayed in India because like after that it was just like the media was just killing me. I was getting death threats in my, because then I made the mistake of saying that I don't think that people should keep snakes in small cages. They're wild animals and I appreciate them and stuff. And then I got, which I never knew existed, the herp community. It's like a bunch of dudes that keep snakes in boxes in like their mom's basements. And these people came out by the thousands and like we're just like going crazy on social media. because they love torturing snakes in small boxes in their mom's basements. They have like filing cabinets filled with amazing snakes from all over the world that never see the light of day. It's basically horrendous animal abuse, and they'll hurt. I mean, because herpetology is reptiles. Okay. And then they'll even go as far as to say, "Oh, we're conservationists because we're protecting these species out of the wild," and it's like, no. Just a society of tools. So what do they actually keep doing? They just like keeping like they'll have like a Sumatran spitting cobra in a Tupperware over there. And then they'll like take it out and they show some people and, like on the internet, like on a video or something. On the internet, some of them I've been to this, but you know, I go and hang out with everybody. I've been to some of these basements, and there's the most amazing stuff. I mean, like really rare animals that these guys will get at like reptile shows, and they have literally. I mean, you look it up. There's a guy on YouTube who he always has like videos of like articulated pythons striking it. He's like kind of like an older guy with beard. He's kind of heavy, and he makes these like really wacky videos with this like snake striking. I think they're like an exotic pet dealer. Oh, okay. And so they like there's like a whole. Is it really? Oh my gosh! You can buy anything. Yeah, that's why you guys have Burmese pythons. They leak out.
You spend any time in Florida?
Not a lot.
What was the closest thing to Amazon in the U.S.?
Dude, it's pretty wild.
Pretty close, right?
Yeah.
I mean, close compared to a lot of the other places.
I mean, you can go out in the swamp and catch a 16-foot Burmese python. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You got the frogs. There's some really important wildlife here. The frogs, no joke.
How long has this issue with companies coming into the Amazon and getting these loggers and these miners and all of these various industries, how long have they been coming in and tearing out the rainforest? This is long before you and I, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is like a centuries now. I mean, like Darwin was writing about like if they keep doing this, eventually it's going to be a huge problem. You got to remember Teddy Roosevelt and John Muir were, trying to protect the sequoias in the United States. We cut 97% of the old growth forest that existed on the United States when Europeans showed up. 97%. So all the forests just got cleared and thrown into fucking kilns for the Industrial Revolution. We murdered the ecosystems of North America. And then with chainsaws and boat motors, everything in the Amazon is rivers. You move, it's a region of rivers. And so once you have boat motors and chainsaws, you can get people out there and you can start cutting down trees. And then, of course, with the modern era, the last 30, 40 years where you have roads going into the Amazon, where you actually have like excavators. You go bulldoze the trees down and you get people in there, and then they can really start doing some damage. So we've seen just Amazonian deforestation skyrocket over the last 50 years. And that's corresponded with that all over the world. In the Congo, in Indonesia, we're at this point suddenly in history where we're losing habitat really quickly. We're losing species really quickly, and that's why they call it the sixth extinction. We're losing species at a rate that's almost similar to when the dinosaurs went extinct. And so that's totally human caused. And since 1970, we've lost something like over 50% of the wildlife on this planet. And that's not the species, but that's how numerous they are. 50% of the wildlife that was on this planet is gone because of the human activity. Because we control 70% of the landmass that's not under the ice. And we're clearing habitat. In Indonesia, we're just leveling it with palm oil. The Congo rainforest, all that tropical hardness is taken down. The Amazon, they're cutting new roads. The Trans-Amazon Highway. The Chinese want to come in and do rubber plantations in the Amazon. It's like the threats are unbelievable. And it's so ridiculous because rainforests only cover something like 6% of our planet and have like 50% of the terrestrial life contained in them. There's so much medicines and indigenous wisdom from the cultures that live there, and all the biodiversity that we depend on, and those systems that keep us alive. If you live in New York or Tokyo, you depend on the climate stability that rainforests provide. And so it's one of those things. I went on Fox News once, and the guy goes, it was actually was kind of fun. As I get in the studio, there's I can't remember his name. I think it was Varney, but he was like he was a finance guy. I appreciated it because I was still new to doing interviews and stuff. And he's always listening. The second acting light goes on, he goes, "I'm gonna come at you like a tiger." He goes, "But it's all part of the thing. Because I'm supposed to like, it's the type of show I do." All right, I said, "I'm ready." I'm like, 3, 2, 1, action. And he went, "You better not be one of these greenies." He's like, "You're a pathetic tree hugger," and he started like coming right at me, and I was just like, dude. I was like, if you have sick people in populations that can't breathe the air and drink the water, it's bad for business. So don't tell me that the economy is going to be doing good when the ecosystems collapse. And he was just like, he was like, yes. And then we fought like, you know, of course his thing was, you know, screw the environment, let's keep growing, you know. And I was trying to make the case that you can't have an economy without nature. It all goes back to mining, water, trees at the end of the day. Who is making the argument that don't fucking worry about it? We've been chopping down the rainforest since the 50s. Nothing's changing. It's not going to change our lives or our grandkids' lives. Who's making these arguments? People are making those arguments. And what is that argument? The argument is like, oh, well, I mean, look, here, I'll tell you this. I stay away from climate change because I do talks all over the world, businesses, schools, doesn't matter. And I stay away from climate change because when you say, guys, global climate change, a lot of people go, well, where? How can we prove it? And who are the scientists? And it's a lot of like ethereal sort of vibes, and it's difficult. And then some people, you'll get some people come on and go, you know, the thing is, it's not what you think. Because we're coming out of an ice age. So then everybody can argue it. And so what I've done with my conservation career is I stick to numbers that you can't argue with, like how much we've depleted our oceans, how sharks are becoming endangered due to shark fins, how bycatch is ruining the life. So our fisheries are collapsing. You can't argue with that. That's a fact. Right. The fact that rainforests are disappearing. That's a fact. The fact that we're losing species like rhinos and elephants and things at an accelerated rate that become extinct within our lifetime. Those are facts. And so I try to stick to things that I've seen personally that I can prove with data. And so that's really what I tend to stick on. But I just recently I was listening to a podcast, and it's a shame because so much of what Jordan Peterson is so fantastic. He's so linguistically gifted, and his whole message is helping people and making the world a better place. And he goes, but I really don't think there's any problem with the environment. And I'm like, have you been outside? I'm like, I get it. You studied the Greek philosophers and the Roman philosophers. I was like, you have a major hole in your understanding, my friend. Like, I love the guy. But man, I was like, I wanted to grab him. He hasn't been outside. I don't think he's been outside. I just don't think he has. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You know, and there's people like him. There's a lot of people who make a lot of smart, concise points or arguments about the economy and the history and the numbers of it, and where climate's been, where the economy's been, and the population of whatever it might be. But the hard thing for you is your heart's in, because your feet are on the ground and you've lost your blood to the rainforest and you had to survive in there, so it's different for you. Yeah, so when I hear like Elon Musk be like, I'm worried about depopulation. Bro, we have 8 billion people. The earth is choking under the mountain of human shit that is being created, and you're worried about depopulation? It's like I want to run up and smack you. Yeah, like he's talking about birth rate. He's talking about our birth rate is going down at a tremendous rate. And I guess if you do the math, our population will be like, I forget the numbers, but I think it'll be like 1,000 of what it is now in a couple decades. Okay. Imagine the wealth that everyone could have, imagine the poverty we could alleviate if instead of 8 billion people, there was 3 billion people. Right. And then everyone could have access to doctors and airplanes and Netflix accounts and all this wonderful stuff, and you wouldn't have to have people chopping down the rainforest because they're starving. Oh my God. Did you see that thing that came out in the New York Times the other day? There was a guy that was interviewed. I'm going to text this to you, Austin. You can pull it up. There's a guy that did this feature on in the New York Times that his life has been devoted to depopulating the earth. And he says he doesn't advocate for suicide, but hold on, let me find it. Yeah, well, no, that's the other extreme, though. Because then you get these anti-human environmentalists that are like, humans are bad. Right. Well, I mean,
we are kind of like maggots eating a corpse, aren't we?
See, I disagree with that. I think there's a lot of anti-human sentiment in environmentalism, and it's like I love humans, I love art, I love culture, I love music, I love my family. I think that we're awesome. I mean, the shit that we do is incredible. It's just we're so disorganized. We're so we're like an obese, like a morbidly obese animal in the forest, just like eating all the food in reach and shitting all over itself. It's like it's just fast.
Yeah, like certain parts of us are like that, but certain parts of us are not. Like the people that just fucking consume and trash the earth and I take that back. It's the people that are the most desperate are the ones. Not the lazy people. It's the people that are desperate that are doing that. Like the people that are in the Amazon. I'm sure that are those people. I'm sure are just trying to feed their families, just like the people in Colombia who are manufacturing cocaine for the cartel. So yeah. So go to this. You just pull the picture. Pull up his actual Twitter. And then find the New York Times article. But yeah, it's people that are desperate that'll do anything they can to feed their families, and the most available thing are these things that fucking kill people or that destroy natural resources.
And I mean, who suffers first from a dirty environment? I mean, usually it's the poorest people that still rely on fishing, that still rely on water from a stream. You know, in India, international farming organizations came in and like bought up all this farmland and sold fertilizer and got them all in debt. And then like 70,000 Indian farmers committed suicide in 2000 because they needed the land. And American corporations came in and did the farmer suicide. It's like this major thing. And it's like those people are just trying to survive on the land. And it's like the corporations came in. So it's like we're literally like when I see deforestation, when I see dams on rivers, I see it as self-inflicted wounds. Like I'm not, you know, there's environmentalists like the losers who are throwing Campbell soup on paintings in Europe right now. Yeah, it's like, you know, narcissistic, psychotic teenagers who again have never been outside. Who don't understand that all of this stuff is fixable, that you can work with corporations to be more sustainable. You can put pressure on them. You know, if you say like, okay, Nutella is using palm oil and it's deforesting Indonesia, it's like, well, people just don't buy Nutella for you. They will listen. It'll affect their bottom line. So it really is in our hands. It's almost more complex and more simple at the same time than you think, because all we're trying to do is not cut down trees.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at it the opposite way, basically the reason for all of this is economics. Right? It's just economics and money. So it's a lot of money, and it's hard to tell people let's boycott Nutella or let's not use paper. You have to come up with some sort of competing, something economically that competes with it and that is more viable and that pays better.
Yeah, exactly. You have to make everybody win. So, for example,
you can't make everybody a social justice warrior.
No. And so, two things.
That's all right. Forget it off.
Two things that have jumped out to me is like one of the things they love to do is like they'll have these like conferences and they'll be like, you all need to like turn the water off when you brush your teeth and like remember not to use straws, you know. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me that when I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I gotta remember not to use a straw, and that's gonna save the world. It's like, no, what about stop producing straws or styrofoam, or find something so that we don't have to have millions and millions of plastic bottles. You can't put this in the hands. Even a wealthy American who has a family, they don't have the time. And if you start, okay, well, I recycle, I compost, I ride my bike to work, I did it. By the time you get done being the greatest green warrior you can be, your whole life revolves around that. So it's like, no, you need to stop putting the guilt on the consumer and start, you know, like when we went from VHS to DVDs, nobody asked us if we were doing that. You just, one day you went to Blockbuster and you went, we got to get a DVD player. That's what I use now. And it's like we just need to update the technology that we use. So we stop putting plastic in the medical field is crucial. We need plastic. It's a miracle.
Well, that's a great example. The DVDs versus the VHS. Sony came out with DVDs, and then the other company said, "Oh shit, they got DVDs. We gotta fucking do DVDs."
And then that was it. Then very quickly. I mean, I remember being a kid and everything was like VHS, and then all of a sudden, there was like the DVD era, and then very quickly, then like I feel like Netflix pushed it into the digital.
Yeah. And then everybody else followed.
And then everyone else followed it. And I feel like as late as like 3 years ago, my mom went, "I really like that movie. Can we get that on DVD?" And I went, and play it where? Where do you want to play it? I was like, I could probably find it.
That's fucking hilarious, man. So what are the economics driving everything that's killing the rainforest?
That the rainforest is incredibly profitable. You cut down, an old growth mahogany tree, it's worth sometimes tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. These are incredible hardwoods. I mean, look at you go to like IKEA. That's all like particle board. It's all like sawdust that they glued together with resin. It's all crap. But if you're talking about real wood, like hard quality wood that takes hundreds of years to grow, that stuff is valuable. That is valuable. So you have the logging guys going after that. You have the land grabbers,
like this shit from Home Depot that I got. I got this from Home Depot.
This is like some real wood, man. These are
I got these pieces from Home Depot and I just stained them. So like when you go to Home Depot, you go to the lumber section.
Yeah, but this is I don't know what this is, but it's nice. Or maybe it's just the stain that's making it look like
it's the stain. No, I stained it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean they're tearing it up because in Indonesia they're literally clearing the forest as if it's a wasteland. And then they're throwing up palm trees so they can farm palm oil to put in Nutella and a bunch of other weird products and soaps and stuff. And it's like, it's pointless. You're ruining, literally, it's like burning down the Sistine Chapel. You're ruining one of the greatest representations of beauty we have on this planet. And it's like setting that on fire to like heat up a hot pocket. It makes no sense. Like, it's just like us burning down a house right now to cook a meal. It's just like, you understand a tenth of the process, and so that's what we're doing. That's what we're allowing to be done. And so of course, if you go to a building and you break something, it's vandalism. If you go to a river and you put a dam and kill all the fish, and then all the farmers downstream of there can't irrigate their crops, and everybody dies, it's just progress. That's the way the world works right now. That's why we're in this problem. Because think about it: if people weren't allowed to stop rivers, if people weren't allowed to burn down forests, if there's actual consequences for this, if people weren't allowed to kill black rhinos, there'd still be black rhinos. They've been here for hundreds of millions of years. And so that's the thing that people don't understand with all this stuff. They go, we're losing elephants at a rate that they'll be extinct in our lifetimes. It's like, no, we're not losing elephants. They're being shot and massacred every single day to the point that there might not be any more elephants because we're allowing humans to do that. If we weren't there, these things would be fucking. They've been doing this. They engineered the world we live in. We are a whole livelihoods to elephants. My God, they're part of they raised us. They're like our siblings in evolution. My God, they had such a huge impact on the ecosystems of ancient landscapes. Like during the last ice age, there were so many other elephant-like creatures. They're constantly breaking things and forging paths through bush. And I mean, they are so influential in creating the ecosystems that we call home on Earth. And again, of course, if you reduce it down further, without those ecosystems, we'd be a dead planet just like everywhere else. Without the plants and the animals, without birds pollinating plants, without plants creating soil, we wouldn't have the physical things. So it's like this problem that we're having with conservation is actually like almost moronic when you break it down. Because it's literally we're just cutting our wrists. That's what we're doing. It makes no sense.
How can you explain to me how the government, like the governments of Brazil or some of the other countries, how they structure the economics of the rainforest? You were explaining how they take certain sections and they allocate them to certain industries, or you could buy. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a complicated thing, and it differs from country to country. So the Amazon is in like 8 or 9 countries, and then of course you have the Congo and you have Indonesia. But there's all these different rainforest countries. But like in Brazil, for example, I know that
there's a new president there, right?
There is a new president there, thank the Lord, because the other guy pretty much hated the Amazon and wanted to burn it. Bolsonaro,
right?
Like he actively said that. Like he was actively like, we need to occupy it, and so that's a result of that. A couple decades ago, whatever was going on politically in Brazil, they were literally learning in school that if we don't occupy the Amazon, someone's going to come take it. And so since it's just land, it could be invaded. And so their thing was occupy the Amazon. And it's such a strange concept because who is going to do that? You know what I mean? But the thing with the jungle is that because you're out past, well, that's another topic, but it's very lawless once you get out past there because you can't get law enforcement out there. And so sort of like medieval law resumes. We can get to that later because there's a lot to unpack there. But like in Peru, where I work, I'm in the Peruvian Amazon, which is the headwaters of the Amazon. So the government says, like, okay, this plot can be for mining, this plot can be for logging, this plot can be for conservation, but that doesn't work. That's not how a forest works. You know what I mean? There's populations of wildlife that move and migrate through an ecosystem. So if you log this and you mine this, and you do that in a bunch of other places, then there's a little block here where that's for conservation. You've created an island. It's not useful to anything. This all has connectivity. Jaguars migrate up and down through Central America, up and down through South America. Tigers migrate up and down through India. The elephants move across the land. Like the birds migrate entire hemispheres. Like these are, you can't, nature doesn't understand political boundaries or fence lines. And the problem is that our whole thing is political boundaries and fence lines. And so the way these governments chop this up, and they go, we want this land. They look at it and they go, we want this land to be contributing to the economic productivity of the country. And so one of the greatest problems that we have to solve, and some countries are working on this, is that we don't look at a river and see it as a life-giving force. We don't see it as something that's contributing to the economy. How much money are we gaining from the Hudson River by the fact that New York City has beautiful, free, clean drinking water? What's that worth? You know, or the fact that those forests are providing those ecosystem services. It's like, that doesn't get considered. So the default is always that, you know, when an industrialist comes in and goes, I want to build a dam and it's going to create this many kilowatts of power and it's going to, well, suddenly we have to fight that. So environmentalists are always on the defense because there's always this beautiful river with the salmon and the bears and the wolves and the eagles, and then somebody comes and sticks a wall up there, and then all the salmon die, and the local people can't fish. And then all of a sudden the predators are starting. And all of a sudden, oh, we're putting DDT on the ground. Now the eagles are going extinct because their eggs, because the DDT is getting into the fish, their eggs are DDT. So DDT was a pesticide that we were using in the U.S., and this is creepy as hell. Because like people like my parents actually remember playing in they used to, there's a movie where they showed this too. These trucks used to come around and they used to like spray insecticide through like suburbia. And the idea was we'll help by killing mosquitoes. And what happened was this got into the water system, got into the fish. Bald eagles were eating DDT-laced fish, and the DDT was causing the bald eagles to have their eggs were not as thick. The shell wasn't as thick. And so when the mother would sit on them to keep them warm, the eggs would break. We almost lost bald eagles. We almost lost our national bird. And so like in the 70s, right around the time the EPA was forming and stuff, it looked like we were going to lose bald eagles. And so now the flip side of that is that once we stopped using DDT and killing the bald eagles, their populations boomed back. Now I have a bald eagle living right next to my house in New York. And the same thing happened with humpback whales. During the whaling times, you had people all over the world in ships just hauling in whales, all kinds of whales, right whales, humpback whales, everything. Humpback whales went from 130,000 global population around that down to I think about 7,000. Now again, think about it without your bank account, you know, huge amounts back. And then of course they banned whaling, and in the almost a century since they banned whaling, humpback whales are almost back to pre-whaling numbers. And so again, proving the point that if we stop murdering these species before they can even reproduce, they'll be fine. They were here long before we got here. And so like that's the core of what I'm trying to spread to everyone. It's like, you know, I've spent time with these species, whether it's spider monkeys or elephants or anacondas or just the forest itself. And it's like at this point, you know, it started off as let's go on a fun adventure, and now it's become, you know, these creatures in these places, they can't put on a suit and go address the United Nations. And it's like, well, you know, you got to be a voice for them.
Other than loggers and gold miners, what other industries are down there? Oh, are they all just like rogue groups of guys like showing up with tons of equipment?
Yeah. So you have loggers down there. And then you have the gold miners. They're a tough bunch. They will burn your house down because it's poor people that can't figure out another way of making a living. So they'll go and they'll just get like an old motor and a hose, and somehow they're getting mercury. And in the Amazonian soils, which is like so fine that it's almost sterile, there's like no oxygen in those soils. And so, especially in the West Amazon, the gold is embedded in the sand. So it's like particulate. So you can just barely see it. You almost need a microscope to see gold in the particles of the sand. So you like wash the water over the sand in your hand and you just start to see these little crystals, like little bits of gold. So what they do is they'll cut a forest, burn the forest, and then they'll dredge it basically, and they'll suck the land up through these huge hoses, run it through a whole sluice machine, and then at the bottom they collect the heaviest sediment. The gold settles to the bottom, and then they mix mercury in with that, and the mercury binds to the gold. And then what they do is they come out with this thing, this ball, this ingot of mercury that has gold in it, and then they light that on fire. And I've been next to them when they do this. And we all know how bad mercury is for us. It's like, I literally watched a guy smoking a cigarette, burning with a little blowtorch. He was burning this ball of mercury, and the fumes are coming up, going straight into his face. His little 2-year-old is sitting right next to him. He's burning mercury as it's entering the atmosphere to get this little bit of gold that he got from destroying acres of the Amazon rainforest. And now the people in that region of the Amazon rainforest have mercury levels in their own bodies that are about 8 times what's safe for humans to have, because they're getting it from the fish, because it's going up into the atmosphere, joining the rain, coming back down to the rivers. The fish have it, it's going to the humans, and now kids are coming out with 6 eyes.
Oh my god.
And so this is a perfect example where if you just, so let's rewind that back. How do you stop this problem? Give that guy a better job. Mm-hmm. And that's what we started doing. I mean, we're small. We are literally a teardrop in the ocean. But in our region, what we've started doing is going up to these gold miners and just going, hey, how much do you make doing that? You realize you can just bring guests from all over the world. You can have fun. You don't get chased by the police. And you could make your life doing ecotourism, showing people the rainforest and being a protector of it. You become a jungle keeper with us. And then, so we try and work with them with that. We try to bring them in. We've done that with loggers. We've done that with gold miners. And so it's really, and a lot of times these are super nice people. These are people, I spent Christmas with the gold miners last year.
Did you?
Yeah. These are guys that now they're like, oh, you changed our lives. We're not getting arrested every other week. I was with them when the Peruvian armed forces came down the river. They blew up their gold mining bars. They were arresting them. I mean, they were chasing them through the forest. It was madness. I said, do you like this? He says, is this fun for you? He goes, because my dad was a gold miner. He goes, I don't really know what else to do. He's like, I got mouths to feed back there. He goes, I gotta do what I gotta do. And I was like, okay. I said, just try ecotourism. It's like there's an unlimited amount of people up north that want to see the rainforest.
Who are they selling the gold to?
They go to town and they sell the gold to brokers. So these guys don't make a ton of money. The guys that are doing it underground, of course. And then those guys sell it to the next guy, and then it makes it to, deeper into the gold market. So it gets mixed in with. And I believe what's coming out of the West Amazon is not even a particularly high quality gold. I don't know the details of it specifically. I've just seen the devastation. Dude, there was a lake. One of the worst things I ever saw. There was this lake. Me and this guy, Borean, who was the gold miner, we went to this lake, and just one day we went, he goes, let's get some piranha. The sun was setting, cigarettes. We had sticks with, just a stick with a fishing line on it and a hook. And you have to put metal on the hook so the piranha can't bite off the line. And so you catch a first fish, and then you chop that one up with the hook, and boom, all of a sudden they love to cannibalize each other. So we're pulling piranhas up one after the other. He's so good at it. He's got the technique. As soon as it bites, you just pull it up out of the water. And I had his backpack, so I'm just catching piranha. Boom, boom, catching them in the backpack, one after the other. It took us 10 minutes. We filled a whole backpack filled with piranha. And then, beautiful lake. We're watching black caiman swim across the lake. We saw places where there was big anacondas. We saw jaguar tracks. It was paradise on it. It was like the wildest place. It was literally Avatar. And so I went back, called in a group. I was like, we got to show people this. And I brought a group of tourists there. This was about a year later. And we're going upriver. And I was like in this great we're all having fun. We're sort of yelling and talking on the boat on the way up. And like, we're going to go piranha fishing. You guys are going to love this so much. It's the wildest place. We go through the forest and we start walking. And we get to where the part where the path opens up onto this lake. And the lake was gone. The water was gone. And it's just a sand pit. And there was a gold mine dredge there. The gold miners had gotten to the lake and they wanted to see if there was gold in it. So what they'd done was they pumped out the entire lake. They had burned the surrounding forest. All the wildlife was gone. And this incredibly beautiful, pristine spot on Earth was just like deleted. I had all these tourists behind me like blinking, going, "Wait, when's the fun part?" And I was like, I just had tears in my eyes, and I looked at Orion, and he just went -1 lake, and just like turned around and walked back. And it was like somewhere that he had been fishing for generations, like, you know, his father had shown him, and it was like this beautiful spot that will never come back. It was hard to see, and so we have to deal with a lot of that with what I do, because you just see these beautiful places. I mean, it's literally like, you know, people can say what they want about the movie Avatar. It's like literally the same story. It's just, you know, are piranha any good? Yo, piranha? If I had piranha for you right now, I would love to eat it until you fell over. It's so good. Oh my god, fried piranha, dude.
What could you compare it to?
I don't know. It's a bit bony, so you gotta like fry the shit out of it because you don't want to have to pick through the bones. You want to just eat the bones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you get them on the hook, get them up, and then you
kind of like a sardine.
I guess they're bigger than that, though. You know, they're pretty big.
They're that big?
Yeah, they're pretty big. You gotta be careful when you get them off the hook, man. You gotta have a stick. You gotta have a wax stick. If you get the piranha up on the boat, you gotta hit them, stun them. Otherwise,
is it that there's a little clip in that Dark Green documentary where you're stunning? Is that it's a piranha?
Yeah. You really gotta watch. I know guys from missing the tip of their finger because they're just, you know.
How big of a worry are the piranha? Like when you're swimming, like there's a bunch of clips of you in that documentary just jumping out of the boat into the river. Like, are they everywhere? Or are they pretty much like basically like jumping in the ocean worrying about a shark? Like you can just swim anywhere in here and like worry about a shark.
Yeah, but also piranha don't tend to. They're like eating other fish and doing other stuff. The only time that you get that legendary thing where piranha will like destroy you and turn you into a skeleton is like if you have a lake where the vegetation is growing in, and that's what happens. So some of these lakes, the jungle will actually start to eat the lake as the vegetation comes in, and eventually it will absorb it. You can see it from Google, like from Earth, from satellite. You can look down, you see these depressions in the forest where the vegetation is a little different because it used to be a lake. The jungle's eating it, but right before that lake disappears, you have this piranha population in that lake that is psychotic. And there's no food because they've eaten everything else. They've eaten all the other fish. Now they're eating each other, and they've gone crazy. So if you take anything and throw it there, they will turn it into a skeleton in moments. But that's like being like on top of a mountain in a lightning storm with a lacrosse stick. It's like that doesn't happen. You know?
Oh, okay.
It doesn't happen. That being said, we do swim everywhere. We swim in all the rivers. The thing is, like, it does help to know exactly where you are. We were on an expedition about a year ago, and we stopped by the side of the stream, and JJ gets out. He's like, let's like go fishing. We go machete fishing. We just like walk around until you see a fish and just whack it. So he goes, all right, let's go fishing. I go, cool. You start. I'll be here. I'm gonna start getting this ready. Whatever else. I threw a few hooks in the river, and all of a sudden something's pulling on my hook. And go, this is not a fish. These things are really strong. And all of a sudden, I just see this huge electric eel like breach out of the water. It's like an 8-foot electric eel. And I'm like, JJ! I never had an electric eel on a hook before. So he comes back, and he's trying to get it off the hook, but he doesn't know what to do. So finally, he just whacks it. I think he also just wanted to see it. It was a giant, absolutely monstrous, 8-foot long electric eel. And so we're like, shit, okay. Well, glad we didn't get too deep into the stream. So we start walking again, and 2 more electric eels come swimming over this rock. And then a stingray goes by, and we were just like, this stream They're like, next stream, next one. This was the stream from absolute hell. Like, it was just filled with piranha, electric eels, stingrays, like everything in this stream. The next hit that came out of the water was this giant stingray, like this big. And it was just like standing upwards. It was just like, oh my god. So we all were like, what? Next. I don't know what it was with that one stream. It was like, no, this is a stream from hell. Yeah, this is not the one.
So you could essentially, you could jump in the water and swim past this child and school piranha and be fine.
We do that every single day in the entire time. That's how I shot. I don't want to smell like.
And you're not worried about piranha at all. Maybe if you had a cut or something, you smell blood.
I was cuts, man. I was all banged up, but I stepped on a crocodile once, barefoot. He was on the bottom. I stepped on his head, and he like moved. He said, "Stop that!" Moved to the side.
What is the number one most terrifying thing you do not want to run into?
There's tribes in there. And so, to explain this, there's people on the internet. If you search, if you can pull it up, search like uncontacted tribes. Yeah, there are tribes living out in the Amazon that have been there for centuries, and they are living like that because during the periods of extraction and during the conquistador era, they were the tribes that went back to the market. So I go to Peru, everybody speaks Spanish. It's because of the Spanish.
Right.
These are the tribes that back.
Isn't that crazy that they came down here and that people in South America got Spanish from the Spaniards?
Yeah. So see that big patch in the lower left corner of South America right there? That's really like in one of the main areas. Yeah, right above where the Crusaders was. But we have uncontacted tribes now.
That's all you got? You can't pull up anything better than that? Come on, get us some photos.
One photo on Google where they're painted red and black. There we go. Go to the top. Right there. Like, yeah, that one. These people are living out there, and what they're doing in that photo is they are trying to shoot the plane that's flying over. No fucking way. And they don't speak a language that any of us speak. You see that? See the red one? You see that red one? Right by the hut. Yeah. They use medicinal compounds as insecticide, and a lot of times that dyes their skin. So you get purple ones, you get black ones, you get red ones.
That's his skin that's red?
Yeah, but it's been dyed. It's like so there's a purple plant down here. You rub on your fingers, it's a leaf, and you roll this and you go, okay. The mosquitoes will stay with you.
Yeah.
These people are living with no clothing, with no permanent shelter in the Amazon rainforest, and they've been doing this for 2,000 years, and they're still out there. And so the scariest thing that you could possibly run into in the Amazon is that.
Why would they be threatening to other humans?
Well, because the story, as I understand it, is that the last contact that a lot of these tribes had with the outside world was during the rubber boom. And the rubber boom was at the turn of the century, like early 1900s. So the Industrial Revolution, we needed gaskets and hoses and factory stuff. So all of a sudden, bike tires, car tires, we needed rubber for the first time in history. And the only place you could get rubber was the Amazon, because the rubber trees grew. So we sent everybody to the Amazon. We sent these rubber barons who went down and they just enslaved the local people. And we said, you're going to go out into the forest all day long and you're going to harvest rubber for us. And so it was like one of the worst human holocausts on the planet because they went and just massacred the indigenous population.
Is that a rubber tree?
Horrendous. That is a rubber tree. It has, they swore the bark and that will go into the butter. That's literally where latex comes from. That's how we get it. And so again, like thinking about like how does industry come back to nature? It's like we got rubber from the Amazon. And so during this horrendous period of oppression, some of the tribes were we are not going to be put in chains, we are not going to be set on fire. And they became hyper weaponized, super defensive, and they moved back as far as they could into the forest. And they became the uncontacted tribes. So now they speak a language that we don't really speak. And my first experience with them was that I had heard that they would kill you So one of the guys I work with, he was a logger. In 2004, he was working as a mahogany logger. He's coming down the river, and he sent his friend and his friend's wife ahead to go to the side, get some firewood, start making breakfast, because they had this huge barge of mahogany, so they're going very slowly down the river. And he sent them ahead to go make breakfast. And so this guy's name is Victor. And as Victor's coming down the river, he's just chilling. What he doesn't know is that this is what happened. They go ahead, they reach the beach, and they're like, let's get some fires. They go up onto the beach, and all of a sudden they hear the war cry from the truck. Arrows start falling, 6-foot long arrows. What we think of as spears, they're shooting. This guy gets hit through the thigh and through the front of his leg, so his leg is locked. He goes down, he tells his wife, he goes, just keep running, run for it. She runs because they're coming. They're like running. There's a bunch of red, purple, black, yellow people painted all different colors running out of the jungle screaming. She jumps into the water, swims for her life. The last thing she saw was them coming down on him and just cutting him to pieces. When my friend came around the bend, he said there was blood all over the beach. They had removed his testicles. I think they took one of his arms. They opened up his stomach because they wanted to know what he was eating. Because to them, we're foreign. They're like, what are these people surviving? They're so far. They have these flying things, and they come down these loud boats, and they don't understand. So they got the story when they kept going down the river, and they found a woman, and she was just holding onto a stick, and she was weeping because she was super messed up after what happened to her husband. But there was that massacre on the beach, and that was just in 2004. This August, there's some brutal pictures were going around, the WhatsApp news network in the region. Some loggers had gone to the wrong beach, man, and the tribes had showed up. And what the tribes do is, when they surround you and they don't want to speak in human terms, they start using animal calls. They start using monkey calls and bird calls to communicate with each other, so that the people that they're tracking don't know. And so they get around these people and they start using that type of thing. So these guys got scared and started firing off their guns. As soon as they fired off their guns, the tribe took that as aggression. And then somebody found them a few days later, and the bodies were all bloated and disgusting and ripped apart by vultures. But it was just like, you will be massacred. Absolutely massacred. And so the scariest thing I ever saw in the jungle was them.
So you actually had an encounter with them?
I had a horrible encounter with them. It was right around the time JJ had kept telling me that there were these places in the jungle that like no one knows, that you can keep going past a certain point, and then there'd be like rocks where the boats can't go, and then past that, well, what's past that? And I said, it keeps going. It's like a stream, but it's shallow, but nobody goes there. And I was like, this is what I was going to do. So there's a company based out of Colorado called Alpaca Pack Rats. They make these little rats that roll down into like the size of a tent. So I got a pack rat, put the paddles on the outside of my bag, put like 10 days worth of like nuts and high calorie dry foods in my bag. I had a journal, I had a little Canon power shot at the time. And I went up with poachers, because those are the only people that were going deep into the forest, and I get dropped on the side of the river. And I said, just so you guys, what spot is this? Like, they don't know me. They're not a name. And then I was like, all right, goodbye. And they were like, you want us to leave you here? And they kept like, you're going to die. You're going to die. And I was like, you don't get it. I'm like, I'm an outdoors person. I got this. Just leave me. That's what I want. And I really almost like into the wild with myself. But I kept walking past the point where boats were going. So now I'm literally past the edge of human presence on the planet. I'm in the wildest place in the rainforest where like the canopy meets over the river. Like, the monkeys don't know what a human is. So the wildlife will like come down and look at you like it's the Galapagos. They've never seen you before. And I'm just walking around, camping at night and journaling, and I'm having this amazing adventure. Right around the 8th day mark, the river was getting pretty narrow, and I came to a bend in the river, and I see smoke coming from the opposite side. And like, man, my heart just dropped. And I said, if I don't go see what this is, I'm never going to forgive myself. And so I went ahead just a little bit, and like, as soon as I rounded the bend, there was like 3 or 4 of them, and they had their arrows out already, and like they were also sort of peeking around them to see, like, because they knew that I was coming. They sensed something was there. They sensed something was there. It was just they had a little campfire going on the beach, and they had like a few of their little huts out. They made these little palm shelters, but they were making dead eye contact with me.
Oh, they saw you.
Oh, they knew I was there. They had their arrows and their bows on, and they were like looking over like this. And I saw one say something to the other. I mean, it was a good football field away, but it was like they were like there it is. And for the first time in my life, I was potentially being hunted by other humans that didn't speak the language that I can speak. You can't even beg for mercy. And so I just ran down, full speed, jumped in the river, floated. It wasn't deep enough. It wasn't deep enough for me to float down the river. So I got out, opened my pack raft. They had like an inflation bag. I inflated this thing in 3 minutes, got in the pack raft, threw my backpack on my lap, and just started going. I went for 3 days without stopping. And the reason I did that was because even when I stopped at night, I mean, I was literally kayaking past crocodiles, and there's fish jumping up out of the river into my boat. I actually, some of the times I didn't even need to go fishing because there's fish at night. You scare the fish, they just jump into your boat. But there was one point where I set up my tent. And I was like, I have to get some sleep. It's been 48 hours of no sleep. I'm starving, I'm freaking out. And I like laid down, fell asleep. The first dream I had was that they were around me, and there were like these animal noises, and all of a sudden they started stabbing through the tent. And it was more traumatic to be asleep than it was to just keep running. And so it took me a week to get out. But it was seeing that and knowing the stories from some of the toughest guys that I know who've like lost loved ones. One of my rangers has been shot in the head. He was trying to give them bananas. He saw them somewhere and he tried to push a canoe across the river. And as pushing this canoe, and he's like, here, have some bananas. And he's like trying to show, like, I don't mean any harm, I'm okay. And he just went, fire an arrow at his head. So he sees the arrow, 6-foot arrow coming in his head, and he moves to the side. And it scraped him from his temple all the way to the back of his head, opened into the skull. And he's okay. He's a hard ass. He works for me now. He's Ignacio. And but like you can't reason with them. You can't be like, guys, it's okay. No, they don't speak our language, and they believe that we are like literally demons that are trying.
They believe that it must be passed down because of the Spaniards that came down. It must be just a tale that they passed down, and they teach the young.
And they teach the young that the outside world is going to kill them. So kill them first.
I'm sure you've heard of the North Sentinel Island uncontacted tribe.
That guy who recently went. You hear about that? That guy went recently. And he was like, "Have you guys heard about Jesus?" And they just stuck an arrow.
Oh, yes, the missionary guy that went. So there's a crazy fucking story about that, about a British guy who went down there. Austin, I sent you the link yesterday. You can pull it up. He did this whole Twitter thread about there was this British researcher who went down there. This is it, yeah. Portman. He went down there in 1880 to 1900s. He was some sort of like pervert, and he was doing some weird perverted study on like the kids, like measuring their dicks and shit. And he was like taking these weird photos of them, and like an old couple died because I guess they caught some sort of disease that he had and didn't have the immunity built up.
Yeah, that's an every concern. Even with the uncontrolled tribes in the Amazon,
right?
Our common rhinovirus cold could wipe out the whole tribe. It's happening.
Yeah, and eventually they ended up just murdering this guy because he was just fucking with them. And that's the reason that they have been so hostile to outsiders ever since then.
Well, I mean, can you blame me?
And they've been there for like, I think it's like 60,000 years. They descended from Africa like 60,000 years ago, and they're still fucking there. Yeah. No, I mean, that's what we do. People have to don't mess with these people. And notice the people mess with these people. It's always so much. It's always so much. Right. In Mother of God, my book, it's not my story, but I tell the story of there's some missionaries, and I think it was in Ecuador, where they went and they took a plane and they landed in the Amazon, really remote Amazon. I love this story. They landed to this remote tribe, and they got out on the beach, and the tribe was like, people came out of a flying bird, and the people were like, yeah, nobody could talk, so it was all like hand gestures, and they were like,
try on a t-shirt. It was pretty friendly. They even took the chief of the tribe up in the plane and they did it around and brought him back down. That might like hurt someone's brain if they've never seen a plane before. And then they said, we're going to come back. We're going to come back and just wait. Okay, so they went back and they had the journal entry of one of the missionaries who was going, I just hate that we're spending another Christmas when these poor people won't know about Jesus Christ and the world. Blah, 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 blah. He's like, really keeping them wicked. So anyway, they go back and there's 5 of them. And they land the plane, same beach, and they find these people again. And the tribe is like, hey, so look, we talked about it, and the missionary's like, hold on. We have like cotton candy, and we have photos from back home. Here's our family, and the tribes take one look at it. They look at the photo, and they go, wait a second, I see human faces. There's nothing behind this. And the chief goes, guys, it's black magic, kill everybody. And the tribe fucking murders all of them right there. And so when the missionaries didn't come back, like a week later, they sent out a rescue mission, and there's dead people all over the beach. And years later, like a decade later, when this tribe eventually was taught Spanish, they were sort of brought, roads reached them. Of course, whenever roads go into a rainforest, everybody gets domesticated. Yeah. But they were able to interview the same tribe people. And they said, what were you thinking? And I said, how the hell are we supposed to know? They said, you showed us a picture. So we never saw a picture before. They said they were flying around in a metal thing and showing us pictures. They said, we just assumed that they were devils. So we killed them just to be safe. They said, we were a little spooked. And it was like a totally natural move for them. It was like, these people seem a little too friendly.
Yeah, I think on that thread I was talking about in like 2006, a cargo ship ran aground right on the edge of the island, and they could see after like a day or so part of the tribe from coming out from the forest, and they were on the beach building boats trying to come out. So they had to call in and evacuate a helicopter to evacuate them. And the ship is still there. If you go on Google Maps, you can see the skeleton of the ship still there. And then in 2014, they went back there again. Another group of people went back there from, I think it's off the coast of India, I think maybe. And they went back. Awesome. Try to find a video of them giving coconuts to the tribe on North Sentinel Island. They pulled up in a fucking boat, and they're right there. And all these guys are just right there, like they're taking the coconuts from them. This was like a couple of years ago. And like the women and the children and the guys, you can see they have a couple of them having big metal knives on their waist. Yeah, this is it. And they say that they've got the only way they have the metal is from that ship that went down in 2006. But skip like halfway through. Yeah, you took out the pregnant lady.
This is wild. I've never seen this.
See that metal dagger?
Well, that's when the Amazon, whenever they come and they raid the villagers sometimes and steal our machetes.
Oh, really?
They don't have it. They don't have it. Isn't that crazy? They don't have it.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
They missed out on the wheel. They missed out on the spoon, the knife. That was not having used it. These guys are so lucky that they didn't get massive.
And there's one point where some of the guys start doing like these tribe guys start watch this guy does. It's like he's doing some sort of it seems like a get the fuck out of here type thing.
Wow, look at that. Grab that.
It's pretty crazy that they just decided to go back and just pull right up like that.
Yeah, to me, I would be with an arrow.
No.
Way too close.
I mean, that's like, it's so insane to think that people like that still exist on this earth.
Yeah, and then, people that romanticize it. They're truly free people. They don't have, politics or religion. It's yeah, they just have, intertribal war and like organized rape and like probably believe a million false things. I talked to anthropologists who like talked about how like some entire cultures have just like wrong ideas. There's a tribe in New Guinea that believed that any sickness that happened was from black magic from neighboring tribes, and so like these people were in constant terror that the other tribes were going to put a curse on them. When the missionaries went, these people were living in so much fear, and it was like they had to explain to these people that like basically the whole fundamental fabric of your reality is false. So like we have to start over again. It's like, dude, that sucks. You're like living on an island, completely misunderstanding. Yeah, like that's rough.
Yeah, but if a comet were to hit and take out our population, they would be the ones to survive.
Oh yeah, because they'd be fine.
They would be the only ones left.
That and like the two like doomsday preppers somewhere in like fucking Utah. Yeah,
the billionaires with the giant underground doomsday. Yeah, it must be like if we must be to them like what aliens are to us.
Pretty much.
Or close.
Pretty much. We live completely outside of their culture. We live outside of their contact. They don't understand us. Anything that they get from us is like relics. And so when they go, okay, so I've done this. You go out in the forest and you say, okay, I'm going to survive. Somebody said, like, make a baby. It's funny, but it's like, holy shit. It's like, well, I got to get some space. I got to cut down a tree. How are you going to cut down a tree? Shit, I need an axe. So you got to get some metal. So okay. So even if you get a field, and then then you got to get barley. It's like, well, oh wait, hold on, that doesn't exist until humans like breed it and engineer it to be more productive. It's like this stuff is so. Our society is so complex, and they're literally living on the basis of like hunter-gatherer. Like they are self-sufficient individuals, and that's what makes it like that. They'd be fine. Like, catch a fish.
So you mentioned earlier when I talked to you yesterday about it's fascinating to me how the soil in the Amazon is sterile and completely infertile. Like there's so much vegetation. How is it possible it's so fertile? And then I want to talk to you too about the terra preta stuff. What do you know about that man-made terra preta soil?
Well, the soil, first of all, the Amazon used to be joined to the Congo. Okay, right. So it used to flow the opposite direction. And then when they split, because the Congo River is flowing, east to west. And so the Amazon also was flowing east to west. And then when the continents split, those two things were divided, and then South America hit up against the Nazca Plate, which is what sent the Amazon up.
And they both drained into the Atlantic.
And now they both drain into the Atlantic. So the Amazon actually reversed directions. But as that was happening, for a long time, it was this giant inland sea. And so it was still salt water, which is why we still have stingrays, manatees. There's certain like relics that have adapted to freshwater life after being there for millions of years as this transition was taking place. But you're basically talking about like an ocean floor in a lot of cases. And so that's what the Amazon is growing on. And then like in our region, it's clay. So like when you're digging through this clay, you stick a shovel through this thing. And it is, think of a lump of clay, which you would make a sculpture out of. Like when you start seeing people take that wire, and you can cut straight through the clay with it. It's just like this homogeneous gray mass. When the Amazon is red. But it's like there's no space in it. There's no nutrients. There's no soil. It's just dense. And so the trees, when you see the rainforest trees, they have these roots that spread out. It's almost like the base of a rocket ship. And so they're standing there, think like a chess piece. It's just a big fat bottom sitting at the bottom of these giant ancient trees. And the reason that they have that rainforest tree look is because instead of sending roots down, they send roots out to stabilize. Oh shit, really? So if you see a tree fall over on the side of the river, like even like a 170 foot tall tree, it's only gonna have like a 4 foot taproot that goes into the ground. It's tiny. It's like nothing. Yeah. I had no idea. And so all of the nutrients is kept in the very, 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 very top soil. So all the falling leaves, all the branches, all the animal carcasses, all that nutrients is coming from what's alive, and that's all being cycled out so quickly because of fungal mycelium is breaking everything down. If it wasn't for fungus, the Amazon would bury itself in leaves and it cease to exist. And then the rains are constantly washing those leaves into tributaries, which is going into the water, into those rivers, and then washing out into the Atlantic where phytoplankton is putting all of that bionic matter and releasing it into the atmosphere. And so like the nutrients of the Amazon is all of it. It's a very like temporary thing. It's all just being held by the existing life, which is why when you cut stuff down and burn it, it's like a machine. It's like a machine. It's a constantly turning death machine. It's been called the greatest natural battlefield because everything is broken down. So from the biggest tree to the termites to the jaguar to us, everything in the Amazon is in the process of being recycled. But life is a momentary stasis compared to the constant turning death. It's just, you really get a sense of it. When you see an animal die in the Amazon, the bodies are decomposed. Wow, it's good. But if you ever want to murder somebody, you just like whack them on the back and let them go. The soil and the plants and everything just eats it. Yeah, you have dung beetles coming in and leaf cutter ants and vultures and everything tears it apart. And just like sort of, if you do like a time lapse of it, you'll see it like swell up and the bones that are carried off by scavengers and just get spread out. And then as soon as it rains, the bones get wet and then more fungus. That fungus gets there. The fungus will break down the house.
None of those uncontacted tribes are cannibals, right?
Not that we know of. I've never heard of anything like that. And there's been a few people in the region, it's one of those things we don't really talk about, but there's a couple of people scattered through the remote villages that we can contact. Where like there's one guy I think that got washed down the river where he was like a child with the uncontacted tribes and he lives and speaks Spanish and lives with one of the other communities and I would never share where the location of that is, but it's like he's far from into talking about it, but he sort of knows both ways. Oh wow. Yeah, and so like someone like that would have said if they were cannibals, but I don't think they are.
Now, what is this terra preta man-made soil that I don't recall that? I heard they found it in multiple different spots and it's been studied and it's like super fertile.
Yeah.
And there's evidence that it's man-made.
Yeah, I think it was Oriana who was the first person to descend the Amazon, which is a crazy story because the Spanish came in through like Lima, over the Andes, and then he like literally like built a boat, floated down 4,000 kilometers across the entire Amazon basin, had these incredible adventures. He's
the guy who told all the stories about all the crazy civilizations on the Amazon, right? And then they went back and everything was gone. Like that was fucking lying.
Yeah. And also in terms of like survival, like however many guys they started with and ended with. But this dude survived that expedition, got to the mouth of the Amazon, navigated by the stars, and said, I know where we are, and if we could build a ship, we could get back to Spain, and did that. It's one of the most psychotically amazing stories I've ever heard, and he's the reason that the Amazon River is called the Amazon River.
Oh, really?
Apparently there's a tribe that was very female dominant. And he was harkening back to I think it's a Greek myth of the Amazons, which is a tribe of women who shoot arrows and actually one-breasted women so they could draw their bowstring back. But that's where that name comes from, the Amazon forest.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a story of a Spanish explorer bringing it through the Amazon in the 1500s. And then he reported seeing like tons of tribes, but then they went back looking for everybody, and it was all gone because they had brought smallpox through and killed everybody.
Yeah.
So this is the same guy's named after the guy who was responsible for murdering everybody in there with smallpox?
His reports of the Amazon led to it generally being referred to as the Amazon forest, the forest of the Amazon.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
He was Oriana, I believe was his name. He was like Francisco de
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
But yeah, he had stories of civilizations that had huge sectioned off areas of the river where they were cultivating turtles, the giant Amazonian turtle, and they're living off of that as their primary protein. And this stuff's written down. These people were more literate than we are. I mean, the stuff, you read these guys' journals, incredible. You have the journals of Pizarro, the day he touched down in Peru. He's like chuckling to himself, and he's like, this is going to be a really easy conquistador journey. He's like, this one's going to be good. And at that point, he's like, I know 6 other guys that are like rich conquistadors. He's like, I got these people. Because the Peruvians came out, and they're like, here's textiles and gifts, and here's some coca leaves, and they're like, welcome. And he was like, you people. And then they just got ready to kill everyone. Like, it's in his journal. It's absolutely awful. He like thought it was fun. He's like, I can't wait to write home and start this. Jeez, yes. No, they were on a whole different level. So the Terra Preta stuff, though, is part of a conversation right now that I think is a huge misinformation thing.
Really?
Yes, because
Graham Hancock, his whole theory on all this.
yeah, these guys. So what happens is you come out with a controversial theory. All right, you say, we're living in a simulation. I can prove it. And everyone goes, we are, and then everyone clicks on it. This guy comes out and goes, the Amazon rainforest is a man-made thing. What? This is terrible. We found, geoglyphs, or we found, evidence of human civilizations in the Amazon rainforest. And it's like, of the area of the Amazon rainforest, if you actually look at the scientific literature of what these archaeologists found, it's like 0.03% of the actual landmass of the Amazon shows signs of some form of terracotta that they believe was influenced by humans. And so then what happens is this dude goes on podcasts and writes books and does lectures where he goes, we've been thinking all wrong about the Amazon. So he wants to drop the big bomb. Because we've been thinking about it all wrong. And then I hear him on Rogan going, the Amazon is actually a man-made garden. They've actually engineered a lot of the forest. And listen to this, ready to fucking flip the table. What the fuck are you talking about? And then he said, his life is like the Da Vinci Code. Oh my god, he's literally, he is a fucking child he's playing a game where he's like an explorer. Like he thinks he's like Hiram Bingham and he's gonna go find Machu Picchu or something. The problem with his story is that it's a dangerous story because it changes the narrative and it changes how we view the future. Okay, so he's on there going, well, yeah, there's evidence all over the Amazon. Now, if you take a football field, you take a handful of quarters and you throw it, and there's quarters all over the field, but is that handful of quarters on this whole football field? Does that mean that what does that mean? You know what I mean? It's a very small percentage. So yes, of course, there were, over the course of history, there's hundreds of thousands of people. Right now, I think there's like 20 million people that live in the Amazon. Maybe more, probably more like 30 million people. Really? Yeah, there's indigenous communities all over the Amazon rainforest. There's cities, there's Manaus, there's Iquitos, there's Puerto Maldonado. There's plenty of people living in it. That's why people go, is it too dangerous to go to the Amazon rainforest? I'm like, bro, I know babies in the Amazon rainforest. Like, you can go. But yeah, I was listening to him and they're going, oh yeah, and literally the evidence that they're using to prove their point was absolutely false. He's going, yeah, we see domesticated species like Brazil nut trees. We're going to have a conversation about what domesticated means. Alright, domesticated is like a golden retriever. A wolf is a wild species, and then we bred wolves down and mixed them with things until we came up with a golden retriever. A cat. We came up with a cat. We took a wild species and we made it produce more milk, and then, chicken. We made it so they produce eggs every day. Those are domesticated species that we have bred to be productive for us. So bananas, and apples, all these things. They come from a root source plant that ancient civilizations bred to be more productive. Fine. I once heard someone say about Asian elephants, these are domesticated elephants. These are captive animals. This is a wild animal that has been beaten until it's been kept in a temple or a cage or whatever else, but that does not mean it's domesticated. So this guy was going on about, if you see higher concentrations of domesticated Brazil nut trees around these areas with terracotta, Brazil nut trees are not domesticated species. Brazil nut trees are one of the pillars of the natural Amazon rainforest. And what people could have done was they could have taken the nuts, just like we could take acorns from an oak tree, we could plant them around our farm if we want oak trees. But they're not domesticated.
Why does he think they're domesticated?
Oh, they're not domesticated. You can look it up. It's a wild species, and they're so intricately.
Austin, that's a cue.
They're so have productive Brazil nut trees without primary forests. Listen to this. So if you have a 400-year-old Brazil nut tree, they're like one of the emergent giant pillars of the forest. They depend on a species of orchid bee to pollinate their flowers. And before that pollination happens, between the male and female trees, they will not produce the Brazil nuts. And then once they produce the Brazil nuts, those nuts actually fall from the canopy 160 feet up where we can't get them. to the ground. And the only animal in the rainforest that has teeth strong enough to make it through this hard, nutty shell of a Brazil nut is something called an agouti. It's a rodent. It's a big ass rodent.
I think it's like a shrew.
It looks like a more like a beaver family type of thing.
Okay, yeah.
And they open them and they bury them just like squirrels.
Oh, really? Let's see what Wikipedia is trustworthy. The Brazil nut is a South American tree in the family of, I'm not even trying to say that, Lycidificae. The fruit in its nutshell, containing the edible Brazil nut, are relatively large. Keep going down. Keep going. Find something about where they're from, how they were made.
From
but like, so the thing about Graham is, I think he's just advocating for the Amazon to be studied, right? He's not advocating for, like, he said that he thinks that money needs to be put into more LiDAR.
yes.
Penetrating LiDAR to LiDAR surveys on the Amazon, because right now I think it's only been like a very, very small percent of the Amazon that's been surveyed by LiDAR, right?
I think that's a great idea, and I fully support that. The problem is that when you listen to these interviews, when you listen to what was extrapolated from some of these shows, again, I'm going from the interviews that I've heard, where you hear them go, okay, there's a lot more human civilization in the Amazon than you think, and they were engineering the forest. And then you literally hear people going, so wait, so the forest was engineered by people? And they go, yeah, the Amazon was actually a garden. And people look this up on Smithsonian, where they go, yeah, they produced a paper that said this as a hypothesis, and then they're like, no, realistically, there's small settlements throughout the Amazon that correspond with the ancient civilizations, and the Amazon's the Amazon. And so what he's doing is, then when people go and they say, well, if the Amazon is a human-made thing, well then, as we decide the fate of the Amazon, what do we want it to look like? And it very quickly becomes this very dangerous thing where if it's not wild anymore, well then it's just something else that we can manipulate. And the Amazon is such an intensely complicated web of life that this is not something that we actually understand yet. So if you have a guy like Bolsonaro who's like, oh look, research says, this was man-made to begin with, so we better start chopping it up and turning it into soy farms. It's like, these are dangerous extrapolations that are being made from that assertion that the Amazon is a cultivated garden.
Also, I can't see, there's a giant ad in front of this article. The supposedly pristine, untouched Amazon rainforest was actually shaped by humans. Over thousands of years, native people played a strong role in molding the ecology of this vast wilderness. That was 2017. Keep going down. This is the Smithsonian.
Okay, so yeah, this is a good article. We read through the whole article, and then at the end, then all of a sudden I bring it back to reality.
There you go.
All right. So here's this other expert, Paterno, also cautions, drawing direct conclusions from the tree goddess. She points to the fact that some scientists once thought the Mayan civilization of Central America heavily cultivated the breadnut tree, based on larger than expected numbers of them often found in the Mayan ruins. However, later research found that the breadnut trees also can be spread widely by bats, and that the trees may have started growing around ruins to take advantage of the limestone that they provide in the soil. Paterno hopes to see more work done finding knowledge. Basically, they bring in this expert who actually says, you know what, this is just a brand new hypothesis, and it doesn't mean shit.
Right.
So what they're doing here is they're using this headline to hook you.
Right. Yeah.
What is that last paragraph?
For future research, Paterno hopes to see more work done finding and analyzing the remains of plants from prehistoric eras, such as charcoal and mineralized phytoliths and charcoal. These are the proxies that need to be relied on.
So it's just saying politely,
right? Yeah. Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, if there was all those cities there when that first guy went through the Amazon, the first Spanish guy explored through there, and then they were gone 200 years later, the Amazon it ate up everything. And the growth grew over everything. So there's if there was a way to fund more lie that is under there, it would be fucking incredible. We would learn so much about the history of our species.
100%. And there's actually, I know a guy who knows where the scientific root, the guy's on the ground.
But what?
Entire ruins that
Really? So they found pyramids there, right?
there's all kinds of stuff.
You know, there's pyramids, like crazy geometric shapes they found.
Yep. And I mean, but again, it's just like, the thing is not to blow that into. That's fine. I'm saying that there's more human sites than we thought, even like pottery. We found, if you go to like a certain bend in the river, like usually when the interesting thing with the jungle or with any wilderness is that there's sort of like natural law. You stop at certain points. Like there's like certain points in the river where it's just a good point. It's a good place to stop your boat. And it's like you're usually gonna find somewhere near there, like some pottery remains or something. Because then some ancient civilization probably also thought it was a good port. And so, like, yeah, there's 100%. There was millions of people that have existed in the Amazon over time. But the danger is that then they jump this to the Amazon was created by humans, which is fucking moron.
Yeah, that just seems dumb.
It's absolutely stupid.
And how people use that? What people are using that to,
and they make articles like this. And then how many people read to the last paragraph? How many people just click on that article and be like, look, I saw it. It says that the Amazon was actually shaped by humans. And that is so dangerous because the ecology there is so intricately intertwined with each other. I mean, we're just starting to scratch the surface of this food chain. You know, you ever heard of the thing with the wolves of Yellowstone about where the wolves have been absent from Yellowstone for 100 years, and then they brought back the wolves into Yellowstone. And all of a sudden, they saw all these ecological things fall into place. Like because the deer weren't overgrazing the plants by the rivers, they were moving quickly because they knew there was wolves. And so all of a sudden, the shorelines around the rivers were able to grow up, which, when there was floods, meant that there was more roots and more retention. So the floods weren't as bad. It also meant that because the deer weren't always harassing the plant life by the edges, that little trees were able to grow up, which meant the beavers were able to use them. And so the wolves, the top-down predator ecology truth is that we needed wolves to keep balance in the ecosystem. And it's something very simple, something very similar with elephants. It's like what elephants do for an ecosystem is so crucial. But it's like if we start changing these hard one. I mean, how many years of research did it take to find out these things about the wolves? You know, it took us exterminating wolves and then bringing them back for us to learn how crucial. And then, the Amazon, just starting to learn about how the Brazil nut trees and the rivers and the moisture cycle all works together. And it's like, then people go, oh, no. It's actually human-made, guys. You can pay them. No. Yeah, no. You can't. I'm not going to be quiet for that. Just because somebody wants to get a fancy PhD and get some interviews. Right.
No, I mean, it just sucks that there's not more research being done on it, and there's not more archaeology being done down there, and there's not more digging and the LiDAR surveys, which I think those are really super expensive to do.
They are expensive to do because we're trying to get some LiDAR surveys in our region because there's stuff out there. There's stuff, like I've been down there 17 years, and I have a number of sites that I would love to go do LiDAR. Because we can just sort of, there's places where we know that there's some evidence of stuff, or like we found pottery, and it's like we could be sitting massive. I'm just trying to some billionaire who's making some LiDAR, and I don't see why not. There's fucking billionaires popping up all over the place, and they spend money on very stupid things. And tennis rackets. Yeah. I miss a lot of stuff. Like I miss a lot of stuff. Like I come out of the jungle, and my friends will be like, "Yo, did you hear about like this?" And I'll be like, "Well, like I'll see a meme, and I'll have to text my friend. I'll be like, what are they talking about?" Like it'll be like a meme or something. And the last one was like, it was like Biden falling off a bicycle. And I was like, what happened? Oh, is he okay? And they were like, no, you've been in the jungle. Like, he's fine. It was a joke. You were passed. You missed it. And I was like, okay. I miss a lot of stuff, but yeah, we need to. I came out of the jungle one time, so I was like, you see this guy? Flying up, and I was like, dude, dick rocket. I was like, are you serious? I was like, that really happened. I think I missed that too.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Bezos' rocket could have been designed.
Oh,
could have been designed.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. No, because sometimes I come out and my friends will almost mess with me and be like, yo, this happened. What are you doing?
Is there a way? Like, do you bring a sat phone with you everywhere when you're on it? No.
Like, who can you call? All right, so you get shot through the stomach by an arrow. What are you gonna be like? Hi, mom. You know what I mean? Like, there's no one to call.
What do you do? Like, what do you do
Try
if
to
you
survive.
get seriously injured?
It's real life.
Right.
There's no ambulance coming for you. There's no helicopter evac. You know, you do travel insurance. They say you have like $250,000 of medevac or whatever. There's no one to come get you.
That's one of the fascinating things too about some of these ancient tribes or the ancient civilizations that lived down there. Like, how long ago was ayahuasca invented? Like, how many years ago was the first two different plants that are completely different? The bush that causes all the hallucinations, you could eat the shit all day and you just get a stomachache. As soon as you mix it with this other plant, the vine, all of a sudden the magic happens. How did they learn that so many fucking years ago?
There's a beautiful book by Wade Davis called Wonder, and for anybody that's interested in this stuff, you got it. It's like this giant, very difficult to read. It's like biblical, but he's following the work of Richard Evans Schultes, who was a Harvard ethnobotanist who went through the Amazon. I think it was in the 50s or the 60s. He started doing all these hallucinogenics in a research capacity, trying to figure out and trying to really, he was a botanist. But they were saying that the statistical improbability of, even if you did trial and error over the course of thousands of years, given that there's 15,000 species of trees, and then how many species of vines, and how many species, I'm talking, the numbers are staggering. It's like fucking, you just gotta hear the interstellar music start playing around your head as you think about this, and somehow, it's not like, like maple syrup. Like, the first person to burn a maple tree was like, oh, that's good. Right. You know what I mean? Like, that's one step. We're good. This is a complex chemical reaction that literally opens your mind to other things. And for people that have done normal drugs, like mushrooms or LSD or something like ayahuasca, and
I've never done ayahuasca. How is it different from mushrooms?
I just feel like
it's basically like DMT, right? It's essentially the same thing.
I mean, I had done mushrooms in college, and like everybody else, and you go for a walk, and it's nice. And I can kind of like see music that's cool, and and now there's a lot of people who are like, I talked about ayahuasca with someone recently, and they go, oh, I just did ayahuasca last week. I went to the Amazon last week, and they went, no, New York. Yeah, I did it in a yoga studio in New York. I was like, okay. I go back. I tell my local guys that they laugh. They're like, yeah. The thing is, it's literally from it, and then we mix the compounds in the jungle and boiling it down. These people live in the jungle and go on a diet where they just drink that. And what they're doing is they're connecting deeply to like the forest spirit, the truth between the trees, and they're trying to absorb that to become shamans. And they study for years for that privilege. And it's not viewed as a drug. It's not viewed as something that's like recreationally done. It's viewed as something that's deeply medicinal, that opens up the spirit. So when they hear about people doing yoga studios, it's like someone in the military having somebody be like, I did a Tough Mudder once, and it's like, oh, yeah, cool. Like, you ran in a circle, good for you. But whatever you can compare it to, it's like there's drugs and then there's like I was on the first time I did ayahuasca, I had a notebook, I was like, cool, and I write down my thoughts. I had no idea. The shaman comes in, and we're sitting in a circle, and he lights a single two candles in the middle of the field. And we're all sitting in a circle, and things get real quiet, and we start noticing the sounds of the drum. And all of a sudden, when you're scared, you start noticing different stuff. And all of a sudden, you say, I really feel this. Okay, and you see every look on everyone else's face. You see the local people who are going to do it with you. You see that they're not joking. They're like getting ready. And then he beckons to you. This guy's sitting there. The candles are in his eyes, and he's got feathers off his head, and he's got monkey scales on him. And he goes, come. Takes a big drag of his cigarette. He blows medicinal herbs through his lungs onto the ayahuasca. And gives it to you, hands it to me. And I was like, everything in me was screaming. It was like, I'm backing up. I don't want to do it, but you're too far in. You can't do that in front of everybody. I was like, screw it. I just kicked it back. And then so you go and you sit down and you sit down and the next person goes, and the next person goes, and you're sitting in the circle. And I remember being like, oh, I think I got this. I was like, I'm gonna be fine. And then I remember I opened my notebook. It's all dark, and we're under a roof, but there's no walls. So the jungle is all around us. And so you can hear, and all of a sudden it started to rain, right? I started to notice that the sounds, I started to like try to wash off my hands. The sounds were coming through my fingertips, and I started to be very concerned that the sounds had gotten under my skin, and the frogs, and the crickets, and the crickets, and the throbbings of the jungle night. And then the last thing I remember seeing was that I looked down at the floorboards, and it was like this, it was just like, and I remember seeing the molecules of the wood as I got smaller and smaller and dematerialized and fell through the table or the floor, the earth, everything, and down into like unconstructed universe. And I was down there for a very long time. And if I went into it, it would sound so ridiculous. It was stupid to retell it, but it's like you go down so deep that you leave your body. You're in a different, you're in like unconstructed dream space. And it was so intense that in like at 4 a.m. when I came back, I just remember being so scared. I've been through so many different universes. I like the moment I realized I had a hand, I was so thankful. I felt my hand on the board. And I was me. I could remember my name. I forgot all this stuff. And you're just hearing. I mean, literally picture like being a consciousness floating in space with the stars and the nebulas and being able to swim. It was wild. So I came back and I looked at the shaman and I see this hammock and he's gone. So as the sun comes up, I start looking for the shaman. And the guy's old, he's like 85 years old. He's one of the old guys. He's got this face, so he's got like permanent, like whacked out the mirror face with like hair that sticks up. You can never tell if he's high or not. He's like, and we looked everywhere for him. He wasn't at camp, and then we later that day, I guess he left. I don't know. And then an hour later, somebody was crossing one of the streams, and they found him laying in the stream naked. You know, like an ET at the end, and he's not doing so good. Yeah, the stream. They found Don Ignacio in the stream, naked, and we wrapped him up and we brought him back. I said, "What the fuck happened, man?" And he goes, "That was the biggest mistake of my life." He goes, "I overboiled it." He goes, "I've gotten sloppy in my old age, and I let that brew of ayahuasca boil too much." He goes, I never thought I'd see things like that. That was too strong. It was unretiring. And I was like, "That's the batch of ayahuasca that you give me?" I was like, "Thanks for your first time." That was my first real ayahuasca trip. And so the shaman was like, "I retire." And he retired until next month. But, yeah, he was the old guard. He trained the guys that do it now and coded to him. No, yeah, we lost our old shaman in the village to COVID. Yeah, it's like so we lose this guy that knows the last time that he harvested an ayahuasca vine, it was like bigger than a dick. It was a vine thicker than a dick. So he knew we were going to grow that were ancient. And then the plants changed. The leaves on a young sycamore are different than the leaves on an old sycamore. The balsam trees are young, they have these giant umbrella leaves. And as they grow up, the leaves get smaller, they change. And plants are complicated. He knew how to find ayahuasca vines that no one else knew how to find. And so when he dies, you just hope that he's a part of that lineage to the next generation. And there's also a certain type of poison that some of the indigenous communities there have developed. It's called curare or something. Yeah, curare. And there's I heard there was something like 11 or 12 different plants you have to combine to make that. And it's I heard that in order to get a monkey out of a tree, if they want to shoot a monkey, if you shoot it with an arrow with no curare, it'll seize its tail and it'll stay up in the canopy. Mm-hmm. Is that true? Yeah. And if you hit them with that, the reason they develop the curare poison is so they're limp and they fall down. Yeah. The other crazy one that they have in our region is called Basco, which is it's a root, and you wrap it in cloth and you beat it with a big heavy stick. and it gets it like pulpy. So there's a lot of juice coming out of this thing now. And what you do is you go to a stream and you find like a pool in the stream and you put a lag across one side. Ideally, you have like a little waterfall or a trickle on the other side where the fish can't easily get out. And then you take this package of beaten root that you have, put it in there, and then in like 5 minutes, all the fish that are in that little pool will just float up to the top. And the craziest part is that they're only stung. So you can go through and be like, this is good for lunch, this is good for lunch, this is good for lunch. We don't need any of these guys, he's too small. And then you take the stick away and let the water start flowing again. And once the water flows, the barbasco will leave, and then all the fish start swimming again. So you're not murdering all the fish.
That sounds like some black magic.
Dude, and it's like one of the most basic things. Like I know young guys who can never do it. Yeah, that's not even complicated. What is it called again? Barbasco.
Barbasco.
With that.
So tell me, what was the story of the dude who got kidnapped by the gold miners? I wanted to make sure you told that story.
So
The
guy, this dude who we originally I had gone upriver with a guy from National Geographic, and the idea was that we wanted to find huge animals. So this gold miner, who was the brother-in-law of the chef that we worked with down there, he had a year ago he killed this huge animal. And I have a picture of his daughter holding this anaconda's head. It's like the size of an American football. It's just a huge anaconda head. And so we interviewed him in town. That was the first step. He said, why'd you kill this snake? I goes, well, I wanted to see it. Fair enough, okay? So we said, well, we want to come upriver and we want to see, like, you're saying there's other snakes, like this is big anacondas, it's huge anacondas. We go up. This is where then we saw that the military come down, blow up this gold mine thing, and we said, look, you guys gotta go. You gotta stop being you're gonna get killed, you're gonna get arrested. So he goes, all right, I'm gonna be a conservationist. So this evil gold miner, who everyone told us going up this river that we would we become friends with this guy. And he starts bringing ecotourism, he starts trying to do research, he starts trying to be a protector of the forest back in the West. So I'm getting ready to go to the airport one day. My friends come rushing into my room and they go, he's gone. What does it mean he's gone? The other gold miners didn't like that he flipped to being a protector of the forest. And so these guys bust into his house at 4 in the morning with rifles against his head. Apparently he was like having sex with his wife at the time. They like jumped on him, hauled him outside. They beat the shit out of him right there on the ground. Put a gun against his head. And so his wife and his kids were watching in the doorways of the little shacks that they just built. He spent a year building this, like, the most basic ecotourism place you could possibly build. They have a gun against his head and he goes, say goodbye to your wife. The kids are screaming and the wife is trying to fight. They knock the wife down. He goes, please don't kill me, kids. So they tie him up, they bring him on the boat. And these guys are going to do this stuff. He knows who they are, he knows their voices. He's worked with these guys before. So they get him on the boat, they start going upriver. And at some point, he told this story when he got rescued, he told me this story with so much enthusiasm. At some point, they heard the sound of a motor. And they knew that he's the best boat driver now. So they're trying to kill him, but he's going, if that's the Navy plan, we're all done for. He's like, so just get my hands in front, I'll drive the boat, and you guys can at least shoot at him. And so they actually were like, okay, you drive, but we'll do whatever. So he just slammed the boat into a tree. They went flying off. He jumped into the river. And then he ran off into the forest. Apparently, it changes about whether there even was a boat coming down the river or whether he just made them think there was. But he was lost in the forest for 3 days before we found him. And we hired like 5 different guys to go up and down the river up there looking for him. And as far as we knew, it was very scary news to get because we thought he was dead. The last thing that his family saw was guys bust in, guns against the head, say goodbye to your father, and he never came back. And so days went by where we were sending boats up and down the river looking for him, and then miraculously he shows up starving and freaked out, clothing ripped, and got reunited with his family. But what? I mean, they murder people. Our lawyer's father, he stood up to gold miners and he was murdered. Really? Yes. There was a nun on the border with Brazil, Sister Dorothy Stang, I think was her name. She was working with the indigenous people, trying to work with them, trying to protect the forest and the wildlife. And I think they shot her in the stomach, and then when she was down, they capped her in the head. I mean, like, they just, you know, if you start going against these people, there's a point where they will just say, you're threatening our way of life.
So you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I made a post on Instagram about illegal gold mining because it was actually, I went with this guy from ABC News, Matt Gutman, awesome guy. This guy shows up at the news team, said he wanted to report on like the most authentic, you know, the front lines of the Amazon. So we brought him out. We went into the gold mining areas. We went into the logging areas. We saw the Amazon fires. But we went to the.
So when you guys are like running by this burning area, and it's like literally burning you guys.
Yes, that's the one. We actually like that day. I actually got scared that the skin because it fucking hurt. It was that was crazy. But when we went to the gold mining, it was funny because the guys pulled me aside and they went. One of the guys went, "Come here." You see how many response over there looking at you? And I said, yeah. They follow you on Instagram. Because you don't think, you're in the middle of the Amazon, you don't think these people have this.
Right.
And they're like, they know exactly who you are. And they're like, please stop what you're doing. And I was like, don't worry. I was like, and meanwhile, they're all holding machine guns and they're looking at me. And then, so literally the next day, because that was the day we were filming there, so we filmed this desert in the Amazon rainforest, and literally in the most moist, biodiverse, beautiful, pristine part of the Amazon, is now a 350-mile scar of sand. You can look it up on Google Earth, and you can see this horrible scar across the Amazon. We went to the edge of that, and so I posted about that the next day. And a few days later, I was actually walking down the street in the town where we were getting supplies to head back out to the jungle. And a motorcycle pulls up next to me and just was like, the next time we see you post about gold mining, you're going to regret it. Really? And then he zooms off. And I could see what it was because he had his face covered with a motorcycle helmet on. So, yeah, I mean, the threats come through and you just have to be ready for whatever happens.
Are you armed?
Most of the time we're not, but it's usually in the city that you reckon the most. Because, you know, like the thing is, out in the jungle, you usually don't need it, because out in our region, you know who's there and who's not. It's kind of complicated. Because, you know, I had a friend, his name is also Paul, but his father moved deep into the jungle when they were before they were born. And they moved like 4 years deep into the jungle, and he just wanted to live at the edge of the world and be free. He raised his 2 boys there, and they had a whole life. And I made friends with Paul, really, when I was like probably like 22, and they were probably like 28, 30 or so, and they would teach me fishing, and we spent all these days going out together and stuff. And then one day, the dad needed to cut a tree that had fallen, so he asked a logger, or a gold miner, if he could help them cut some wood. This guy noticed that they had a chainsaw that he wanted, so he shot my friend in the back and took the chainsaw. And because it's the Amazon, no consequences for it. And because these guys were standing up to the loggers, they were standing up to the miners, and they were saying, we're not going to allow our forests to be invaded. So the first statement they made was shooting a tornado and taking it back. So yeah, you have to be a little careful out there. It is, you know, because you can't get the cops out there. You can't get the cops out there. Think about what that means. So whatever happens, happens. Me and you have a fight, and well, this is a true story. You guys were fighting over Brazil nuts, and the first guy went and I think it was the first guy shot the guy. The first guy, they were having a fight over Brazil nut. This is my Brazil nut tree. This is my Brazil nut tree. I get to harvest. Where does the line go between our properties? Who knows? The first guy shoots the other guy, takes off half his face, but he lives. So that guy, his family fixes him up. Everything else, his brothers get together and go, fuck that. They come back, take a few machetes, and they hack this first guy to pieces. They shot their brother. So all of this, eventually, both families end up in court back in the nearest town. And the judge goes, are any of you going to kill any of you? And they're all like, and he was like, all right, okay. You're missing half a face and the other guy's dead. He's like, what's it doing? But this is the way it is in the Amazon. It's like you're out past
What country is this? This is Peru.
Yeah, and that's where my friend got shot in the head by the arrow. That's where my friend Paul got assassinated. That's where our lawyer's father was assassinated. Speaking out against the lawyer got assassinated. Speaking out against the gold miners. it's the body count is high. And then there's articles. I think MangaBay.com puts out articles every year on like how many environmental defenders they kill across the Amazon each year, and it's just let the bodies on the floor. It's just like,
what is the biggest threat to the loggers and the gold miners, though? So, like, what are they most afraid of?
that we're gonna stop them from logging.
Are you a bigger threat to them, or like the Navy and
No, the Navy and stuff, but there's regions of Peru where the Peruvian law enforcement won't go. Yeah, there's places where the Peruvian law enforcement won't go. So like in that 350-mile scar, can you look up like Peruvian gold, Madre de Dios gold mine? It's terrifying. And like the Peruvian armed forces went in there because they couldn't send the police in because the police would just be massive. So finally they sent in helicopters, Navy SEALs, and all this shit. And they sent in full on. But even then, they chased everybody out and showed up 10 miles that way. And the same thing. So it's like, it's just a constant struggle. It's crazy.
And as far as like the wood, like you're showing in that documentary, there was like these giant trees on trailers, like these tree trunks that are wider than this fucking room, sitting on these giant trailers. Where do they go from there?
Well, the thing is, whether they're legal timber or whether they're illegal timber, everything is correct. So as soon as they come out of the forest, so our forest, I said about it used to take us 2 days to get up to the research station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then Brazil and China and the World Bank got together and they cut the Trans-Amazon Highway across the Amazon. And as soon as they cut the Trans-Amazon Highway across the Amazon, then you have offshoot roads. So you have one road and then offshoot roads.
Right.
They call it the fishbone effect. It ends up looking like a rib cage.
You know, road goes off a road, goes off a road.
And you just start seeing it. You can literally watch it year by year. The green starts turning to brown, starts turning to red. And there you go. That's what I'm talking about, the edge of that. So guarding the edges of that are men with machine guns, making sure they can continue to do that.
And what is that? What is that?
That's where the Amazon rainforest used to be.
What is it now?
A pit of mercury polluted absolute nothing that will take thousands of years to clear. You're never going to get that back. And that's in the western Amazon. That's in the most crucial part of the Amazon rainforest that this is happening. But you just scroll down a little bit to that push on the lower left right there. Look at that. See it go. Like this is what we see on.
Can you blow that up at all, Austin? What the fuck?
But like, you think of what like pristine forest looks like towering trees and butterflies and birds and jaguars, and it's like this is what they do.
So what is that guy with in the camera? What is he doing?
This is Peruvian law enforcement, Peruvian Marines. Okay. And so like I work with the guy on his knees. I work with a bunch of guys like that. I don't know that.
I'm sure a lot of these guys are kids too.
A lot of them are kids, and a lot of the funny thing is, again, like when I post this shit to social media, people will comment and they'll be like, these evil loggers are doing it for greed, or these evil miners, and like they deserve to be like destroyed. And like the first thing I have to go is like, hold on. First of all, if you couldn't feed your family, what would you do to save your family? Cut down some trees, 100% you would. And so the other thing is that I hang out with these guys. They're great guys. Most of them are great guys. Obviously, there's the bad ones that, you know, when they all get around and they start drinking and they start saying, well, this is threatening a whole way of life, you get that like one psycho vigilante. Yeah. But for the most part, these are good guys. A lot of the guys on my team are ex-loggers who are now conservationists patrolling the jungle as we speak. A lot of JJ's brothers who taught me the jungle used to be loggers in the 1990s during the Mahogany. And now they work for Jungle Keepers or Tamandua Expeditions. You know, and they're like the best guys ever. These are my family. They're awesome. So yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, can you give these people a better life? That's really the simplest answer.
Yeah, it's wild that that you're able to think about it from their point of view, because yeah, I mean, if you were put in their shoes and you had a decision to make between let me cut down a couple square miles of rainforest or let me let my kids starve to death, I'm gonna fucking burn down the rainforest.
But that's the thing. At the end of the day, any one of us, if you could use your kid, your mother, whatever it is, whatever you care about, you will chew through a human being's face to save that loved one.
Yeah.
And so it's,
I'll fucking shoot an elephant in the head to save my kid. That's what I said to Ryan. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I just, yeah. I agree with you, though. I agree with you.
Like, it's terrible. It's terrible. And it's like, we talked about this when he was in Iraq. Like, a lot of these people that are out there fucking in these terrorist groups or doing things that are evil to you, those people had other people murder their kids. Well, and that's what turned them into what they are. Like, if somebody murders your kid, it's going to change you, and you're going to become a fucking murderer, and you're going to look, and it's all about perspective.
I mean, look at the tab between like Desert Storm, 9/11, the next war,
Yeah.
We're just slapping each other back
Right.
and forth. And like,
Right.
how much of, you know, if you go to work or somebody, you know, and somebody yells at you in the morning, how much more likely are you to go then snap at somebody? It's like, I feel like as humans, we all pass on whatever we experience, whatever
Yes.
trauma we experience. And
Yes.
by the same token, when you meet awesome people that are just full of integrity and sunlight, that are just like, they have your back, and you're with the good people, you're like, man, I'm gonna do that too. Like,
Right.
I would never steal or cheat from those people because I would never do that to them. They never do that to me. And it's like, whatever you get. So the unfortunate thing is, if people are, you know, born into a gang and, you know, the cannibal warlords of Liberia, it's like they experience, like, you know, eat that motherfucker's heart before he eats yours, and it's like,
Right.
that's what you create.
Yes.
And then, you know, I hope that everyone is lucky enough to have those people in their life where it's like they are just good. Like, I grew up with my parents, and my dad is like literally like it's almost a burden how good of a person my dad is. Like, just like the nicest guy in the world. I've never heard. He's like his Finch. Like, I've like never heard the man lie. Like, it's just like there's people who are just like, you go, oh,
Have you brought your dad down to the ring?
oh, tons of time.
Really?
Oh my God, yes.
What does he think of everything you're doing?
They think it's great. I think they're really happy that I'm not in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, look, I was failing out of school, and I was doing so bad. They were so worried about me. They probably thought I was going to go to jail. And then, like, now I've written 2 books. On December 11th, I'll be speaking at the United Nations for the second time in my life. And it's like, I was such a fuck up when I was a teenager that I think that the fact that I haven't been trampled to death by elephants, and the fact that I've done, you know, protected something on Earth, I think my parents were just like, all right, fine. Yeah.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah.
What, other than speaking to the United Nations, like, what is that going to do? Like, what is it going to take to actually? There's so much momentum. It feels like
There is.
How could you possibly even slow that down? Where do you see any kind of hope, or do you?
No, it's funny because when I started out at like 18 years old, I think I was very much like, there's no hope, the world is dying. It was like it almost feels good in a way to like resign yourself to this, like, it's all going. And I think that a lot of environmentalism is based on that, like this sort of like tragedy form, like, oh, the world is such a bad place, humans are a disease, and it's like, well, what are you? Then I met the people that are actually at the forefront of conservation and of science and of a realistic future on Earth. And literally the wizards who are out there, the people you don't know their names. They work with large corporations. They have PhDs from major major colleges, and they're doing things to protect huge tracts. They're setting up national parks, and they're working with companies to do like, okay, well, if you have to drill here, how can we do that sustainably? I work with a guy. I've spoken to him a few times, and I worship him. But his name is Adrian Forsyth, and he works for the Andes Amazon Fund. But he told me this story. And this is a guy who, like, when he talks, I mean, he's protected entire rivers. But like when he talks, everyone shuts up and like moves closer, and like notebooks come out. But he told me this story about how there was a company that wanted to drill inside of a national park. And he knew that they were going to get the permits because the corrupt government was going to give it to them. So he went and had a meeting with them. And he like took a proactive stance, and he said, okay, look, if you guys are gonna drill it, here's how we can do this in a way that it doesn't ruin the national park. Because if you guys have a pipeline and a spill, it's gonna explode. So he suggested the safest possible technology, and he said the one thing we can't have is if you make a road to bring your equipment in, well then the local people can get in too, and then we're gonna have the offshoot roads, and then the whole national park is gonna fall apart. roads are kryptonite to rainforests. That's rainforest 101. Roads, death. And so what he did was he said, look, we're going to raise funding, and we're going to bring all the equipment in by helicopter into the center of this national park. You're going to set up your rig right there. There's going to be a line going out, but no one's even going to really know about it, and there's not going to be a road. So they did this, and they drilled for a few years, and they cleaned it up, and they moved it out.
Wow.
So everybody won, and in fact, the people that worked on that project from the oil company ended up supporting the conservation efforts because it was such a smooth process. And so, like, instead of having that, like, basic, internet, Twitter sort of response of being like, you're bad, we're good, the environment's clean, you're dirty, these guys are on a different level. And I think that that's where we need to move moving forward. That's where someone like Jane Goodall is working a lot with kids. She knows that the kids care. You know what I mean? They're going to grow up and become next policymakers. And so what you need to do is instill that love of nature. 50% of people across the world live in cities. We have to find a way to rekindle their love of nature. That's why documentaries are so important. But I do think that there's a lot of hope, and that's why I tell that story about the bald eagles, the humpback whales. A lot of things can bounce back, and we've seen things bounce back. And we're actually, the way I look at it in terms of the Amazon is that we're probably the last generation that's going to have the chance to save the Amazon as it is, because experts are warning that we've lost right now roughly coming up on 20% of the Amazon's been destroyed. Now here's the thing. That's a system where the moisture cycle replenishes itself. The Amazon breathes out moisture, and then it comes into the thunderheads, and it rains back down on itself. And that system contains a fifth of the water, of the fresh water on it. A fifth. And so if we cut too much of that system, and it's not
pulls out like a ton of the carbon out of the air too, right?
100%.
Like a couple metric tons of carbon, or like hundreds of metric tons.
But if it's not able to breathe that moisture up and then keep the rainforest cycle going, you're going to have the Amazon dry out, the fires will get worse, the whole ecosystem could collapse, the whole biome. And so we're coming up on that point where it's like, okay, but you can get frantic about this, or we come together as a global society and say, okay, look, what do we have to do? What incentives, what trade incentives do we have to give Brazil? What does Peru want? What do you guys want? And let's help everybody to have the opportunity and say, look, instead of cutting down this much forest, let's give all those people these jobs. It's not rocket science. It's really not. We have the opportunity to do this, and that's why what Ryan's doing in Africa is so exciting, because these people going frantic. How do we save black rhinos? How do we save them? It's like, dude, take a bunch of American vets that have the tactical knowledge and put them on the fence line. Ain't nobody going to shoot a rhino when you got a bunch of ex-Marines on the fence line. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that's the perfect thing, right? Because the U.S. fucking failed in figuring out a useful way to put veterans back to work in a meaningful way. That is a fucking incredible idea. It's absolutely. So is that what you guys plan on doing too?
No, I mean, vet paw works really well in Africa.
Okay.
I don't know to what degree we could do it in the Amazon. I've been talking about that with Ryan a little bit, but
it sounds like it would work fucking amazing.
It sounds like it would work a little bit amazing. I think in a place like South Africa where there's like a population of white people to begin with, it makes a little bit more sense. But like if there was like a bunch of big, like tall white guys in military fatigues walking around the backwoods of the Amazon, I feel like somehow I just don't think the locals would appreciate that very much.
No.
And like a lot of the ways I've survived is by like being so in with them, like the fact that I'm in with, bare feet and whatever else. Actually, we were talking about the dangers, and I wanted to tell you before I forget that there's one day I was coming. This was a very non-eventful. I've had solos where I go out for 2 weeks and the craziest shit ever happens, and I come back all banged up. And then I've had solos where I go out for 10 days and come back, and it was beautiful. I took a lot of nice pictures, and you don't write a book about those ones, but they're also nice in their own way. But one time I had a very relaxed solo where I was out. I wanted to do the whole length of my river. I did most of it without going towards the tribes. But I'm coming down river one day, and this boat is like hanging out in like the shallows underneath this tree. And then they like come out aggressively and they come towards me. I'm in like an inflatable pack raft with a backpack on, and all my food had gotten wet the night before. And they pull up to me and they go, "You on the boat." and they got machine guns and shit. And I realized they got packages of tarp in like rectangles. And I was like, oh shit, they're running cocaine. These are those guys. And I was like, hey guys. I was like, what's up? And they're like, what are you doing out here? I was like, I'm a photographer. I was like, pictures, see? I was like, look, I can show you pictures. And they were like, well, they go, where's your guide? Where's your guide, gringo? And I was like, gringo. And I like in a bunch of like really dirty local language. I was like, listen, motherfucker, you think I'm not from here? And I was like, I gave them that whole thing. And they're like, all right, you talk like you're from here. And then I pulled up some anaconda pictures on my phone. I was like, look at this. I was like, you ever caught an anaconda that big? And then they're like, whoa! And these dudes, they like put the machine gun behind their back. And they're like, yo, Hector, come here, look at this.
Give this gringo a brick.
And then I was like, they're like, do you need anything? And I was like, no. And they're like, so you're not lost? And I was like, no, I'm not lost. I was like, you guys got some smokes? And they're like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. I was like, can I go?
That's fucking awesome.
And I was like, stay safe out there. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, don't get arrested. And they were like, ah! They're like, so you know? And I was like, yes. But they were like, again, they were the chillest guys ever. You're not a threat to them.
Right. Guys just trying to feed their families.
Yeah. Dude, the craziest thing that they have on our rivers, because the rainforest canopy is so high. You're talking like, 150 feet. So you have, 130-foot tree trunk, and then you have the branches. And so apparently there's this one long stretch of river where you can take a plane down and fly it between the trees, and then they've actually cut out underneath the canopy a long hallway, and they've made the ground
Fly
flat.
through?
And so what they do is they land under the canopy. Oh, so they stay under radar by staying above the canopy, and then they actually land down there. They get resupplied on the coast, and they fly right back down. They're geniuses, and you hear them flying at like 4 a.m. Every now and then I'll wake up because we don't have flights. You don't like if you live in New York, you get flights all day long over your head. When you're in the middle of the Amazon, you don't hear planes. But then like at 4 a.m. every now and then you hear, and it's just this old little tin box, little Cessna going over.
Are there like lots of cocaine factories out there in the middle of the jungle where they're
Peru
in
is taking.
Peru?
I think Peru took over Colombia. It's the #1
No.
country. We got to check on that one, but I think
Google that.
yeah, there's like songs about it. Peruvian cocaine just came up on Spotify.
Peru overtook Colombia in manufacturing cocaine. Look that up.
I think Peru is the #1 country.
Okay, Bolivia, Colombia, Peru.
Where's Bolivia? Right below Peru.
Oh, it's right below Peru. Okay, so it all comes out of there.
Yeah, and that's all right on the western part of South America.
Yeah, so that's crazy. So there's just like random, like rogue little areas where they're just fucking mixing the cocoa leaves with gasoline and creating all that shit. That's insane.
Yeah, and like coca leaves is like a thing. You chew coca leaves down there. It's like coffee. They give you energy, but it's not cocaine.
Right.
So it's a totally separate thing. But yeah, down there that's a big industry.
Anteaters.
My favorite.
You raised an anteater?
I did. I raised a baby anteater. So there's this myth in Peru that if you shoot an anteater, that the bullet will glance off of it and that you will not actually kill the anteater. So a lot of people try to kill them for no reason. They're not trying to eat them or anything. And somebody had tried to do that on our river. And there was this baby anteater. And we went to this spot and they had this little tiny anteater. And the thing with anteaters is they live on their mother's backs for like the first year of their life. Wow. So they cling on to their mother's back, and they have these huge claws. So a giant anteater is like, think of something that's like a little bigger than a German Shepherd with a tail as long as its body. So it's like this huge animal, and they have to be able to fight off jaguars. And so a giant anteater will stand up on its hind legs when you threaten it. Let's say you corner a giant anteater, they'll stand up on their hind legs, and they have like Wolverine claws in the front. They use those for excavating termite mounds. And they will open your guts. Like they will slash you if you corner them. If you don't, though,
Have you ever seen somebody get mauled by one?
I've never seen any body get mauled by one. I've seen a dog get mauled by one. A friend of mine was hunting. He thought it was a tapir, and he was going around the stream bed. His dogs ran ahead, and he heard a yelp. And when he got around, the anteater was holding one dog in its claws, and it had grabbed it by the neck, and it pinched the neck off. Ooh. And so the dog was dead, and the other dog ran up barking, and he just right through the throat, killed this dog. And then, so my friend, this guy, like, lifted his rifle to try and shoot the anteater, and this is like a Peruvian guy, so he's like, jungle guy, he's not very tall. And the anteater started walking towards him with claws out. This thing was looking at him straight in the face, and he just threw his rifle and ran for it. Oh. And it's like, these things are monsters, dude. They call them Oso Bandera Gigante, so it's bear flag giant. Because it's just the flag for the tail, bear for the arms and everything. It's just like a composite animal. Absolutely.
Are they fast?
They're pretty fast, but again, they would never bother you. I mean, look, I'm sleeping with them in a hammock. They're sweethearts, and she would, she didn't have a mother, so she could be hugging me the whole time, and then I would eventually I can't do anything because I got this anteater on me all the time. So I'd lay down in a hammock, I'd fall asleep, and then they have a tongue that's like a foot long. And so she'd wake up and she'd be like, I want to play. And so she'd take her tongue and she'd start firing her tongue up my nose. And it would like come out my mouth. Or then she'd fire at my ear and stuff. And it was like, just like, and she's like, I have to take this anteater off of me. And then she'd be like, no, I want to love you. And she'd like grab onto me with the claws and pinch right through my skin. And so I was just like all ripped up, and I was like 19 years old and taking care of this anteater. It was awesome. But I also got to experience the forest from the perspective of an animal, because everybody else went home, and I was like, I'm going to stay with this anteater. So I was like going through the Amazon rainforest on my hands and knees, raising this baby giant anteater, and so interacting with animals and trying to teach her how to find ants. And I had to basically become a mother anteater to this little thing and like raise her until the point that she could go back into the forest.
How long did you have the anteater?
A few months. Yeah, I missed that was the first time I missed a college semester, because I was just like, I went back to town for a resupply. I called home and I went, Mom, Dad, I'm staying.
And at what point did you decide to let her go?
Because she started spending more time out in the bush, and then she started coming back. So like when you were asking about JJ and like where he grew up, like these little communities, the little like palm thatched huts over the top and stuff like that. But yeah, this is all the old
What the fuck happened to you here?
That was a antibiotic-resistant MRSA infection.
All over your fucking face?
Yeah, I almost died from that.
Holy shit, how did that happen?
I don't know. I think I had dengue, and then I went to the hospital in town to get tested, and they were like, yep, you have dengue. I think while I was in town, these hospitals, they have like cats and dogs running around, dead people on the floor. While I was in the hospital, I must have gotten this infection. And then I went back out into the jungle, and I kept going, it'll get better, until one day I woke up and my eyes were sealed shut from pus. And I had all this green goop leaking out of my face, everywhere on my body. And for a whole day, I only saw in black and white. And I had like a horrendous fever, and then I wanted to get out of the jungle, but at that time, there was no boats going up the river. It was the rainy season. And so for like 3 days, I was just by the side of the river, just like hoping there would be a boat. And the first boat to come was this poaching boat. And they had all these dead animals. There was a dead mother spider monkey with her baby still alive, like holding onto the mother's body. And I was just like laying in this like pile of dead animals. And I was practically a dead animal myself. Just flies all over me. And I got to town, and I called my parents, and I just said, get me out of here as soon as possible. And they got me on a flight. And then like I had a hood up, and I was like putting Vaseline all over my face because it hurt so much. And on the flight home, somebody sat next to me, and they looked over at me, and I just was like, and like the woman got up and left, and she must have talked to a stewardess, but she never came back. She must have gotten reseated. And then I get to like immigration in New York, and the guy goes, hey, how's it going? He goes, passport. Looks at my passport, and he goes, what were you doing in Peru? He looks up and he goes, buddy, what the fuck? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I'm just trying to go to the doctor, man. He goes, holy shit. He goes, stamps the passport. He goes, go, please. He was like, for the love of God. He goes, God bless you. He goes, I hope you're okay, man. I went, yeah. I mean, did you let me in the country looking like that? Jesus. I could have had Ebola virus for all this guy knew. Like, look at that. It's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Hold that up next to the microphone so you can see it.
Yeah, this was me dying.
My Lord. That's fucked.
Yeah, I was convinced at this point that I was not going to recover from that. In my understanding, I was dying.
So how do you catch something like that down there?
I mean, MRSA is a huge problem.
Down there it is?
Everywhere.
It's very common.
I mean, infections are constantly outpacing our ability to create new antibiotics for them. It's a huge problem. I think in the medical community, that's a huge problem. In hospitals, And so, yeah, some of the tree saps in the Amazon might be the answer to that because there's some compounds down there that just murder bacteria.
When you come up here, do you have any problems with immune systems or even your immunity or anything?
No, I've actually, I think I've gotten stronger.
Really?
Yeah, I think I've gotten really. I think it's helped. The only thing that happened was somehow in LA I got typhoid, and that just I used to have a stomach like I could eat like a dead cat off the side of the road, and I'd be fine. And like after typhoid, I lost like 30 pounds. I was like dying, and then I went to the doctor. They were like, "You have typhoid. We put you on medicine for it and stuff." But after that, my stomach has been a little bit more sensitive, and like now like I can't. If I drink a glass of milk, it'll kill me. Like not kill me, but like I'll feel like shit the rest of the day. But that's the only change. Other than that, I feel like the jungle has actually just made me so much stronger.
Well, I wonder what would happen to like one of the guys that has always lived down there if you brought him up here. I wonder if like they would have trouble kind of like adapting. They wouldn't like it, obviously. They wouldn't like the fucking culture, obviously. But I'm wondering like as far as like adapting to like their immune system, adapting to living up here in this pollution, like the polluted air and the different food and shit.
Man. Taking one of those guys,
What
like
would it do to him?
walking around with no shirt on, eating coconuts in the sun all day, and then like going through a New York winter.
We're not living by the ancestral tenets up here.
No.
What do you think of that guy?
Oh man, that poor dude. I mean, dude. Look, you don't want anybody to not tell the truth, but at the same time, like, are any of these other people and what they're selling, are they real? You know what I mean? Like, is The Rock really not on steroids?
Right.
Was Lance Armstrong really not on steroids? Does anybody for a second look at Liver King with that bloated giant six-pack and go, natural?
No.
And now he's like, oh man, I really fucked up. I'm so sorry. It's like, bro, just keep doing what you're doing.
The problem is he went on like 1,000 podcasts when they asked him right to his face. He said, never tried it, never will.
Never will. It's like, all right, well now we found you, man. He'll come back stronger from this. I'm sure.
Did you see the video he made, the response video?
I saw him going, I really.
Yeah. He's like, I am on steroids. I am on human growth hormone. The dude drinks like 2 liters of HGH a day.
Dude, he's explosive. Like he's sitting on podcasts. He's literally like sitting there backwards, and like his abs are like a mountain range.
They don't look right.
They don't look right. I mean, but he's hysterical. I mean, like there's a reason he blew up. Whatever.
Could you imagine putting him in the rainforest?
When he had like 400,
that would be the best collab.
When he had like 400 followers, I wrote to Liver King and I was like, look, whatever you're doing, I was like, it seems like you like outdoor workouts, primal living. I was like, why don't you come piranha fishing with us? And he was like, hello, primal. He was like, I would love to do that. He's like, but are you on the liver train? And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, do you eat everything? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I ate a turtle yesterday. Like, we're in the indigenous community, so we eat whatever they put on the table. And he was like, sounds great, primal. I'll let you know. So it's like, I talked to him briefly in like DMs, but then he got super famous and he doesn't write back.
Yeah. It was all just a business plan. That's all it was.
It's a business plan on him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an internet, whatever. He's an influencer. Yeah. Who apparently was already rich before he was millions and millions off of being Liver King.
Yeah, that's what he said in his video. He said, yeah, I was rich and anonymous. Now I'm rich and everyone knows me. And it is, when everyone knows you and you're like a public figure and all that stuff, it's not good to lie because you're going to get caught in your fucking lie. And the dude had no idea how to navigate that.
He had no idea how to lie. The only thing I say is like, when you look at these like Joel Osteen like televangelist people that are like, send us some money and Lord Jesus is gonna bless you with blessings. It's like, okay, there you go. You're not doing steroids, but you're promising people that you're gonna fix their lives if they send you money.
Right. Like Scientology.
You got a direct line to God.
Yeah.
So like Liver King, they'll do a thing. He'll apologize, and then I'm sure everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, poor Liver King," and then they'll send him up, they'll send him more steroids, and then it'll be okay.
Yeah, more people will end up buying his liver supplements.
Exactly.
And all the bullshit. He'll be fine.
I'm sure. I'm not worried about Liver King.
Anything else you forgot to cover? Fires.
The fires, dude. Yeah.
What's going on with fires? How are they like? Are they getting worse? Are they getting better?
So the thing that people don't realize is that in 2019, my life changed a lot in 2019 because the fires were bad in 2019. And what happened was, outside of Sao Paulo, Brazil, the Amazon fires were pluming up, and it was black smoke, and it covered the sun. And people were taking pictures of this, and it looked like the apocalypse. So that made it onto the internet, and then the internet was like, well, why is this happening? Oh my God, because of the Amazon fires. And then it got on the news, and all of a sudden we had this hysteria over the Amazon fires in 2019. And so I had just gotten home from the Amazon, and we'd been filming a documentary, and I was just standing in the field filming on my phone, being like, this happens every fucking year. You guys are burning down this stuff, and we don't need to be letting this happen. There's animals burning to death behind me. And I said, welcome to the fucking Anthropocene. It was the first time I'd ever cursed.
The what?
The Anthropocene, the quaternary, tertiary,
Okay.
the Holocene was, I think, the last epoch that we were in. And then now they're saying that we're in the period of the Anthropocene. It's like millions of years from now, if they were to find this period on Earth, it would be defined by the layer of human stuff on Earth, you know, in the fossil record. And so I had this video, and when I saw the articles on the Amazon fire, I was like, this is so stupid. I was like, it burns every year. Why are people freaking out about it this year?
Yeah.
So I threw this video up on Instagram, and it was kind of like uncharacteristic. Like before that, it was always like beautiful pictures of the jungle. And I remember because I took my phone, it was on like 100%, and I put it on the refrigerator, and I went to bed. Well, in the morning, I woke up and I stumbled out of bed. My phone's on the floor. I was like, that's weird. I pick up my phone, it's on 1% battery, and there's 40,000 notifications from Instagram, and there's like all these missed calls, and I was like, what happened while I was asleep? Phone call comes in, pick up the phone. Hi, is this Paul Roses? Yeah, who's this? You know, like, it's MSNBC. I was like, what? And then that started, and then as I'm on the phone with them, like CBS called. And as I'm on the phone with them, I was like, guys, you got it, hold on. And I was like trying to find a charger. It went viral overnight, and everyone shared it. And then it started blowing up. And then all of a sudden I was on all these interviews for the Amazon fires. And then actually what happened was then Joe Rogan shared it. And then at that point, it like went mega viral. And all of a sudden we started getting all this support for the Amazon. And then that's where really jungle keepers went from that we had like 2 rangers, and we were protecting a little bit of forest, and it's like it connected us to the people that made it possible for us to protect. Now we're protecting 50,000 acres of forest. We have 15 rangers, we have numerous boats, we have a real chance of protecting this entire watershed in the Amazon rainforest. And so now it's like I'm trying to explain to people how you can use storytelling and social media to get the word out. Because when you say, like, what can you do? Like, is there a way of turning this around? It's like, yes, but people have to know about it. Yeah. And so, like, this year, the fires were almost just as bad. I mean, I think it was one of the days in August was the worst day for burning in the Amazon in 15 years. Really? Yeah, we were out there, and horrendous, like 70-foot flames, freshly cut forest. It was just burning. Me and my friend Mosin were out there, and like, we were sent to document this, and it was like we were just breathing in. I mean, I couldn't walk for 2 weeks after that. Like the very, 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 very poor decision making in hindsight to walk into a forest fire with no lung protection. Right. I was hacking up black snot from my lungs for weeks after that. But and then it's at one point we're in the fires, and the Amazon is burning, and I'm trying to like record video, and my phone all of a sudden does that thing where it goes, the phone is too hot, you can't use it. I get like that warning notice, and oh shit. And so I'm like, I gotta get out of here. Like, holy shit, my skin is starting to burn. All of a sudden I hear help, and I go, where are my guys? I was like, where is it? And all of a sudden I see this huge wall of flame, and I start running, and I hear help again. I hear help, and I'm trying to find a way around, but everything's burning. So it's like I had to go back around and then jump over some stuff, and so pretty much like jump through like a vertical wall of flames. And as I'm running, I see my friend's like multi-$1,000 professional camera laying in the ashes. And I go, holy shit! Like, I was like, this guy's dead. And so I pick up the camera, can't touch it, it's too hot, so I threw it on the ground, just outside where the burning was. And I go and I see my friend Mosin, and he's on his hands and knees, and he's got his face in the ground. I'm going, what is going on? He's just coughing and coughing. There's a little bit of water, like a little puddle. He just was putting his eyes in the puddle. And then JJ comes out of the forest, and he takes his shirt off, dips it into the floor of the rainforest. And like the forest is burned next to us, but we just found a little bit of green. And he's squeezing it over Mosin's head. He took one bad lungful of air, and just went down, and then just like got burned, got blinded, and just ran for it, jumped the camera. And so we spent the rest of the day like trying to get him better. And to his credit, he actually like stood up and was like, "Let's start filming again." Like switched out his battery and was like, "Fuck it."
Oh my god.
And we just like had singed clothing and everything. And it's like, you know, you come limping out of this horrendous apocalyptic thing, and you try to tell the world what's happening, because every year we're allowing this to happen. And what are they going to do with that land? They're going to make a papaya farm on it. That particular farmer, who again, big bad destroyers of the Amazon. We went up to this guy and said, "Are you burning your forest today?" He goes, "Yep." We went, "Can we film it?" We couldn't stop him from doing it. But we said, "Can we film it?" He goes, "Oh, shit, be careful." The flames went up. And you see monkeys running for their lives. Just because, you know, animals hide in the tree trunks. You see animals burning in the tree trunks, and they try to come out, and then they burn and they curl. Absolute horrific, like devastation. It was like watching the bombing of Dresden. It was just, you're watching the most beautiful biological treasure on Earth just get incinerated before your eyes. And so we were doing that in August, and I've been just this week, you know, sharing videos of that burning and that footage, which I think is what led up to speaking at the biodiversity conference, which is just like, you don't, unless you're on the ground, you can't see what's happening. You know what I mean? If the news isn't covering it, it's not happening. And so, like, that's why we feel like it's on our duty to, you know, to the animals. It's like, I've spent time living with herds of elephants. I've spent time raising a giant anteater. It's like these monkeys, these things. It's like, now we're responsible for millions and millions of heartbeats in this forest. And so when we see it burning like that, it's like, there's no one else who's going to go do this. There's no one else who's going to risk their lives, run into here, have probably permanent lung damage, but to have the ability to show people what's actually happening and then try to rally the support to say we can actually protect this. And that's sort of, you know, from the old days, it's kind of interesting the way our conversation has come, because we've covered it from the old days to now. And it's like, now it's like, that's the job. The job is rallying enough. If we can raise like $30 million, we can protect an entire tributary of the Amazon rainforest. And so we just started this initiative. How does that work? It's funny because my cousin actually, who's in the banking world, was she's like, "What's your number?" And I was like, "About 30 million to protect the whole rainforest." And she's like, "That's not that much." And I was like, "It's not that much. It's a lot." She goes, "No." She goes, "That's 300,000 people giving $100 donation." And I went, "That's not that much. 300,000 people. That's a few football stadiums." Right. I said, "I could do that." She goes, "Well, get on it." And then, so it's like, well, once you realize that you can do it, and once you realize that you're only the only person equipped to do it, well, then you have to do it. And it's like, you know, my life has been changed by these, you know, the local people and the communities that are in the Amazon, by JJ's wisdom and teachings and all these incredible species. And it's like, we have the opportunity to protect this river, but we got to do it in the next few years. We have to do it in the next 2 to 3 years before, because now the logging companies are being subcontracted by Chinese logging companies because they want that Amazonian timber, because they've used all their timber, so now they want Amazonian timber. Really? And so the pace of deforestation is going up, and so now the pace of what we're doing is going up. And so now it's like, back in the day, it was like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I just came to the Amazon. I like taking pictures and finding snakes and seeing cool wildlife. And now it's like, we've all just become jungle keepers. And we've had all these people come onto the team, and that's from, you know, from JJ to the guy Mosin, who's a conservation photographer. We had this woman Dina, who runs the ranger program. And then after Rogan shared that clip, we ended up getting in touch with this Canadian billionaire named Dax Da Silva, who he made his money in the tech industry on an app called Lightspeed, which is kind of like a Shopify type of thing. It was going to be like the competitor to Shopify. But then he decided that he's going to use his financial abilities to support conservation. So he's supporting Sea Shepherd, he's protecting land in Canada where he's from, he's protecting us in the Amazon, he's working in Africa. And so everyone's always like, oh, why don't these rich people save the world? It's like, well, he is. Right. He's killing it. He's making so much conservation work possible. And by supporting the people on the ground, protecting untold numbers of endangered species and entire cultures of indigenous people that depend on these ecosystems to live. And so there's really inspiring stuff happening. And it's exciting to be at the point where we can actually help them. Which is also why I really appreciate you having me on here, because it gives people the opportunity to learn about that, because then they can donate to Jungle Keepers, they can get the T-shirt, they can become a Jungle Keeper, and then they can also come with us to the field, come visit the place that they're helping to protect. It's not like a dream anymore. It's like, no, we're doing this. We're actually creating a biological corridor between protected areas. It's going to be something that is like a part of Earth heritage. That's the level of biodiversity that we're talking about.
Well, it's fucking incredible, man. It's an honor to have you on here to share these stories and to, elaborate on what is going on down there and how people can help it. Tell people exactly where they need to go to find you, where they can donate, what they need to do.
You need to stop feeling bad about the environment. No more environmental guilt. Go to www.junglekeepers.org. Donate $100. And then get rid of your environmental guilt. That's it. You're helping a team of indigenous people and international experts protect an entire tributary of the Amazon. Every single acre in this place is packed with spider monkeys and jaguars, and harpy eagles and anacondas and all these species that we haven't discovered yet, undiscovered medicines. And so really, most of us can afford that. For a lot of people, that's like your Starbucks bill for the month. $100 is doable. And then you're part of an organization that's actually doing something, action-based. Let's stop feeling bad about the environment going to hell. Let's protect part of the Amazon. Let's start there. A tangible win. And save endangered species. Stop the extinction crisis. And then, it's like we're just building a family. We're building a network of support. And so it's like, we're past the point where it's a faraway issue that we can't do anything about. It's like, no, that's the point of Jungle Keepers. And, the thing is, with big organizations,
the website's fucking incredible, by the way.
Dude, the website
is so sick. Yeah. The footage that you have, especially from that documentary, that dark green documentary.
Yeah, Stefan, if you're listening, our guy Stefan, who's part of the team, he did that website for us, thereby proving that all web developers are assholes. Because before that, it was like, to get anything done with the website, they're like, yeah, it's going to be 3 weeks and like $7,000.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, I did all the pages of it, and instantly, he just gets it done immediately. He's so effective. He's helped us so much. But yeah, when you donate to these big organizations, it's like, is it going to advertising? Is it going to their corporate payroll? You don't know. With Jungle Keepers, it's like we're literally just a team of people in the Amazon protecting forests. They go straight to local rangers. A lot of them are ex-loggers. It's like we're literally changing people's lives, protecting endangered species. And like you said, those old growth trees protect so much more carbon than any sapling. And we can't get those back. It's not a renewable resource. Once you cut a 500-year-old tree, it's going to be another 500 years before we get a tree like that. And so those are the big, important parts of the engine that is the Amazon. Those things are holding all that carbon in the ground, and they're also the habitat for all the species. And so it's like, you'll hear people be like, oh, we have to plant trees. It's like, no, we have to save ecosystems that are there now. And that's what we're dedicated to, and that's what I've dedicated my life to. So.
Well, you're doing a hell of a fucking job, Paul. Appreciate it. I really appreciate it, dude. Fascinating stuff. You're like the biggest voice in Florida or like the Clearwater area on Scientology. It's pretty wild.
It's true. Mike Rinder's on that list, but he doesn't live Clearwater.
He doesn't live here anymore?
Well, he's up in Palm Harbor.
He's in Palm Harbor. Okay, yeah, he's on that list. He was like number 3 in Scientology, right?
Depending on how you define it. Depending on how you define it, he was number 2.
Oh, really?
There's no hard defined. The corporate structure and the hierarchical structure of Scientology is so redundant and complicated that there's no hard, fast definition. But the way I'm thinking about it, it would be accurate to even call him number 2.
You could think out just a little bit. You're talking a little bit further.
It would be accurate to even call him number 2.
Really? Yeah. How did you get involved in Scientology?
I was essentially so I was 4 years old when I went back. Like most Scientologists are second, third generation Scientologists. Most Scientologists are not. So like I was 4 years old when my mom started to get involved. I was 12 years old when my mom pulled me and my siblings out of school to start working for her. 12. I did not go to high school.
do not have a diploma. I do not have a GED or anything.
And you weren't down here, right?
This was in Philadelphia where my mom lived. But we came down here soon afterwards. Not soon after she joined, but soon after she pulled us out of school to start working for Scientology. So we were in Philadelphia, the suburbs of Philadelphia, living in the suburbs, but there's only one Scientology organization in all of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, and that's Pennsylvania. So my mom, her husband, me, my brother, stepbrothers, stepsisters, all started working full-time for Scientology when I was 12 years old in 1980. That's fucking wild. And then it was the end of 1993 or the very beginning of 1994 when we came down here to Clearwater. So I don't want to get too far off into the weeds too early, so stop me if you want to. But we were staff members of the organization in Philadelphia, but we were coming down here to do full-time training so that we could then go back there and do the jobs that we were trying to do. So I was down here for like 3 years, formative years, 12 to 15, or 13 to 15 years old. And I was 15. And by the way, that's no school, just studying Scientology and then doing labor to pay for the fact that we were living here on Scientology facilities. So, like literally working in the restaurants, working in the laundry facilities, doing demolition, construction. I mean, this is illegal shit. This is illegal shit. Scientology does not care about normal laws. And so from the age of basically 12 to 15, I was studying Scientology and doing labor for Scientology. And then at 15, I finished my training for the job that I was supposed to do in Philly. So then I went back to Philly. And that's when I was now working 7 days a week. The same schedule that I had been doing here in Clearwater, I was now doing there. Except I was now living in the real world, not just living here on Scientology's campus in Clearwater. So I'm 15 years old. I'm working full-time in downtown Philadelphia. I'm living in South Jersey at a friend's and my mom's house. I'm 15 years old. I now have a 16-year-old daughter. And at the time, at 15, I thought there was nothing unusual about that. Now I have a 16-year-old daughter. I would never in a million years let her do anything remotely like what I was doing.
So how old were you when your mom told you, hey, I'm going to pull you out of school? And what did she say?
Well, I was 12. And just to put it in sort of a perspective, like chronologically speaking, this was in 1993 when Scientology had just gotten its tax-exempt status back. I don't know if you know. I heard the
I didn't know they lost it.
They did. They had tax exemption when L. Ron Hubbard was still alive in the early years, like in the 60s. They had done it. And then the IRS took it away because they were able to demonstrate that L. Ron Hubbard was personally enriching himself from the funds of Scientology.
Was that when you took off on the boat?
That was much later. And so Scientology had tax exemption. They lost it. When L. Ron Hubbard died, he had an estate worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The instructions in his will were that this estate was to essentially be gifted to Scientology, but not until there was a tax-exempt entity that it could be transferred to without being taxed. So that's why David Miscavige, was so hell-bent on getting the tax exemption back. That's where they started harassing the IRS, filing thousands of lawsuits. Because that was essentially Miscavige's task, his main task in the was to get this tax exemption back. So the reason I'm mentioning that, 1993 was an important year for Scientology. And once they announced the tax exemption, they announced a huge recruiting effort to recruit and train 20 Scientology auditors for every Scientology organization. Well, my mom had been a staff member earlier and then had left staff to take care of all the kids. And she'd always wanted to figure out how to join staff again, but couldn't do it because of all the kids. She was like, why don't all the kids join staff too? And so that's what we did. So I led a relatively normal life up until the 6th grade. Okay? Then in the 7th grade, my mom pulled us all out of school and we did homeschool for the 7th grade. And we would do homeschool shit in the day and then we'd go to the Scientology program. And then,
so they should still keep your education somewhat.
Yes, but then once we had finished enough, remember, so we're doing the homeschool day, studying at the Scientology organ night. But what we were studying was the stuff we needed to study to qualify to come down here to Clearwater. So once we finished studying like some of the entry level, relatively entry level courses in Philly, now it was like, great, we're approved to go to Clearwater. And that's when we picked up. And for the next 3 years, we were down here. None of the authorities in Philly or Pennsylvania knew that we were in Florida. None of the authorities in Florida knew that we were here. We were just living in the Scientology bubble.
So you were doing all this work just to pay off your admission to be in Scientology, and for, I guess, there were the prices or the fees for taking certain courses.
Specifically, what I was paying off with that labor was the fact that we were Philadelphia staff members, but we're living here in facilities owned by the Clearwater organization. So we were essentially paying, and they're feeding us 3 meals a day. So we're doing the labor just for the room and board, not for the courses. Technically, staff members get their courses for free, unless you break the contract and you have to pay for it. So we're doing the labor just to live in an apartment with 8 other people and get fed 3 meals a day. You're doing like 25 hours of labor. Now, I say it now, and I realize how crazy it sounds now. I didn't have any particular problem with it back then. I rather enjoyed it, to be honest. It's a weird thing to say. But just think, I don't know what your high school experience was like, your middle school experience, because I never had one. But I can tell you that the school experience I do remember, it wasn't exactly a great experience. And realize when I say we're doing these labor jobs, it's not just like you send all the kids out to the field and do labor. We're working side by side with normal adults who are doing the same study program and doing the same work. And I guess what I'm saying here is, at that young age, it sort of felt cool to be treated like an adult. That's what I'm really trying to say. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
It wasn't like, oh, geez. I mean, was I going, oh, man, I love the fact that I'm working in the kitchen? No, but you don't really thinking about it. You're just kind of living life.
You were around other kids your age.
There was about 100 other kids my age from all over the world.
And one of the most fucked up things about it, especially when you watch that documentary, I just watched it for the third time. But when that lady, I think it was Spanky, she talks about her daughter being fucking sitting in some unair-conditioned room surrounded by flies and her eyes crusted shut from infections and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing that's happening today? Do they really have these malnourished children that are being held hostage from their parents?
Today, no. Because they changed the rules about being able to have kids in the Sea Org. So in Spanky's story, she was a Sea Org member in Los Angeles. And there was a time when Sea Org members were allowed to have kids, which is a horrible idea in the Sea organization. Now, these days, you can't have kids in the Sea organization. So what does that mean? It means if you get pregnant, you're very much pressured you'll get an abortion so you can stay in the Sea. Now, I'm pro-choice. The idea of someone getting an abortion is not offensive to me. The idea of an organization pressuring you to get an abortion, an organization that calls itself a church, is fucking disgusting. I mean, that's disgusting.
Making it very difficult for you.
Yeah. And Flag, I mean, you know the one in downtown Clearwater, that organization is called Flag. They have a shuttle that takes Sea Org members to the abortion.
Really?
They got like 1,500 Sea Org members. These people don't have access to health care. They make $50 a week. You know, it's like they get pregnant. They have a weekly shuttle. They had to start spreading out the abortion business to multiple clinics because red flags were starting to go up. Why does this organization keep bringing shuttles of people for abortions? Like, it's crazy. You say that, it's absolutely crazy.
Have you ever been inside that building?
The new building, no. I was already on the outside.
It's like the Jack Tar. It used to be the Jack Tar Hotel, right?
Oh, the Fort Harrison. I've been inside
the Fort Harrison. Yeah.
That's different. The Flag building is the one they built across the street from it. That's just this giant, massive, like 500,000 square feet.
The one closer to the water?
You're thinking of the Sandcastle.
The one I'm thinking of, there's 2 buildings and there's like a bridge that goes over the road on top of it.
The one that's closer to the water is the Fort Harrison Hotel. Like if you look at it on the map, the hotel is on the west side, closer to the water.
Exactly.
But then across from it is just a massive, like 4 or 5 story. It takes up a whole city.
That's the one I'm talking about.
And that's called the Flag building.
Everything inside is looks like Trump Tower on the inside. Like it's all gold plated.
Well, it's bronze. It's not gold.
Bronze. But the only reason I know what it looks like is I saw a Grant Cardone post on Instagram where he's filming himself going through it. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's what's inside that place?
fucking great.
Insane.
Yeah, no, I was already on the outs with Scientology. I wasn't officially, the word they use is declared an SP, declared a suppressive person.
Yeah.
It's being expelled. And Scientology it's not in the business of getting rid of people. So what it'll do is if it thinks you're sort of like straying away, it'll try to keep you. And then when they realize they're not going to do that, they're like, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you anyway. You were never any good.
Really?
Yeah. So Scientology will say that people like me and Ronnie Miscavige Sr., who you've interviewed, he's not with us anymore, and Mike Rinder, they'll say, oh, these people were expelled. No. Once you gave up on being able to keep us, then you put a little paper together that was like, oh yeah, these guys are expelled.
Have you heard the story of Ron Miscavige's story of trying to escape?
Oh yeah, Ron was a friend of mine.
God, it's terrifying how he had to escape.
Yeah.
He literally had to plan it out for, I think it was months he planned it out.
Months.
And he got chased out, like, it's fucking wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even the craziest one. I mean, one of these days, once Shelley Miscavige's assistant, the young woman who used to work for Shelley Miscavige, her name is Valerie Haney, and she's got a lawsuit going right now against Scientology. But when that lawsuit's all concluded, you should plan on interviewing her. She escaped in the trunk of a car of a non-Scientologist. I mean, it's bad shit crazy.
Whatever happened? So there's a current story going on with Shelley Miscavige, right? Apparently that they hadn't been able to find her, but they did find her. It's a very convoluted story.
It is. Yeah, so every answer I'm going to give you this is something that's already been discussed. For example, on the Leah Remini Scientology and the Aftermath television. Have you seen the whole thing?
No.
Okay. There's an episode specifically about Shelley Miscavige, and the reason why I mention that is because Leah Remini is the one who originally raised the issue of like, where's Shelley?
Right.
And she's the one who filed the missing persons report on Shelley. So, in Leah Remini's TV show, she did an episode about Shelley where they actually show where she works, where she's working. It's, stop me if I get too far off into this, but you're familiar that Scientology has an international management base like out in the desert in California. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
They call that
called the Gold something?
It's called the Int Base.
Okay.
But on the Int Base is a movie studio called Golden Arrow Productions.
Right. Okay.
So if you're a public Scientologist, you might hear someone say, oh, I shot a film at Gold.
Okay.
But Gold refers to the studio, not the base. Sometimes it's used interchangeably.
Okay.
But most Scientologists will call it the Int Base. Okay. Shelley Miscavige worked at the Int Base. And that base the location of that base is confidential in Scientology. Like, you can Google it and find out where it is. You can drive by it on the freeway. Scientologists don't know where it is. And they're not allowed to ask. Okay. So, but to most Scientologists, that Int base is like the most secretive base in Scientology. But what Scientologists don't know is that the Sea Org members who work on the Int base don't even know the location of other more secretive bases. Saying this shit out loud is so crazy. So, there's a whole other like shadow organization in Scientology called CST, the Church of Spiritual Technology. Have you heard of this?
No.
You're going to love this. So this organization,
This is amazing.
This organization is the one tasked with what they call the preservation of the technology project. So, Scientologists call everything electronic the tech. You've heard that word,
I've heard that, yeah.
The tech. So the tech is the books, the policy letters, the lectures, the bulletins. Okay. Well, Hubbard believes that this civilization will eventually wipe itself out through nuclear war. And nothing could be more important to civilization than Scientology.
Not a crazy belief.
Not a crazy belief. But L. Ron Hubbard wanted to make sure that once we all nuked ourselves, that the civilization that was remaining would eventually be able to rediscover Scientology. So CST, the Church of Spiritual Technology, takes all of his original works and etches them onto steel plates and nickel, like LPs, discs, like records, right? And stores them in like titanium containers, like pumped through with like argon, like neutral argon gas or whatever, and stores them in secret underground nuclear-proof vaults. CST, the location of those vaults is one of the most confidential secrets in Scientology. People who work at one of the vaults do not know the location of the other vaults. This is like some funny shit. You think Scientology's funny? This is a whole other level.
So when we get annihilated by a comet and some other civilization comes back in a billion years and trying to find remains of our civilization, they're going to find fucking Scientology tablets.
That's the hope. Except I'm sure, you know, the bunkers might be nuclear proof, but I doubt they're comet proof. And it's like, I think civilization that's rebuilding itself is going to have other things they care about more than like L. Ron Hubbard's book on how to use a fucking dictionary. So, so here's the thing. Let's take Shelley Miscavige out of the equation for a second. These bases would be considered to any normal Sea Org member one of the most highest privileges and honors to be promoted to the level where you're allowed to work in these bases. It would also be considered a sweetheart deal. The life of a Sea Org member, your day-to-day life, is extremely, what's the word, nerve-wracking. It's stressful. There's constant demands on your time. Like, there's no such thing as downtime. There's no such thing as time off. There's no such thing as relaxation. There's no TV. There's no nothing. It's extremely stressful. And you're usually working with public who will complain if they're not being serviced correctly. The idea of being able to work off in some remote base where your only job is to like guard the vault, that would be like a dream for any Sea Org member. Okay. Shelley Miscavige is working at one of these bases. So there's two issues here that could possibly get conflated. Did David Miscavige send Shelley to work at one of these bases as a punishment? Yeah. He doesn't want to see her anymore. So she's at one of these bases. If Shelley Miscavige wanted to leave, would it be easy to leave one of these bases? No. It wouldn't be easy to leave. So if we assume for the sake of just for the sake of the argument, if Shelley Miscavige really wanted to leave and whatever, could one of these bases be used as sort of a prison? Sure. Is that what these bases are, though? No. Any Sea Org member would kill to work at one of these bases. Was Shelley banished there as a punishment? Yeah. Does that mean Shelley wants to leave the Sea Org? No one has any reason to believe Shelley Miscavige wants to leave the Sea Org. Shelley Miscavige was raised by L. Ron Hubbard, practically. She's been working for L. Ron Hubbard since she was like 13, 14 years old. She believes L. Ron Hubbard is coming back. If you're a true believer, and if you're Shelley Miscavige, and if you're married to David Miscavige, and you think your husband's a piece of shit, and he's lost his mind, and he's taken the whole organization and changed its purpose, if you just put yourself in Shelley Miscavige's shoes, there's nothing about that whole scenario that would make you go, oh, I no longer believe in Scientology anymore, and so I want to leave, and therefore I'm being held against my will. Like, she believes in the cause. She believes in the purpose. She believes in L. Ron Hubbard. She didn't join Scientology just because she was married to David Miscavige. So what happened is, she used to be David Miscavige's assistant, not just his wife. Her job in the Sea Org was to be Miscavige's assistant. That is the only reason anyone ever saw or heard of Shelley Miscavige. That's why Leah knew Shelley Miscavige. Being someone's spouse in the Sea Org means nothing. So let's say you're David Miscavige, right? And you have a wife, and she's not your assistant. She has some other job. She would never travel with you, ever. Under any circumstances, for any reason. Sea Org members only do what it is their job to do. It's not like the normal world where if you're the president or you're a CEO, you go to a function, you would just have your wife with you because she's your wife. Right? That's not how it works in the Sea Org. So I was working full time for Scientology for 15 years. I couldn't have picked Shelley Miscavige out of the line. She was not a public person. If Miscavige is walking around, he's got an entourage of maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 people. You would never know which one is Shelley. He would never be like, let me introduce you to my wife. That's not how it works. Her job would be to be seen and not heard, unless directly addressed. Because Leah is a celebrity, and because Shelley was always with Dave, Leah would see Dave and Shelley at these events. So they became acquaintances. They became friends to the degree where maybe Leah would get letters and maybe a gift or something like that. We're not talking about two women who were going girls trips together. Okay. So my point here is, once Dave became no longer happy with Shelley, for reasons that were not Shelley's fault, he removed her from her post as his assistant. That's the last time anybody would ever expect to see Shelley again. Right. Okay. There's probably a dozen or 24 other senior executives of Scientology who have not been seen in 10 or 15 years. Nobody really gives a shit about them because they're not Shelley Miscavige. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So, now, there's nothing I have just said that Leah Remini wouldn't agree with. Leah Remini's position is it's simply inhumane for us not to be able to know that Shelby's okay. That's Leah's position.
And she hasn't been seen anywhere. She hasn't made any kind of public statements. Nothing of the sort.
She hasn't, but we also wouldn't know.
Because she wouldn't do that anyways.
Right.
It's not her nature.
Right. And let's say Shelby Miscavige had returned to the normal int base. We would never know. So all we know is that we don't know. But here's what we learned in the last few weeks. The police did find, the LAPD did find them in the last few weeks come out and say, when Leah Remini filed a missing persons report, they went out to one of these bases and did meet face to face with Shelby a few weeks ago. But you see,
when was that? When did they do that?
I want to say 2013, 2014. But here's the thing. Leah had given the LAPD a letter to deliver to Shelby, saying, go with these people, leave, I will take care of them. Don't worry about the fallout, don't worry about the consequences, I'll take care of them. And she wanted the police to confirm for her that they had given the letter to Shelby. Well, the police wouldn't. They wouldn't even tell Leah that they didn't give the letter. They just said that's classified. Well, now they're just being assholes. No such thing as fucking classified when it comes to the police. It's not the CIA. It's ridiculous. Okay, so, but this is where Leah's, like, this is why she still has this beef. She has not been able, because the LAPD have basically been essentially trolling, like, treating her like crap. Just not giving her the information. Like, the LAPD's behavior is such that it seems like they're covering for something.
Yeah, I think they paid by Miscavige and talking to Scientology.
Well, the LAPD does get money from Scientology. We know that.
How so?
Well, because every year there's a fundraiser at the frickin' Celebrity Center for the LAPD, and then a representative of the LAPD goes up on stage. Is like they give them this giant oversized.
Every year this happens?
Every year at the holiday party. The holiday party is a fundraiser for the LAPD.
Right.
And so you've got, Captain Polka or whatever, used to be the head of the LAPD Hollywood division. He's up there getting a giant, those 20,000 oversized checks. Like, thanks Scientology for the $20,000 check. So like, well, yeah, no wonder you guys are being assholes. Like, they literally wouldn't even tell me. Actually, I've spoken to some police people about how this should have been handled. They should have told Leah up front whether they were or were not going to give that letter to Shelby. They shouldn't just be stringing Leah along for 9 years. You know what I mean? Like, there's really much better ways this could have been.
Did she do anything about it? Did she sue the police department?
Well, no, because, like, Leah's not even a family. Like, you don't have the right. You don't necessarily, like, take Leah out of the equation, take Shelly out of the equation. I don't have the right to just know, to demand to know where someone is who's not, like, my mother, father, or child.
Right. But I mean, if there's clear signs of corruption, I'm surprised there hasn't been any sort of investigation into it or any sort of poking or frauding that's kind of like upset the nest.
If the LAPD went and did physically, at that point, there's just literally nothing else the police can do. Shelly's an adult, they can see you're healthy. Like, the police aren't even allowed to be like, are you here of your own free will? They got to be careful. Now, this is a religious order. Legally speaking, the Sea Organization is a religious order. Right? You can't be like, you couldn't go into the Vatican and ask a cardinal, do you really want to be here? Or are you just, you can't do that. Right?
Right.
So to me, it's unquestionable that there is corruption between Scientology and the
Is that the same case here in Clearwater?
Ooh, I gotta be careful with that one.
Why? You got what, like 100,000 subscribers, and all you do is talk about Scientology?
Oh, I'm not afraid of talking smack about any of these assholes.
But you don't want to talk or assume that.
When I said I'll be careful, I gotta be careful about specifically impugning people just because I think it and not because it's actually true. So, I'll tell you what, Chief Slaughter, let's name him. Chief Dan Slaughter of the Clearwater PD. He was very, very angry with the fact that the Clearwater police came off looking very bad in an episode of the Remini's TV show where they shot here in Clearwater for like 2 or 3 days. And without rehashing the entire show, the police ended up looking very corrupt. The police ended up looking that they were just essentially like the jackboot soldiers for Scientology. And you have to go, well, whose fault is it that they came off looking like that? The police should understand that Scientology uses them as tools and props, and they should conduct themselves accordingly. You know, the police are essentially, here's how I would describe it. Well, I mentioned Dan Slaughter a moment ago. Dan Slaughter, historically, has been on Scientology's payroll. That's just a fact. It's proven. But yeah, he was the guy in charge of all of the off-duty police work for Scientology. Oh wow. So when I say on site, it's not illegal for police to do off-duty work. Right. But it sure is a problem when you're doing it for a human trafficking cult that is taking over your downtown. Maybe you want to exercise some discretion on who the fuck you let your officers do off-duty work for. And I've spoken to Chief Slaughter about this, and he said, look, there's an approval process on how an organization gets on that list, and once they're an approved organization, you can't exactly say no, because now you're discriminating. How does Scientology become an approved organization of the Florida Police Department? No. Just an approved organization to hire police officers to do off-duty security work. Right, but who approves that? Well, it's going to be that's going to be a decision made by either a person or a panel at the Clearwater Police. It's definitely not a county or a state thing. Like Clearwater Police are the ones making that decision. Okay. But his point is, in order to say no, you'd have to remove them from the list. Right. But you'd probably have to have some cause for that. And then you'd probably have to be ready to fight a lawsuit about that. And for some reason, the city is very scared about, Are they still on the list? Oh, yeah. So they're still hiring cops off duty to do their 100%. And I'm told that they pay 3 times the normal rate. This is how you get corruption. This is how you get corruption. I don't know what else would it look like. That is how you get corruption. That is fucking bananas. And I can tell you this, because here's the thing. What I'm not doing, I'm not even calling Chief Slaughter out for being corrupt. I actually like Chief Slaughter. And I believe he's sort of been, I'm not saying he's corrupt. I'm actually saying, I do not think Chief Slaughter is out there carrying Scientology's water. I think he got suckered into this the way Scientology suckers law enforcement agencies and politicians in cities all over the country into sort of kind of accidentally and inadvertently looking like they're cozy. Now, I mentioned the off-duty work. Okay, but police do off-duty work for scores of organizations. I don't think that when the Clearwater Police first started doing off-duty work for Scientology, it's because they were like, yeah, we love Scientology. We're going to help them take down their enemies. I think they were like, hey, easy money. Good money. It's good money. So I'm not even calling out Chief Slaughter. However, here's something else to follow. There was, a couple years ago, there was several people who had gone to the police to talk about child sex abuse that they had experienced at the hands of Scientology decades ago. And all I can tell you is every single one of those people told me they were treated like fucking shit by the Clearwater Police. And that shit really pisses me off. Because it's like, if you're in the Clearwater Police, you already know you have a perception problem. You already know you have this family-destroying human trafficking cult shaping the reputation of your city. You should be bending over backwards to try and change that reputation. And treating any of these victims, alleged victims, real victims, whether the police believe them, not believe them, I don't even know. Treating them with anything less than complete respect and care and patience is I'm going to use the word malpractice. I know that doesn't probably apply to police, but it's disgusting. If you're a detective and it's your job to handle these things and you're not, treating these victims with the utmost respect, then what you're really doing is you're reinforcing the idea that you all just fucking secretly work for Scientology and the Clearwater Police can never be trusted. Now, I don't think that about the Clearwater Police, but the Clearwater Police doesn't do anything to change that perception of themselves, and that brings up its own host of questions. At some point, someone's going to go, are you guys just that stupid and incompetent, or is there really an underlying issue here, which is what people have been saying all along? I might be kind of contradicting, I'm saying it's corruption, I'm saying it's not corruption. I'm saying it looks like corruption, and the Clearwater Police don't exactly do anything to change people's minds. and I think they could, and I think they should. And I think here's what I think they're fundamentally afraid of Scientology. That's what it comes down to. So, decades ago, Scientology successfully sued the Clearwater government for discrimination. They were passing some ordinance that would, and I might butcher this, but I have the broad strokes correct. They were passing some ordinance that would prevent people from handing things out or doing things. But it was very clear from the statements that had been made while the ordinance was being discussed that this was really only being done to keep Scientology from doing various things. And so basically, Clearwater fucked up. Clearwater did something that allowed Scientology to sue them, and they ended up paying Scientology like $600,000 or $800,000 or something. And ever since then, they've been terrified to do anything that would allow Scientology to sue the city. And so it ends up looking like the city is doing their bidding for them. But really, they're just being really, really, really careful. So careful that it looks like they're working for Scientology.
Wow. All these things that are happening, like with the instance of the police working for them off duty, the child sex, child sex trafficking,
Sex abuse that never gets reported to the
kids that are in there. I mean, obviously there's major people, there's major individuals talking about this online. There's TV shows and documentaries getting made about it. You can find stuff on the internet, but how come there is not a bigger hammer coming down on them after all this evidence coming out?
It can be very hard. So there's building a case, and then there's prosecuting, right? Like the police build a case, the FBI builds a case. District attorneys and prosecutors and state attorneys decide whether to prosecute a case. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So the FBI can spend years building a case, and some piece of shit, state attorney can be like, we don't want to prosecute this. Okay. So I believe there are cases being built against Scientology, and I believe Scientology will be prosecuted. Not even for the child stuff, for the stuff that the government can sink their teeth into much easier. The financial stuff, credit card fraud, bank fraud, which is rampant in Scientology. And that's the stuff that's easier to prove because it's black and white, it's numbers, it's bank statements. You can't hide that shit. Okay. Another answer to your question. Scientologists will blatantly lie to protect Scientology. So let's take the child stuff. Let's say someone comes forward and says, as a child, such and such happened to me. Well, 20 Scientologists will come forward with affidavits saying this person is completely wrong. You can't bring a case when you have one person saying something happened to me and 20 people saying, not only are you lying, but you're known to be a liar. Scientologists will do anything to protect Scientology.
What will it take? What will it take to eventually
the financial stuff
bring Scientology down? And will they continue to evade this? Evade their inevitable downfall by using manipulation and leverage and money?
I think the financial stuff will do it.
But how? How? If they're using leverage on people, they'll do whatever it takes to blackmail people or find some sort of personal leverage on people, or pay off certain individuals. If they continue to do that, how do you see any hope that this ever happens?
No. It is happening. I'm not speaking theoretically.
Oh, okay. Please enlighten me.
People who leave Scientology have the financial records to prove the credit card fraud, the bank fraud, the wire fraud. Scientology fundraisers have been, there's so many different ways this fraud has been occurring, but I'll give you one example. We spoke earlier about SEERG members, the people. We haven't defined SEERG members, but if you understand what that is. You know what SEERG members are? Okay. Well, SEERG members, these guys sign the billion-year contracts. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when they start getting older and sicker, the SEERG just sends them off to the houses to basically die. Okay? But not before opening up several $100,000 of credit cards in their name, maxing out the cards and giving all the money to Scientology, because they're going to die in a year anyway, and then it's free and clear money. What? Oh, yeah. That's Scientology. That's fraud. It's credit card fraud. It's bank fraud. If state lines are, you're talking about federal crimes.
Holy fuck! And there's evidence of this.
Lots of evidence. And it's not the kind of evidence you use.
And it's been this evidence has been available for how long?
I'll say years.
Years. Still nothing.
Well,
Still nothing has happened.
when you say charges haven't been filed,
Right.
but remember,
Scientology still exists.
remember-
and is doing well, right?
building a case and prosecuting a case are two different things. Okay,
Right.
so we can say evidence has been being compiled for years. I don't think we will have to wait much longer to see charges. And could it be 1 year? Could it be 3 years? Could it be 5 years? I would bet more closer to 3 years. But remember, you have to have political will to take this on. I believe that political will exists. I'm not naming names or anything, but I believe that will is there. Okay, and so it's one thing to go, well, Jesus, it's been years. So, let's talk about, like, not to switch subjects, but same subject. The Danny Masterson case that I'm sure you've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
Those victims came forward like 5 years ago.
For people that don't know, can you explain?
Well, Danny Masterson is a Scientologist actor in that '70s show who's been accused of violent, forcible rape, including drugging the women. He's facing charges for three women, but 7 or 8 women have made accusations. Almost all exactly the same. And the 3 women who he's facing charges for were all Scientologists. But Scientologists aren't allowed to report Scientologists to the authorities for any reason ever. So that's why it took these women so long to come forward. But we also know Scientology has this culture where all Scientologists snitch on each other constantly in written reports. So there's dozens of meticulously detailed reports about what Danny did, right? So Scientology might be the reason these women took so long to come forward, but Scientology is also the reason why so much fucking evidence exists about what he did. Okay, I mentioned Danny Masterson because it took 5 years for that to come to court. And Danny Masterson isn't a multi-billion-dollar organization with a fearsome reputation. The prosecutor sat on that case for 2 years, meaning the police had already done their job. The police had already done the investigations. The case was sitting on the prosecutor's desk for 2 years. And she would have never brought the case, except the person running against her for the next time she was up for re-election was like, part of his whole campaign thing was, I'm going to take care of the Scientology business that this one's not taking care of. Jackie Lacey was the one who was sitting on it.
Wow.
And that's just a celebrity. That's just a celebrity.
Right.
So all I'm saying is, it's easy to get dissatisfied that it could take years and years to build a case, but I don't necessarily, or to bring it. But I don't necessarily fault. I don't necessarily fault the players in the system for the fact that it can simply take that long to put a case together, especially when you know what you're going to be up against.
What is David Miscavige doing right now? Where does he live? Like, what is he? Where do you think he? What do you think his mind is in all this? Like, where like he's sitting in a penthouse in Clearwater right now, somehow pondering how he's going to expand Scientology, because it's been on the decline for a while now, right? Like, it's got less than 30,000 members now, and it used to be what, over 100,000?
Yeah.
What do you think his mindset is right now?
He lives in a very funny world. I mean, he lives in a world. It's almost like I don't know, however you might think of North Korea. He almost has this North Korea that manages to exist within the boundaries of the United States. Except realize Scientology has bases in Europe, in Australia, and many bases in Europe. He's got a base in England. He's got a base in Copenhagen. There's a base in Taiwan, a base in Australia, multiple bases in Los Angeles. Like, he sort of lives in a world of his own making. So people go, where does he live? Well, legally speaking, I believe Scientology says he lives in Clearwater. But it's kind of like, where does Tom Cruise live? Wherever the fuck he wants to live. He's got houses all over the world. Miscavige has residences all over the world. Never mind the Scientology cruise ship that he could be on outside of the U.S. waters anytime that he wants. So you have, okay, well, where does he pay taxes? Probably Florida, because we don't have taxes. And so a lot gets made in the media that he lives in Clearwater now. It's just a matter of paperwork. He doesn't fucking live anywhere. Except for the fact that Scientology is currently conducting a massive management training evolution. Kind of like I mentioned, I was here on a big training evolution back in 1993.
Yeah.
They're conducting one right now, retraining command teams for every Scientology organization. So he has a reason to spend a lot of time here in Clearwater.
And honestly, but even in Clearwater, Scientology could have purchased properties that he lives at that no one even knows Scientology purchased because they buy them through shell companies and corporations and LLCs and lawyers. Like, Miscavige could be anywhere at any time and nobody would ever.
Probably on a cruise ship in the Mediterranean on a laptop watching videos of you right now on YouTube.
You know, Miscavige watches. He's infatuated with watching everything. You know, the AA run they started out as just a joke, and now it's like my brand.
It's hilarious. I love it, man.
I love it. So
you know he's watched your videos.
100%. 100%.
What has been the backlash that you've received since starting your YouTube channel?
The YouTube channel specifically, nothing. I mean, the major backlash came when I was on Leah Remini's TV show. So, time goes by so fast these days. I don't even know how many years ago it was. Like 3 years, 4 years, could be 5 years. But every single person who appeared on that show got their own website. So, AaronSmithLevin.com is a website created at the bottom.
Oh God, pull it up.
Oh, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
That's incredible.
The website went live the night my episode aired. They're not subtle about it.
How do they know? How do they know this shit's happening? Like,
the production company does have to send letters asking for comment or whatever. So, like, for example, if you watch my episode of Scientology in the Aftermath, the episode starts with Leah Remini reading the letter that Scientology sent the show. Aaron Smith-Levin was expelled. He's worst staff member we ever had. He's and that's true for every single person who appeared on the show.
This is your website?
This is my website.
Who is he really? I've seen Aaron snap at Heather. I've seen Aaron snap at his kids. He's just kind of would explode hesitantly toward her.
Hostile.
Oh, your sister-in-law still in Scientology?
Yep. My wife's entire family is still in Scientology.
No moral compass.
So Brendan Ty is a friend of mine. We did a bunch of real estate business together, so they added him to my website. Yeah, I have him in my phone as my protege because that's how they talk about him. That he's my protege. It's just the stupidest thing they've ever said. Brendan himself is a former Sea Org member. He used to actually work as one of the security officers here at the flag campaign. Oh, you should interview this also.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they had to see. Here's a
you
question.
Can click through some. There's even videos. They produced videos. My sister-in-law, my mother-in-law, my father. That's my sister-in-law up there. Right there. Erica Sledge, sister of Heather Smith-Levin, is my wife.
Right there.
Oh yeah. If you click on it, you'll be like, I've seen Aaron. He spanked his kids once. He snapped at Heather once.
That's your wife's sister.
That's my wife's sister.
He seemed to just kind of explode kind of hostility towards her.
I mean, this is prison. This is like POW quality. Yeah.
Why?
Where's the jihadist standing behind her?
Those videos are filmed in the flag building.
Really?
Yes.
Reply to her, which was a surprise because I had never expected that he would respond that way. Like my family, we don't talk to each other like that. My husband and I never would talk to each other like that.
I hope you put this website in your bio on your YouTube channel.
I mention this website all the time.
Fucking wild.
And so the thing is, like, when I say every person on the show, I mean literally every person. Do you know how much time it takes to produce stuff like this?
Yeah. I mean, that's a good-looking website.
Yeah. You can click through all the links. There's actually scroll down to the bottom of the website. Scroll down all the way to the bottom, and it will literally say, they're not subtle about it, Church of Scientology International. If you go all the way down, what does that say? 2021 Church of Scientology International.
Oh my God! Yeah,
and they have links to other people's websites. That's Mike Rinder, Mark Headley, Leah Remini's own website. Amy Scobie, Tom. These are all former Scientologists and former Sea Org. Mike.
So are you and like Leah and Mike Rinder, are you guys essentially protected because you dox yourself so publicly? You're so publicly known, and if anything out of the ordinary happened to you, you wouldn't want to talk about it.
Yes, that's why you're not worried. Not worried at all. It's not that they don't try to screw with my life. It's that it doesn't have any chance of working.
Right.
So like, I'll get phone calls. I mentioned my friend Brendan there on the website. We did a whole bunch of real estate jobs together, right? Yeah. So we probably did like, let's say like 20 house flips we did together, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I would get phone calls from people who had purchased the like houses that we finished, right? Yeah. And like, hey, I just got a phone call from someone saying they were hiring you and just wanted to check references and wanted to see what I thought, what my experience was with you. Well, right away I go, I'm not for hire. I work for myself. So like, I'm not for hire. So what that is that's a Scientology private investigator doing pretext phone calls to people they know have done business with me to see if they'll find someone to talk shit about me. So, but they call me and I'm like, yes, evidence. Because some people ask me, do they follow you? I go, shit, if they do, I don't know, I can't help it. But if you look at this website, scroll up a bit, you're going to see what looks like a bunch of mugshots. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to show you what that is. It's evidence that they were following me. So me and Mike, we did a house flip together, right? We went 50-50 on it, right? Okay. And we hired some people off Craigslist to like clean out the house or do some painting or whatever. Well, it didn't even occur to me. In retrospect, you guys, if you're looking for a job on Craigslist, maybe it's because you have a hard time finding work. Maybe it's because you've got a criminal record. So they published mugshots of laborers that we had hired off of Craigslist just to do some manual labor. Well, what does that mean? That means they're staking out the house. It means they're running license plates of every vehicle that pulls up, doing background checks, right? And so when I see a website like this, I go, do you realize how bad this makes you look? Like, you seem to think that I'm going to look at this website and, oh no, Aaron's a horrible person. He gave someone with a felony record an opportunity to make some money. But they think that somehow this makes me look bad. I go, the website makes you guys look bad, right? It's one thing if the stuff that they were publishing was all true, then maybe they'd be able to get into people's heads. But for the most part, they make it up. It's hard to get into someone's head when you're just making shit up. Right. And you're the Church of Scientology, and nobody really believes in it. What's the worst thing they've done? Have they done anything bad, like crazy, try to intimidate you? Or the worst thing they've done is destroy my wife's entire family. That's the worst thing. But as far as like, they've never been able to actually interfere with my business. I've never ever lost business or money because of it. The reason I asked is in the documentary, they had people like that. They had a group they bought the house right next door to somebody's house. Oh yeah, one of the main guys. And people filming his house 24/7. Well, that was Mike Render. No, it wasn't Mike. It was somebody else. It was the other guy. The guy who was the Marty Rathman. Yes, totally. They did it to both of them. Oh, really? Now Marty went back to Scientology. Did he really? Now let me define what that means. It's not like he's a card-carrying member who goes in and gets auditing and does courses. He was the guy who was the #1 auditor of Tom Cruise, right? Yeah. If you look at Marty Rathman now, he does videos shitting on Mike Render and the Iranian and every other person who was on the Iranian. Yeah, he did a deal with Miscavige. He did a money deal, and I'll say allegedly because there's no proof of it. Marty Rathman is an older gentleman, no real ability to earn a living for himself. He and his wife had recently adopted a baby son, and I think he was confronting the fact that he really had no long-term prospects to provide for his son and his family. And they had a lawsuit going against Scientology, him and his wife. His wife specifically filed the lawsuit, so they had a great settlement. Well, they were winning the lawsuit. Every decision that had come down from the court respect to the lawsuit had been in their favor. Mm-hmm. They had Scientology over a barrel, right? And all of a sudden they fired the lawyers, dismissed the lawsuit, disconnected from all their friends, bought a house. Was it a civil lawsuit? Yeah. Bought a house, opened a bakery, right? Got a very good settlement agreement. But it had to be secretly done because they owed lawyers money. Right. So it's more likely that Scientology has set up some kind of a trust just, for the son. When the son gets older and then maybe they're funneling business to them. Whatever it is, it was done very secretly. There's no evidence of it. So that's why I have to say it. But you were talking about the harassment. I mean, the stuff that they've done to Mike and Marty, although it is wild, what's even more wild is the shit they did in the 60s and 70s and 80s. You heard of Paul F. Cooper? No.
She was a journalist. You've got to read the book. It was an book called The Unbreakable Love about Paula. Just an example. They had someone pretend to be like a political canvasser to get her to sign something, and they used a special paper to get her fingerprints. And then they took stationery from a hotel where they knew she had stayed at, and they forged a bomb threat letter and put her fingerprints on the letter and sent it to an embassy. I mean, you couldn't make this up.
Wow.
And they had her. This story that I'm just telling you, that's the tip of the iceberg. For years, this woman was never even a Scientologist. She was just a journalist who was writing some critical stories about Scientology. I mean, Paulette Cooper ended up on trial for sending a bomb threat to an embassy. Completely fabricated.
I have heard about this.
By Scientology. Gabe Cesaris, the former mayor of Clearwater, they framed him for a hit-and-run car accident, tried to set him up with prostitutes and stuff. So you hear about the stuff they've done to Mark and Mike Rinder, Marty Rathbun, and Leah Remini, and that's bonkers shit. But it pales in comparison to what they used to do. And one of the reasons they don't quite push the envelope like that these days is now they have a lot more to lose because they got their tax exempt status back. And the most important thing to David Miscavige is protecting that tax exemption.
You know, it's such a funny thing, especially like in politics. You hear a lot of people talking about tax the rich, billionaires need to be taxed more. But then you have Scientology that's worth over $3 billion, I think, that is essentially completely tax-free, pays zero tax.
Zero income tax, zero
How
property
come
tax.
there's zero politicians that talk about it? I feel like none that I see at least.
Most people have absolutely just no idea what Scientology is. They think Tom Cruise. Most politicians just don't. And I think one